The school beauty mom fell in love with me. Reborn at 18, he effortlessly solves all the troubles and worries of the school beauty's mom next door. Xiaowei, you're really capable. Chapter 1. The neighbor aunt knocks on the door. Dong, dong, dong tilde. Xiaowei, there is too much water in aunt's washing machine. It keeps leaking water when it is running. Can you come to aunt's house and help take care of it? At 10 o'clock in the evening, Wang Chenwei heard a knock on the door, opened the door, and saw a beautiful woman with a charming figure and elegant temperament standing outside the door. She is Li Shiqi, the neighbor aunt who lives in the same alley with Wang Chenwei. She is also Wang Chenwei's childhood sweetheart and school beauty, and the mother of Li Wenqi. Li Shiqi has delicate facial features and her skin is as white and flawless as snow. The long hair behind her head is piled up high, and her mature face is full of the flavor of a wife. Today, she is wearing an intellectual pure white home dress. Under the knee-length skirt, a pair of jade legs are slender and straight, and two open-toed slippers are worn on her feet. The toes painted with plain white nail polish are generously exposed, as delicate and cute as Michelin pastries. It gives people a kind of pure and sexy style that is both cute and pure. Although Aunt Li Shiqi's beautiful legs are beautiful, what attracts Wang Chenwei the most is her broad mind that looks down on other girls. The surging waves are so terrible that people will feel dizzy after just one look. It's really too big. But Wang Chenwei felt something was wrong. He was just crossing the road. Seeing a mud truck rushing towards a beautiful girl out of control, Wang Chenwei rushed over to save her. How come he returned to his hometown in the blink of an eye? Gee! The host risked his life to save the beautiful girl, moved the world, and was selected by the good people reward system and reborn back to 18 years old. So I was reborn. Wang Chenwei first recalled his past life. When he was young, he was hung up by Li Wenqi's sweet words and became her spare tire for more than 10 years. At the age of 30, Li Wenqi married a rich second-generation man. It was too late for Wang Chenwei to regret. He missed his youth because of Li Wenqi. Now he is middle-aged and busy with work, so he can only go on the road of blind dating. At the age of 35, he married a 21-year-old poor female college student he met on a blind date. He thought that after marrying a beautiful girl, he would realize his dream and be able to enjoy life on the shore. But the other party said that women only need to be responsible for beauty. She doesn't go to work or do housework. She only drinks milk tea and plays League of Legends every day. Not only is she willful, but she is also narcissistic and selfish. Wang Chenwei not only spends money but also hurts his kidneys to support her. 10 years later, although the other party gave birth to 3 daughters for him, they finally divorced peacefully because of their different values. Wang Chenwei married a 40-year-old divorced mature woman as his second wife a year later. From then on, he understood a philosophy of life. Young people don't know the goodness of aunts, and mistakenly treat girls as treasures. A mature woman with life experience knows how to care and be considerate, and she knows how to live. She is very proactive in daily life and has many tips. Wang Chenwei can save trouble and effort by living with her. However, Wang Chenwei is already 46 years old at this time. His body has been ruined by long-term 996 overtime work. He often has the will but not the strength. He therefore understands the second philosophy of life. Men should enjoy themselves while they are young and exercise well. When they are old, they will not feel the fragrance even if they eat delicacies from mountains and seas. So in this life, Wang Chenwei should start enjoying himself immediately. And what he wants to enjoy most is the stunning beauty in front of him. Sorry, Wenqi, I couldn't catch up with you in my last life. In this life, I want to catch up with your mother. Gee. Congratulations to their host for meeting the beautiful and virtuous woman from the neighbor, Li Shiqi. As the system's lowly voice sounded, Wang Chenwei's mind appeared with Li Shiqi's beautiful figure. When his consciousness moved over, a paragraph of text appeared immediately. Name, Li Shiqi. Age, 37. Features, king-level big breasts, intellectual and elegant temperament, snow white and soft skin. Height, 167. Physique, K. Appearance, 97. Temperament, 95. Physical strength, 30. Sex, 50. After seeing Li Shiqi's data, Wang Chenwei was puzzled about the physique item. What is K? Is it strong or weak? Although I don't know what it means, considering that Li Shiqi's figure is so plump, she should be very strong. G. Good people have good packages. The system detects that Li Shiqi has encountered a problem with the washing machine constantly draining water and needs help. Task target: ask their host to help her repair the washing machine. Huang Chenwei remembered that when he checked in his previous life, Li Shiqi's washing machine had been used for 10 years. Water will continue to flow out after the washing program is running, and no water will flow out after the washing program is stopped. This means that there is no problem with the water inlet valve of the washing machine, but the circuit panel is broken. Since he has not learned the technology to repair the washing machine, he can't repair it, so he can only suggest Li Shiqi to find a repairman. Is it considered completing the task if someone else helps to repair it? G. If you want to get the task reward, you need to do it yourself. In order to help the host complete the task, the system will issue the reward, God's right hand, in advance. God's right hand, the legendary God's hand, when touching a damaged object, consumes spiritual power, can trigger a miracle, and repair all damage to the object. Even damage to the human body, bones, cells, mucous membranes, etc. can be repaired. It can actually repair human body damage. After Huang Chenwei has God's right hand, he can directly become a miracle doctor. After completing the task, the host can get another 10 years of cultivation and a lottery reward of 5,000 yuan. 1 year of cultivation is the basic unit of measurement for spiritual energy. Spiritual energy can comprehensively strengthen the body's functions and increase the upper limit of lifespan. The reward of 10 years of cultivation corresponds to an increase of 10 years of lifespan. Huang Chenwei had the experience of his previous life and believed that money can be earned slowly, but lifespan is limited, and people have to live to spend money and enjoy. On the other hand, now that he has spiritual energy to strengthen his body, he doesn't have to worry about aging. So lifespan is above all else. Huang Chenwei was very satisfied with the reward of increasing the upper limit of lifespan. At this time, Li Shiqi saw that Huang Chenwei did not answer, and said faintly, "Xiaowei, don't you have time?" "Then forget it. Auntie will wash it by hand tonight." After Li Shiqi finished speaking, she smiled slightly and wanted to turn around and leave. The beautiful voice like a mountain stream brought Huang Chenwei back to his senses. He stepped forward and held Li Shiqi's white little hand. Then he felt the wonderful touch of softness in the smoothness. Auntie Li Shiqi's jade hands are too soft. I'll go to my aunt's house now if I have time. Because men and women should not touch each other, Li Shiqi was stunned when her hand was held. However, she had watched Huang Chenwei grow up since she was a child, and she didn't think much about it. Li Shiqi shook her hair, turned her head, and smiled brightly at Huang Chenwei. "Thank you for your help." Li Shiqi's sweet and soft voice with sweet body fragrance came to her face, making people feel refreshed. Huang Chenwei took a deep breath of enjoyment and couldn't help sighing. Aunt Li Shiqi is much better than her daughter in terms of appearance and personality. As for the figure, there is a world of difference. It's not that the school beauty classmate is not beautiful, but the school beauty's mother is more beautiful. Huang Chenwei followed Li Shiqi happily and went to her home together. Li Shiqi's home is in the same alley, and it can be reached in less than 10 seconds. When Li Shiqi opened the door with the key, the mobile phone in Huang Chenwei's trouser pocket vibrated. He took it out to check and found that it was Li Wenqi who sent a message on QQ. "Where is Ning, Xiaolan and I are having a midnight snack. Ning equals you, some young girls now like to use Ning to replace you. Want to have a midnight snack with a beautiful woman? The old place, the food stall on Dongshan Street, come quickly." Huang Chenwei couldn't help but smile when he thought of the past. What about having a midnight snack with a beautiful woman? Every time Huang Chenwei rushed over, Li Wenqi and her bestie Ning Xiaolan would finish their meals. He didn't even drool. Huang Chenwei didn't go to eat, he was just responsible for paying. Huang Chenwei had seen through Li Wenqi's nature and had no feelings for her. "I have to accompany your mother in this life, I don't have time to care about you." Huang Chenwei ignored Li Wenqi's message and walked into Li Shiqi's house. Following her ass, he crossed the hall, walked into the bathroom, and came to her washing machine. Li Shiqi half crouched down, pressed the button of the washing machine, started the washing machine, and explained with her back to Huang Chenwei. "Look, after running the washing program, the washing machine will continue to drain water. Even if the water is enough, it will not stop, but will continue to drain. Although it can still wash, it is too wasteful of water. Now the water fee is charged in a tiered manner. Although Li Shiqi spoke very seriously, Wang Chenwei could not listen at all. Because his attention at this time was attracted by the plump buttocks in front of him. Chapter 2 School Beauty Mom Helps Me Wipe My Pants. Because Li Shiqi's body leaned forward, the outline of her skirt became very obvious after it was tightened. Because Li Shiqi's toilet space was narrow, Wang Chenwei could only stand behind her at this moment. So Wang Chenwei's attention was attracted by Li Shiqi, who was facing him. And this posture just happened. With a gulp, Wang Chenwei couldn't help swallowing his saliva. In order not to think about it, he squeezed to Li Shiqi's side, leaned against her shoulder, and leaned down to check the old-fashioned single-barrel washing machine. Do you know what the problem is? Yes, it's a problem with the drain valve. Can you fix it? It will cost at least 100 yuan to ask a master to come to your home, and it will be more expensive if you need to replace parts. After the divorce, Li Shiqi had to raise Li Wenqi alone, and her financial pressure has always been great. After Li Wenqi was admitted to the university, she happened to be unemployed. Now her savings have been used up, and she really can't bear to spend 100 yuan. If Wang Chenwei can't fix the washing machine, she can only wash it by hand in the future. Of course, but you need a screwdriver. Auntie, you have one at home. Although Wang Chenwei can directly fix the washing machine with his divine right hand, in order not to make Li Shiqi suspicious, he has to use tools to act. It should be in my ex-husband's toolbox. Auntie, go and look for it. After Li Shiqi finished speaking, she turned around and went to find a screwdriver. Because her upper body was too plump, when she turned around, her soft and heavy body pressed against Wang Chenwei's arm and slid over. This accident was so embarrassing. Wang Chenwei definitely didn't expect this, so he squeezed next to Li Shiqi. Li Shiqi felt very embarrassed. Since it had already happened, it was too late to regret it now, so she pretended not to notice it and walked away quickly with a blushing face. After she left, Wang Chenwei was still savoring the wonderful touch just now. So soft. Wang Chenwei's body was boiling. Hatilder stopped thinking about it, fix the washing machine first. He forced himself to calm down, put his right hand on the washing machine, activated the right hand of God, and injected spiritual energy into the washing machine. 1, 2, 3, ding dong. Their host successfully repaired Li Shiqi's washing machine, completed the task, and obtained 10 years of cultivation and a lottery ticket worth 5,000 yuan. Their host's lifespan is increased to 110 years old. The lottery ticket was drawn yesterday, and there is a formal record of ticket issuance. It must be redeemed. It has been issued to their host's trouser pocket. Please go to the lottery sales point to redeem it yourself. Do you still have to go to the lottery store to redeem it yourself? It's really troublesome. But this is a legal source of income, which is better than money that comes out of thin air. Auntie found it. Wang Chenwei heard Li Shiqi's beautiful voice and turned around to check. Li Shiqi walked in with a metal toolbox in her hands. Perhaps the equipment Li Shiqi brought was too heavy, so she swayed when she walked, and it looked very strenuous. Wang Chenwei hurried over and took the toolbox from her. He first unplugged the washing machine and cut off the power. Then he used a screwdriver to unscrew the screws on the outer shell, disassembled the outer shell of the washing machine, and fiddled with the drain valve. Although Li Shiqi didn't understand, she thought it was amazing. It turns out that Xiaowei can really repair the washing machine, which is really amazing. I only know some simple machine operation principles. I don't know if I can fix it. After pretending to operate it, Wang Chenwei reassembled the outer shell of the washing machine and tightened the screws. It should be done. Try it again. Wang Chenwei stepped aside, and Li Shiqi squatted down in front of Wang Chenwei again without any defense. Wang Chenwei could enjoy the beautiful scenery again. After Li Shiqi started the washing program, she found that the washing machine no longer spewed water randomly, and clapped her hands happily. Xiaowei is really a reliable man. He actually helped Auntie fix it. Xiaowei is great. Li Shiqi was very excited, showing a lively side that was inconsistent with her age, and praised Wang Chenwei fiercely. Listening to such sweet praise, Wang Chenwei's heart was sweet to the point of melting. Har har, it's just good luck. Xiaowei is too modest. How can he fix it by luck? It must be technology and strength. You helped Auntie a lot. What gift do you want? Auntie will buy it for you. While talking, Li Shiqi excitedly pulled Wang Chenwei's hand and took him to their hall. Huang Chenwei sat on the sofa and recalled for a moment, then said with a smile. No need for gifts. I like to drink the old hen soup cooked by Auntie. Auntie, please cook some for me next time. Li Shiqi clapped her hands happily. Auntie just cooked a pot of old hen soup tonight. Wait a minute, I'll heat it up now. After she finished speaking, she gracefully walked out of the hall with her plump buttocks. Li Shiqi is a wife with good cooking skills. She added some special recipe when cooking the old hen soup. The taste of the chicken soup is particularly sweet and rich. Huang Chenwei always can't stop drinking it. He hasn't had it for more than 20 years and is looking forward to it. Just then, Huang Chenwei's mobile phone vibrated again. Huang Chenwei took out his mobile phone to check and found that this time it was Li Wenqi's best friend, Ning Xiaolan, who sent a message. Chenwei, where are you? Come here quickly. Wenqi can't see you and is angry. It turned out that the place where Li Wenqi had supper was very close to Huang Chenwei's home, and it only took 5 minutes to walk there. Before sending the message, Li Wenqi boasted to her college roommate Ning Xiaolan that Huang Chenwei would come immediately and help them pay. It has been 10 minutes since Li Wenqi sent a message to Huang Chenwei. Not only did she not see Huang Chenwei, she didn't even receive a reply from him. Li Wenqi felt embarrassed in front of Ning Xiaolan. She had drunk a few bottles of beer and was a little tipsy. Sitting on a bench on the street, she cursed at the night sky. Huang Chenwei, Ning didn't reply to my message for 10 minutes. Is he going to rebel today? Even if Ning can't come right away, he should reply to me first, tell me the reason, and apologize to me. Is Ning just letting the two beauties wait for Ning? Ning Xiaolan was more stable than Li Wenqi. She was worried that the quarrel would affect the nearby residents, so she quickly calmed Li Wenqi's emotions. Maybe he has something to do and didn't see your message. Li Wenqi didn't buy it. A beautiful woman sent him a message, but he couldn't see it? Isn't this a straight man cancer? So stupid. It's because he's so stupid that he can't find a girlfriend. I was kind enough to give him a chance to accompany a beautiful woman for dinner, but he really didn't know how to be shameless. Ning Xiaolan and Li Wenqi met after college. Although only 1 year had passed, their relationship was very close and they could talk about anything. So Ning Xiaolan knew that Huang Chenwei liked Li Wenqi and was pursuing her. She was worried that Huang Chenwei had offended the goddess in her heart, so she secretly sent him a QQ message, hoping that he could come to make amends. 10 seconds after Ning Xiaolan sent the message, she received a reply from Huang Chenwei. I'm at Wenqi's house, drinking the old hen soup cooked by her mother. Tell her that I'm not coming. Ning Xiaolan thought she had seen it wrong, and was stunned for 3 seconds. Then she opened her eyes wide and read it 3 times to confirm that it was correct. She became confused. How did Huang Chenwei go to Li Wenqi's house to drink her mother's chicken soup? I remember her mother is divorced and single. It's past 10 o'clock in the evening. As an adult male, Huang Chenwei went to her house alone to drink soup. Is it okay? First, Ning Xiaolan only knew that they were childhood sweethearts, and didn't know that their families lived so close. Second, Li Wenqi lived in Ning Xiaolan's house these days, so Li Wenqi would not return to her house tonight. When the daughter is not at home, ask a young man to drink soup at home at night. Ning Xiaolan smelled a hint of conspiracy and felt very suspicious. However, she was worried that Li Wenqi would become even more angry after knowing it, so she didn't tell Li Wenqi. A few minutes later, Li Shiqi came back gracefully with a pot of fragrant old hen soup. Auntie heated it up a little. It's not cold or hot. The temperature is just right. She poured a bowl for Huang Chenwei and handed it to him. This soup can nourish the body. You are growing up, so drink more. Just when Huang Chenwei reached out to catch it, Li Shiqi suddenly felt that the other person's body had a strong and sacred aura. Li Shiqi had never felt a similar feeling before. When she was surprised, her little hand shook and she accidentally poured out half of the old hen soup in the bowl. That half just spilled on Huang Chenwei's legs. Ouch tilde! Li Shiqi exclaimed, feeling very guilty for her mistake. Huang Chenwei was inexplicably soaked in Li Shiqi's old hen soup on his thighs, and he was stunned. Although the old hen soup was not hot and would not burn Huang Chenwei, it would dirty his pants. And the wet feeling was very uncomfortable. But he knew that Li Shiqi didn't mean it, so he was not angry. It's just a small matter, Auntie, don't worry about it. Sorry, Auntie will help you clean it right away. Li Shiqi hurriedly took out the tissue from the tissue box on the coffee table, squatted beside Huang Chenwei, and hurriedly helped Huang Chenwei wipe his pants. The beautiful woman of the neighbor used her jade hands to help Huang Chenwei wipe his pants. This was the first time Huang Chenwei had such an experience. The gentle touch on his thigh made him unbearable and embarrassed. He waved his hand to stop it. "Auntie, don't wipe it. I'll go home and take a shower." "No, it's Auntie's fault. Please let Auntie help you clean it." Li Shiqi is a very responsible woman. She will take responsibility for her own mistakes. However, in the chaos, Li Shiqi's beautiful hands accidentally touched something. She was stunned. Chapter 3. What did you do with Li Wenqi's mother? In order to avoid any accidents, Huang Chenwei had bent down slightly, trying to be patient, but Li Shiqi was too flustered to notice. Then something embarrassing happened. Li Shiqi glanced at her beautiful hands, then looked at Huang Chenwei. Her heart was beating wildly, and her cheeks were burning. Amazing, is this the energetic young man? Xiaowei's body muscles are really strong. After being amazed for 3 seconds, Li Shiqi came back to her senses and quickly retracted her hand. The atmosphere in the hall was very awkward now. Li Shiqi opened her plump cherry lips and wanted to apologize to Huang Chenwei again. But after thinking about it, she thought it would be better to pretend not to notice. Ahem. Li Shiqi coughed and apologized to Huang Chenwei with her hands clasped together. "I'm sorry, Auntie has been clumsy and has soiled Xiaowei's pants. I'm really sorry." Although Li Shiqi looks like an elegant and intellectual beauty, giving people a sense of reliability, she is unexpectedly careless. She often makes mistakes because of being too flustered, which leads to losing her job. Although Li Shiqi has always been worried about this, in Huang Chenwei's view, this contrast between appearance and inner qualities is cute. A cute wife who is soft and pure is the best in the world. Huang Chenwei stood up from the sofa and said with a smile, "Auntie, don't worry. It's really just a small matter. Just wash the pants." Li Shiqi smiled immediately after hearing this. "Auntie, let Auntie wash the dirty pants." Huang Chenwei was surprised to hear this. "Auntie, are you willing to help me wash my pants?" Li Shiqi put her hands on her waist and proudly raised her plump chest. "Of course I am willing. Your aunt took care of you when you were a child. I washed a lot of pants for you at that time." In order to ease the awkward atmosphere, Li Shiqi changed the topic and talked about Huang Chenwei's childhood. "When you were just born, I don't know why, you liked your aunt very much and cried for your aunt to hold you. Do you still remember that you had a big appetite at that time? It was not enough to drink your mother's milk, you also had to drink your aunt's milk. Fortunately, your aunt also gave birth to Wenqi at that time, and she also had milk." Although Huang Chenwei has no memory of his infancy, he has heard his mother Huang Yi say it before. He liked to drink milk very much when he was a child, and he drank all the milk of her and Li Shiqi by himself. He took all the milk of Li Wenqi, leaving her without milk. As a result, she was malnourished since childhood. Not only was her height less than 160, but she also became a double a flat airport. Huang Chenwei thought it was just a joke at the time, but now it seems to be true. It turns out that he really drank Li Shiqi's milk. It's a pity that he has no memory of that time and can't remember the taste at all. It's such a pity. Huang Chenwei secretly made up his mind that after conquering Li Shiqi, he must taste it again. Huang Chenwei picked up the bowl and drank the remaining half bowl of old hen soup. The rich old hen flavor burst in the taste buds, and the meat aroma was sweet, which was really delicious. Huang Chenwei took a big sip, bit off a piece of tender chicken breast, and couldn't help praising. "Auntie's old hen soup is so delicious." Li Shiqi was very happy to see that Huang Chenwei liked her soup so much. "If Xiaowei likes it, drink another bowl." Huang Chenwei drank 3 bowls in a row, drank up Li Shiqi's old hen soup, and took her back to his home. He went to the bathroom, took off his cotton black shorts, and when he was about to put on another pair, he found that his underwear was also wet by the old hen soup. "Although it's a bit embarrassing to let Auntie wash my underwear, it's Auntie's responsibility, so let her wash it. Auntie is so gentle, she will definitely have no objection." Huang Chenwei took off his underwear and found that his body had changed. "Is it because of the spiritual energy? I feel that my body has become stronger and stronger. I have only gained 10 years of cultivation, and my body is so exaggerated. If I gain more cultivation, it will surely be more amazing. Har har, I will have a good life in the future." Huang Chenwei put on his new pants with full expectation and returned to their hall. He shamelessly handed his pants and underwear to Li Shiqi. After Li Shiqi took it in her hand, a strong smell of male hormones hit her face. After inhaling it, her heart tightened and her face instantly flushed. After discovering that Huang Chenwei also handed her the underwear, Li Shiqi recalled the thigh of Huang Chenwei that she accidentally touched just now, and her pretty face became hot. She lowered her head, shyly said, "I will wash it clean," and left in a hurry. Huang Chenwei looked at her plump and slender back and couldn't help but smile with pleasure. In his previous life, Huang Chenwei ran to find Li Wenqi after receiving Li Wenqi's text message, and did not enter Li Shiqi's house that night. After making a different choice now, Huang Chenwei has a new understanding. Aunt Shiqi not only has top-notch looks and figure, but also has a good personality. This soft and cute feeling is like a docile big white horse, which is 100 times better than her flat-chested and willful daughter. When Huang Chenwei was a child playing Heroes of Might and Magic, he felt that Aunt Li Shiqi was very similar to the pure unicorn big white horse of the elves in it. So he always called Li Shiqi the big white horse. As he recalled his childhood memories, Huang Chenwei remembered it now. When he went to play with Li Wenqi when he was a child, he actually wanted to see Li Shiqi and wanted to attract her attention. In other words, the person he really likes is not Li Wenqi, but her mother Li Shiqi. It turns out that Aunt Shiqi is my true love. In his previous life, because of the age and status gap, Huang Chenwei hid his true thoughts and turned to pursue Li Wenqi. But in this life, as a reborn person, he has nothing to worry about. Isn't she just my classmate's mother? I want to take her down and marry her. I want Aunt Shiqi to get pregnant. Let her give birth to 3 little white horses for me. Dong 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 tilde. Just then, the door of Huang Chenwei's house was knocked again. Aunt Shiqi is back for something. Huang Chenwei opened the door and saw his best friend, Fatty. Fatty's name is Liu Xiong. He was tall in elementary school. Although he was a little fat, he was not fat. But everyone likes to call him Fatty, so his nickname became Fatty. Liu Xiong is a neighbor living in the same alley. Huang Chenwei has known him since he was a child. They went to the same school for kindergarten, elementary school, and high school. Huang Chenwei and he were close friends who could talk about anything. When he saw him knocking on the door, he asked immediately, "It's so late, what do you want to talk to me about?" Liu Xiong rushed into Huang Chenwei's house excitedly, closed the door, lowered his voice, and said stealthily, "You asked me what's the matter, I asked you what's the matter. Why did Aunt Li walk out of your house with your underwear in her hand?" It turned out that Liu Xiong saw this scene when he went out to take out the garbage. He liked to watch Japanese love animation and comics, and immediately thought of many exciting scenes. Liu Xiong's blood was boiling with excitement. "Tell me quickly, what kind of affair do you have with Li Wenqi's mother?" Chapter 4. Does the school beauty's mother like me? Seeing Liu Xiong's face flushed with excitement, Huang Chenwei just smiled calmly. Aunt Shiqi's washing machine is broken and keeps leaking water. She just knocked on my door and asked me to go to her house to help. Liu Xiong looked at Huang Chenwei suspiciously. "What do you mean by washing machine leaking water? Is it a new joke about unclogging the sewer?" Huang Chenwei hit Liu Xiong on the head with his hand. "What do you mean by unclogging the sewer?" "I mean repairing the washing machine. Don't wrongly accuse me. Why did you take off your underwear when you repaired the washing machine? Why did Aunt Li take your underwear?" "It's just because her hands were not steady and she poured the old hen soup on my legs." After Huang Chenwei explained the incident to Liu Xiong's face was full of envy. "Wow, you must have felt very happy just now." "Not very happy, just generally happy." After Liu Xiong thought of something, he suddenly said seriously, "But you are pursuing Li Wenqi now, how can you get together with her mother?" Huang Chenwei shrugged and explained calmly, "I will not pursue Li Wenqi anymore." Liu Xiong opened his mouth in shock. "Are you serious? You are not pursuing Li Wenqi, but her mother. You are 20 years apart. Li Shiqi is only 37 years old, in fact, it is only 19 years apart, but it has nothing to do with age." Huang Chenwei said righteously. "You have to understand that love is not bound by age." Liu Xiong was shocked by this sentence. He lowered his head and thought for a moment, and then said with a sigh like a person who has attained enlightenment, "Love is not bound by age, Wei Ge, what you said makes sense, I am completely awake." After waking up, Liu Xiong said solemnly, Come on, I'm cheering you up, don't be a wimp, you must win Aunt Lee. I wish you can get Aunt Lee pregnant soon and give Lee Wenqi a younger brother or sister. Give Lee Wenqi a younger brother or sister. Lee Wenqi is already 18 years old this year, it would be very embarrassing to have a younger brother or sister with such a big age difference. But that is definitely not as embarrassing as his mother marrying his classmate. Huang Chenwei hated Lee Wenqi of the previous generation, so he just wanted to embarrass her. At this time, Liu Xiong began to imagine those exciting scenes in his mind again. Wow, being naughty with an aunt 20 years older than me, this is the legendary pulling a big cart, so exciting. The fat guy was so excited that even drooled. Huang Chenwei patted his shoulder and woke him up from his delusion. Don't think about it for now. Come home and play 2 games of Dota with me. This time I will use my musket to help you fly. No, 9 out of 10 muskets are bad, and 1 is especially bad. I have lost 10 games in a row today and don't want to lose again. My shooting skills are different now. I promise to help you win. Liu Xiong went home half-believingly, turned on the computer, and played Dota with Huang Chenwei in a double row. Huang Chenwei's body was enhanced by spiritual energy, and his 5 senses and reaction speed were greatly improved. When he focused his attention, the game screen in his eyes was like a slow-motion shot with a 50% reduction in speed. Therefore, he could accurately make last hits and counter last hits, and he had spawned a big thunder hammer and a jumping knife 20 minutes ago. With the help of the control skills of the ice girl selected by Liu Xiong, Huang Chenwei's musket showed off to their whole audience. Soon the enemy began to cut in and target him, but Huang Chenwei, with his super reaction, dodged with a jumping knife in the instant before the skills hit him. After he jumped to a safe distance, he continued to shoot and kill. Shoot, 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 kill, kill, kill. He became a super god with 6 godly equipment in 30 minutes. Super god, and super god again. Huang Chenwei thought this game was so fun. Brother Wei, you didn't lie, your shooting skills have really become awesome, where did you practice? Liu Xiong kept praising Huang Chenwei's game skills in the voice chat, thanking him for leading the team. The other 3 teammates also kept typing and saying he was awesome. Who is the great god who uses the gun? What an awesome operation. Jumping knife and gun, this is the first time I've seen it, damn, it's awesome. The gun brother is awesome, add him as a friend. The enemy on the opposite side even thought he was on camera. That gun brother is definitely 09, brothers, I'm going to post a video. Damn it, we can lose the game, but brother musketeer must die. I don't believe we can't kill him. Brothers, let's go together. At this time, Huang Chenwei threw away his jumping knife and changed to a holy sword. With the holy sword, cannon, thunder hammer and butterfly in hand, he opened BKB and stood still to output fiercely. Shoot, shoot, shoot. In a flash, the 5 enemies who rushed up were all wiped out. The enemy couldn't beat him even with 5 against 1. He was convinced of the defeat and surrendered after typing GG. Huang Chenwei smiled but didn't say anything. He knew how powerful he was now through the game and was satisfied. He said goodbye to Liu Xiong, turned off the computer and went to bed. At the same time, Li Shiqi was squatting in the toilet, carefully scrubbing Huang Chenwei's 2 pairs of pants with her beautiful hands. She washed his shorts first, and then his underwear. Li Shiqi soon discovered that the stains on the underwear in her hand were not simple, and there was a strong smell of sweat. It's summer now, so it's understandable to sweat a lot. It's just that Li Shiqi inexplicably finds this sweat smell very attractive. Xiaowei has grown up. Li Shiqi sighed softly, realizing that he is no longer the baby in her arms. Then she recalled the touch of her little hand just now, her legs tightened, and her body instantly became hot. She didn't know what she thought of, and hurriedly shook her head to throw those thoughts out of her mind. Don't think too much, wash this pair of underwear and go to bed. But Li Shiqi didn't put the underwear into the water. The spring light of her bright eyes pierced through the clouds in the sky of the demon city, and the translucent pure white curtains fell on Huang Chenwei's bed. The warmth brought by it woke Huang Chenwei up. He opened his eyes and found a supernatural scene. It turned out that he had a beautiful dream last night, dreaming that Aunt Shiqi squatted on the ground and used a handkerchief to help him clean his pants that were wet by the soup. But no matter how hard he wiped, his pants couldn't be wiped clean. Li Shiqi was anxious, and then used. Although it was just a dream. But after waking up, Huang Chenwei found that his pants were really dirty. Don't you think this is too weird? It can't be explained by science at all. But Huang Chenwei is now reborn as a cultivator, which is something that can't be explained by science. Huang Chenwei sat up, picked up a water cup from the bedside cabinet, and drank a sip of water to replenish his body's water. But after drinking, Huang Chenwei still felt very thirsty. He poured 3 cups of water in succession and drank them all. It seems that after becoming a cultivator, the amount of water required has increased. Is spiritual energy composed of water? Huang Chenwei used a lot of spiritual energy when he used the right hand of God to repair the washing machine yesterday. Because his current cultivation is not much, only 10 years, in the novel of cultivation, it is only the lowest level of qi refining. So last night, the spiritual energy in his body was almost used up, and he could no longer use the right hand of God to repair other electrical appliances. But now that he has woken up, the spiritual energy in his body has been completely restored and can be used again. So, what should I repair with the right hand of God today? Huang Chenwei looked down at the strong big hand and suddenly thought of a good idea. Chapter 5. Does my best friend's mother want to have sex with a young man? Huang Chenwei's lifespan has increased now, and he has the capital to enjoy himself, but if he wants to really enjoy himself, in addition to hooking up with beautiful women, he also needs money. If you want to live well in modern society, you must have money. When Huang Chenwei completed the task of repairing Aunt Lishich's washing machine, he received a reward of 5,000 yuan. Now it is 2013, and the salary of ordinary workers is around 2,000 to 3,000 yuan. 5,000 yuan is equivalent to 2 months' salary for workers. But if compared with the housing price, it seems insignificant. You know, the average housing price in Yaoju is now 30,000 yuan per square meter. 5,000 yuan can only buy a floor tile in the toilet. Since Huang Chenwei's living experience in this old and dilapidated house is very poor, he wants to buy a new house first, so he has to make money. Huang Chenwei's ability to repair electrical appliances is very suitable for making money. Repair the broken appliances and resell them, and you will definitely have a good income. Huang Chenwei did what he said and got up and washed immediately. He habitually checked Penguin before going out and found that Li Wenqi had sent 99 unread messages. Huang Chenwei was stunned on the spot. Li Wenqi in his previous life was very cold to Huang Chenwei on Penguin. Generally, Huang Chenwei would say a few words to her, and she would simply reply. Many times, she would even just reply with a hum. What medicine did she take yesterday? Why did she send me so many messages? Huang Chenwei clicked it and took a look. Huang Chenwei, are you rebelling? You didn't even reply to my message. I've been waiting for you at the food stall for a whole night. Are you dumb? Why don't you speak? Or are you guilty and don't dare to apologize to me? Huang Chenwei glanced at it roughly, read a few messages and then closed Li Wenqi's chat window. It is not a woman's privilege to read but not reply. He also does it. Huang Chenwei then found that Ning Xiaolan also sent him a few messages. Why did she send me messages too? Huang Chenwei had no intersection with Ning Xiaolan in his previous life. They had never spoken to each other on Penguin. In fact, they had never spoken to each other without Li Wenqi present. And what they said was just polite words like greeting each other and saying that the weather was really nice today. Huang Chenwei didn't know much about her, but he knew that she was an exaggerated woman with high appearance. Later, she became an online anchor, an internet celebrity, and finally married a rich second generation. The last time Huang Chenwei saw her was when Li Wenqi got married. Ning Xiaolan, who was 30 years old and had already become a wife, was wearing a pure white dress, dressed very fashionably, looking radiant, and seemed to be living a very comfortable life. Because she wore a dazzling wedding ring on her ring finger, her dark and smooth hair was also tied up on her full northern hemisphere, and she exuded a strong wifely flavor. Huang Chenwei recalled that scene and couldn't help but be moved. Now Ning Xiaolan is not married, maybe he can get her pregnant before her future husband. Huang Chenwei opened Ning Xiaolan's chat window to see what she said. Chenwei, why are you at Aunt Li's house? Did something happen between you and Aunt Li? Wenqi is very jealous. If she knows that you don't accompany her for dinner and go to accompany her mother, she will never talk to you again. Wenqi is very angry, you should apologize to her quickly. Because Ning Xiaolan treated Huang Chenwei as a licking dog of her best friend, she just wanted to persuade him to reconcile with Li Wenqi. It was not easy for Huang Chenwei to conquer her. However, Huang Chenwei was not in a hurry. Ning Xiaolan was only 18 years old now. She was still a young girl and had not matured yet. We can take our time to make her pregnant. There is a long way to go. I have sobered up. I have no interest in Li Wenqi now and will not pursue her again in the future. Huang Chenwei replied to Ning Xiaolan and went out to look for damaged electrical appliances. On the other side, Ning Xiaolan stood up from the chair in surprise after seeing this reply. He has always been loyal to Wenqi, but he changed his mind overnight. Did he really have something with Aunt Li yesterday? Ning Xiaolan then imagined the scene of Li Wenqi's mother and Huang Chenwei rolling on the bed together, and her fair face instantly turned red. Wow, Aunt Li is an old cow eating young grass. Ning Xiaolan's whole body suddenly became as hot as boiling water, and her tender cherry lips exhaled hot breath one after another. Hartilder the little dog didn't catch up with the goddess, but caught up with the goddess's mother. This plot is too exciting. The desire to survive shows that Li Wenqi and Huang Chenwei are not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. They have never been together. Ning Xiaolan licked her lips, and her expression was as happy as tasting delicious ice cream. But she soon felt guilty for her excitement. No, I'm Wenqi's best friend, how can I get excited? She encountered this kind of thing, I want to help her. But what should I do? I can't tell Wenqi that her mother and Huang Chenwei went to bed together. Ning Xiaolan didn't know how to help her best friend, but she couldn't pretend not to know. She felt very confused. She was confused just after getting up. Huang Chenwei first came to the trash can in the community to see if there were any discarded electrical appliances. Since it was morning, the sanitation worker had just cleaned up the garbage, and now the trash can was empty, there was no garbage. He looked around and found nothing. Huang Chenwei looked at the empty trash can and thought carefully. Even if ordinary electrical appliances are broken, people will not throw them away directly, but will sell them to junk collectors. Although the amount is not much, it can still make some money. We should go to the junk collector to see. He just turned around and saw a man and a woman walking towards him holding hands. The man was wearing a t-shirt, tall and strong, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, and a majestic look. He looked like a tiger, and he looked very domineering. Huang Chenwei knew him. He was Wang Dahu, the class monitor in high school. Huang Chenwei's mood became worse when he thought of this guy. Wang Dahu was the kind of disgusting little leader who thought he was an emperor with a little power. He pretended to be a leader in front of his classmates. Every day he preached chicken soup for the soul, asking them to work for the honor of the class. But he never worked himself, and only sat on a chair and gave orders blindly. Every time a classmate was dissatisfied with this and raised an objection, he would bring out a big truth and ask back. When have you seen a leader work? As a leader, what is needed is the ability to command the overall situation, so the leader does not need to work, but only needs to command others to work. When in front of the teacher, Wang Dahu turned into a pug who could only wag his tail. In order to gain the trust and praise of the teacher, he also likes to tell tales to the teacher. This kind of villain who talks about morality but is insidious in his heart is the type of person Huang Chenwei hates the most. The one holding hands with Wang Dahu is a tall girl with a single ponytail wearing a sailor suit and a pleated skirt, who is the level of a school beauty. Chapter 6, a cool school beauty with a perfect model figure. Her name is Liang Qingru, she is Huang Chenwei's classmate and is the school beauty of number 99 middle school. After not seeing her for a year, Liang Qingru's face has become more tender and pretty, she has grown taller, and her breasts have become bigger. She has grown into a graceful beauty, full of queen style. Huang Chenwei's attention was quickly attracted by the pair of snow-white beautiful legs exposed under her pleated skirt. Since Liang Qingru's pleated skirt only reached half of her thighs, the lower half of her round thighs were revealed without any exposure. Those youthful and slender legs are so charming. A baby face, big breasts, and model-like slender legs, it's simply perfect. Gee! Congratulations to their host for meeting the beautiful and youthful girl Liang Qingru. The beautiful image of Liang Qingru appeared in Huang Chenwei's mind. Huang Chenwei had experience with Li Shiqi. He used his mind to click on Liang Qingru's thigh, and then he saw Liang Qingru's dater. Name, Lung Qingyu. Age, 18. Features, cool school girl, baby face, big breasts, model-like long legs. Height, 176 centimeters. Constitution, H. Value, 98. Temperament, 85. Stamina, 40. Flirty, 75. Liang Qingru is indeed a school beauty. Her appearance is as high as 98, even higher than Li Shiqi. She also has a perfect model figure, she is truly a stunning beauty. But when it comes to personality, she is far worse than Li Shiqi. In Huang Qinwei's impression, she is a cold woman who always holds her head high, has a sullen face, and looks down on people. When talking to ordinary classmates, I will give off an aura of "stay away from me, useless people, and don't bother me." When she faces the teacher, she will smile faintly, looking sweet and lovely. Although Huang Qinwei was in the same class with her for 3 years in high school, he hardly ever spoke to her. When Huang Qinwei was a student, he was intimidated by her powerful aura and did not dare to talk to her. But after marrying 2 wives and successfully making them pregnant 4 times, Huang Qinwei now knows that all beauties are paper tigers. No matter how arrogant they are, when they go to bed with a man, they will lie down obediently. So there is nothing to be afraid of beautiful women. They will become obedient if they stick their heads out too much. Huang Qinwei was not afraid of Liang Qingru's cold aura. He stared at her slender long white legs blatantly. He just looked at her. Liang Qingru noticed his burning gaze, frowned, and snorted arrogantly, clearly showing her dissatisfaction. That cold expression seemed to be saying, "Don't you know what politeness is? Why are you staring at a woman's beautiful legs?" Huang Qinwei paid no attention to Liang Qingru's protest and continued watching openly. That righteous expression seemed to be saying, "Since you are wearing such a short skirt and exposing your legs on the street, don't blame others for looking at you." After Huang Qinwei lived a life and was reborn, he became very thick-skinned. Not to mention that Liang Qingru was only wearing a short skirt. Even if she wasn't wearing a skirt, he would continue to look at her. Wang Dahu was looking down at his phone when he noticed Liang Qingru suddenly stopped. He looked up and immediately discovered that Huang Qinwei was looking at his girlfriend's beautiful legs with lustful eyes. Wang Dahu was immediately furious, but he considered himself a well-educated man, so he did not lose his temper immediately, but instead showed a fake smile. "I was wondering who it was. Isn't this our good classmate Huang Qinwei? Huang Qinwei, long time no see. I heard that you couldn't afford to go to college because your family had no money, so you went to work. You are so pitiful." Wang Dahu said pitiful, but he winked at Liang Qingru, obviously mocking him. Liang Qingru maintained a haughty look, her expression did not change at all, and she seemed not to notice Wang Dahu's look. It seems that this aloof goddess treats her boyfriend equally and is just as aloof. Faced with Wang Dahu's sarcasm, Huang Qinwei was not at all upset, he just asked back curiously. "Class monitor, I heard that you did poorly on the college entrance examination and are repeating your grade, right? The exam is less than a month away, so you must do your best this time." Huang Qinwei's words were just ordinary encouragement, without any sarcasm. But it instantly broke down Wang Dahu's defense, and he gritted his teeth and thought in his heart. "How can you, a loser from the bottom of society who can't even go to college, have the right to encourage me? I am the class monitor and my mother is the leader of the company. Do I need your encouragement?" Wang Dahu stared with his tiger eyes and explained fiercely. "Don't get me wrong. I didn't repeat my grade because I did poorly on the test. I just didn't reach my goal of getting into Tsinghua University. I am a man of my words. I repeated my grade in order to get into Tsinghua University." After Wang Dahu finished speaking, he raised his head proudly. He seems to think that the goal of getting into Tsinghua University is great and that repeating a grade is cool. He is a real man. Huang Qinwei wanted to sneer after hearing this because he knew Wang Dahu's future. He won't be able to get into Tsinghua University this year. In 1 month, he will burst into tears. Then I wish you can be admitted to Tsinghua University this time. Wang Dahu encountered a bottleneck in his repeat grade and felt that he would most likely not be able to get into Tsinghua University. Therefore, he was very annoyed, so Huang Qinwei's words sounded very harsh. He cursed angrily in his heart. This idiot, does he know how difficult it is to get into Tsinghua University? It's disgusting that you say such things without knowing anything. Wang Dahu was very annoyed. He frowned and shouted angrily. "Are you standing in front of the trash can to pick up trash? My iPhone 5 has been soaked in water and can no longer be used. I'll give it to you." Wang Dahu made a shooting gesture and threw the mobile phone in his hand into the trash can from 3 meters away. But it missed, and the phone hit the edge of the trash can and bounced a meter away. Wang Dahu felt a little embarrassed in front of his girlfriend. In order to save face, he forced a laugh and spoke arrogantly. What are you doing there? Go pick it up. When Wang Chenwei heard this, he swung his hand and slapped Wang Dahu hard. Bang! Class monitor, if you can't speak, just shut up. This is not a school. No one will pamper you. Wang Chenwei's divine right hand is full of spiritual energy, his muscles are very strong, and his strength is far greater than that of ordinary people. The slap he gave was enough to make Wang Dahu's soul almost fly out. Wang Dahu's head shook violently, he lost consciousness in an instant, his hands and feet went limp, and he fell directly to his knees on the ground. Wang Dahu supported himself on the ground with his hands and took a few deep breaths. He felt as if the half of his face that was hit was on fire. It was numb and hot in pain, and he was still frightened. That guy has great strength. Just now, for a moment, I felt like I was going to die, and my vision even turned into a bird's eye view from the air. Was that an illusion? Liang Qingru was surprised to see her boyfriend kneeling on the ground with a dazed look on his face. She didn't care about her condescending attitude and quickly reached out to support him. Dahu, are you okay? Wang Dahu felt very embarrassed when he heard his girlfriend calling him. No, Qingru is looking at me. I, Dahu, am a real man. I can't be cowardly. I want to show my domineering side in front of Qingru. Besides, I have learned various martial arts since I was a child, and when it comes to fighting, I have never lost. With the help of Liang Qingru, Wang Dahu stood up unsteadily. In order to show off in front of his girlfriend, he wanted to have a fight with Wang Chenwei. But when he looked up and saw Wang Chenwei, he felt an invisible domineering aura, which dampened his fighting spirit. Thinking back to the feeling of his soul leaving his body just now, Wang Dahu finally gave in. Wang Dahu didn't dare to attack, but just stretched out his index finger and pointed at Wang Chenwei's nose threateningly. Let me tell you, I started doing taekwondo at the age of 6, karate at the age of 8, boxing at the age of 10, and Muay Thai at the age of 12. I have never lost a fight with anyone. But my girlfriend is next to me today, and I don't want to scare him. I won't fight with you, but don't think I'm scared. Be careful when you go out next time, and don't run into me. Wang Chenwei became impatient and raised his foot, kicking him hard in the crotch. R-tilde. Wang Dahu raised his head, screamed in pain, and jumped up in pain. This move was created by Wang Chenwei. Chaos. Wang Dahu was kicked so hard that the chicken flew away and the dog jumped. Chapter 7, The Monitor's mother wants to take her anger out on me. After Wang Dahu jumped up, he fell to the ground. Wang Chenwei said coldly. You're just saying that, right? No need to wait until the next time we meet, I'll beat you to death right now. Wang Chenwei punched Wang Dahu, who was trying to get up. Although Wang Dahu had learned various martial arts, he could not stand up under the storm of fist attacks. He was unable to use the martial arts moves he had learned in the interest class and could only take the beating one-sidedly. Fish Liang was surprised to see her boyfriend being easily beaten by Wang Chenwei. Wang Dahu's fighting ability is recognized by the class because he has learned various martial arts. The teacher chose him to be the class monitor because he wanted to use his fighting ability to intimidate the bad boys in the class. Liang Qingru had seen Wang Dahu fight with others several times before, and he won easily every time. It was because Liang Qingru admired Wang Dahu's strength that she dated him. But why is he being beaten up by an ordinary and insignificant boy in the class? Could it be that Wang Chenwei is a hidden martial arts master? Liang Qingru was very shocked. She was so shocked that she stood there blankly, watching her boyfriend being beaten up by Wang Chenwei. It was not until she saw Wang Dahu was beaten black and blue, unable to kneel and lying on the ground, that she reacted. Liang Qingru rushed to Wang Chenwei in panic and grabbed his hand. Stop fighting, or someone will die. Chenwei, please give me some face and stop hitting my boyfriend. Liang Qingru was so nervous that she didn't notice that her plump breasts were pressing directly against Wang Chenwei's arm. It was this soft pudding-like feeling that calmed Wang Chenwei down, made him excited. Wang Chenwei stopped because of Liang Qingru's top-notch figure. He spat at Wang Dahu, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, and spoke harshly. For people like you who like to offend others with bad breath, there is a saying among the demons. More people are beaten to death than die of disease. Learn to speak human language in the future. After Wang Chenwei finished speaking, he shook off Liang Qingru, who was holding his arm. During this period, Wang Qinwei's arm rubbed her breasts deeply. This time, I not only felt full and soft, but also a prickly feeling. Liang Qingru knew that her body was touched, and she felt a strong sense of shame in her heart. Her little heart in her chest started beating non-stop, and she was stunned for a moment. Wang Qinwei looked at Liang Qingru, who was pushed aside with disdain. "You owe me one." He didn't wait for Liang Qingru's response and turned away handsomely. Liang Qingru breathed a sigh of relief when she found that Wang Qinwei didn't seem to notice. She looked at Wang Qinwei's domineering back, her cheeks slightly red, and after staying for a moment, she whispered, "So handsome." Wang Dahu dared to speak only after he saw Wang Qinwei reach the corner of the street. It hurts so much, Qingru, help me up quickly. I'm going to tell my mother about this and let her help me vent my anger. Liang Qingru turned to look at Wang Dahu, only to see that his face was covered in bruises and blood was flowing from the corners of his mouth. He looked seriously injured. "Should I call 120 and ask an ambulance to take you to the hospital?" Wang Dahu didn't want to lose face, so he swallowed a mouthful of saliva mixed with mud and blood and made a sound of pain. "No, it's just a minor injury. Just help me go home and bandage it." With the support of Liang Qingru, Wang Dahu slowly walked back home, groaning and lamenting that he wanted to avenge his mother. After they left, Wang Qinwei turned back. It turned out that Wang Qinwei was hiding in the corner of the wall just now, and with the powerful hearing enhanced by his spiritual energy, he heard what Wang Dahu said. "You should tell your mother and let her help you vent your anger. It's really fun." It turned out that Wang Qinwei had met Wang Dahu's mother Wang Maifeng at the parent-teacher meeting at number 99 middle school. She is a stunningly beautiful woman with a hot body and lingering charm. Wang Qinwei thought Wang Maifeng was a great beauty back then. After experiencing the beauty of a mature woman and understanding King Wei's ambition, he is now full of interest in her. "Okay, let your mother come. I want to see whether she will help you vent your anger or help me vent my anger." Wang Qinwei looked at his powerful right hand and couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth, revealing an evil smile. God's right hand can repair any damage to the human body. My right hand may be able to help your mother repair the most important thing. That way, you can. Har har, that's the real way to cultivate immortality. Wang Qinwei walked to the trash can with a smile, picked up the iPhone 5 phone that Wang Dahu threw on the ground, and smiled proudly. "What you consider to be useless trash is a great treasure under my divine right hand." Wang Qinwei injected spiritual energy into his right hand, activating the power of God's right hand. Not only the circuits damaged by water were repaired, but other damaged parts and scratched screens were also repaired. If Wang Qinwei injected enough spiritual energy, he could even restore the phone to its original factory condition without any damage. However, Wang Qinwei only sold it as a second-hand machine and did not want to consume too much spiritual energy, so after repairing it to normal performance, he stopped the ability of the right hand of God. The price of the iPhone 5 when it was first released was about 5,000 yuan, so a second-hand iPhone like this that is in good condition should be able to sell for around 3,500 yuan. Wang Qinwei has never sold a second-hand mobile phone, so he doesn't know the market price. He didn't want to waste time selling the phone to sellers on Xiaowei, but wanted to sell it early and save trouble, so he wanted to sell it directly to a mobile phone repair shop. After being resold through one layer of merchants, the selling price will definitely not be high. However, since this was free money, I am already very satisfied with selling it for 3,500 yuan. While thinking, Wang Qinwei walked to a nearby mobile phone repair shop. There was a whiteboard on the counter with red words saying, "Repair mobile phones, computers, and laptops at low prices, purchase second-hand mobile phones and laptops at high prices, etc." After seeing that they were collecting second-hand mobile phones, Wang Qinwei said to the middle-aged man standing behind the counter, "I want to sell an iPhone 5. How much is it?" He was a middle-aged man wearing glasses and looking gentle. His name was Li Ting. After hearing what was said, he raised his head, glanced at Wang Qinwei, and answered with a dark face, "Let me see it first." Many street shop owners have poor service attitudes, but Wang Qinwei has long been accustomed to it and doesn't care. Wang Qinwei handed him the iPhone. After Li Ting received it, he examined it carefully and spoke as if talking to himself. "This phone has been well maintained. The screen is perfect, without a scratch, and the performance is fine. It should not have been used for long. The effect of God's right hand was far more powerful than Huang Chenwei had imagined. Although he did not restore the phone to its new condition, it looked like there were no obvious signs of use. Yes, I didn't use it much after I bought it. It's basically brand new. Li Ting nodded. This phone is in very good condition. I'll buy it for 3,500 yuan. Although Huang Chenwei's psychological price is 3,500 yuan, since the store owner is so straightforward, it means there is still room for bargaining. This phone is so new, I want to sell it for 4,000 yuan. Li Ting gave a flattering smile. Handsome guy, our business is hard, we can't charge for 1,000 yuan. Then you should add a little bit, 3,500 yuan is too low. Li Ting hesitated for a while and said, pretending to be uncomfortable. 3,700 yuan, that's the limit. If it's higher, we won't make any money. Huang Chenwei immediately agreed, okay, 3,700 yuan, deal. Li Ting took out his purse and counted out 37 red banknotes and gave them to Huang Chenwei. Huang Chenwei sold the Apple phone that Wang Erhu threw away and made 3,700 yuan, and his total assets now reach 8,700 yuan. Huang Chenwei secretly thanked Wang Erhu and was about to leave. At this moment, a fragrant breeze suddenly blew from behind, making Huang Chenwei's heart skip a beat. What a mature beauty's body fragrance, is there a beauty coming? He subconsciously turned around to check, and the other party just wanted to walk past and enter the store. As the passage at the store entrance was very narrow, the beauty could only stick close to Huang Chenwei and pass by him. And they really hit it. It turned out that Huang Chenwei just turned around at this moment, and his arm completely hit the other person. What kind of unexpected disaster is this? Huang Chenwei's elbow hit something soft, and he felt a full and tingling sensation. Chapter 8: The Meticulous Monitor's Mother. Huang Chenwei felt like he had fallen into a sea of pudding. Although it was comfortable, it was also very embarrassing. Although this was an accident and not intentional by Huang Chenwei, it was still very rude to the other party. Huang Chenwei wanted to apologize to the beautiful woman, but she looked very anxious and didn't seem to care. The mature beauty rushed behind the counter with a laptop and anxiously handed the laptop to the owner. Brother Ting, my laptop has been soaked in water and won't turn on. The hard drive data inside is very important. Please help me fix it. When Li Ting saw the beauty, his sullen face changed immediately and he showed a bright smile. He bent his body and took the laptop with a humbly look on his face. Okay, if Sister Wang tells me to, I'll help you right away. Please, money is not a problem, please help me fix it. The beautiful woman's voice was cold and had a majestic charm. Huang Chenwei had a sense of déjà vu and then looked at the beauty. Since the beauty had her back to Huang Chenwei, he could only see her back. The beauty had short, cool hair and a slim S-shaped body. She wore a chiffon sleeveless vest on the upper body and a dark blue slim-fitting skirt on the lower body. Their hip skirt outlines the plump buttocks and thighs, with a distinct mature charm. Looks very smooth. This is a unique body feature of mature women. Huang Chenwei couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth and reveal a faint smile. He looked down and saw the beauty's straight legs wearing sexy flesh-colored pantyhose and black high heels. Huang Chenwei felt that she was like a female white-collar worker in the workplace. Judging from the majestic aura she exuded, she was probably not an ordinary employee, but a female leader. Although she had her back to Huang Chenwei thought she was absolutely a beauty because of her back, temperament, fragrance, and perfect dressing. At this moment, Huang Chenwei heard a loud cry of a Lolita girl in his ears. Gee! Congratulations to their host for meeting the mother of a classmate, urban white-collar woman Wang my phone. Damn it! Speak of Cao Cao, and Cao Cao will appear. He just said that he wanted to vent his anger on Wang Darhu's mother. Now she's delivering it to your door. The image of Wang my phone immediately appeared in Huang Chenwei's mind, and he immediately clicked on the plump and curvy parts of her body. The following are Wang my phone's data. Name, Wang my phone. Age, 40. Features, perfect S-shaped body curve, strict S-queen temperament, cold and contemptuous eyes. Height, 164. Constitution, F. Value, 91. Temperament, 90. Stamina, 85. Flirty, 88. Wow, Huang Chenwei was stunned by this ability. Although her appearance is a little low, only 91, it is still above 90, and she is undoubtedly a great beauty. The key is that her four abilities are very high, all above 85, and the most important appearance, her appearance and temperament, are all above 90. She is a top mature beauty in her 90s. Although I don't know what the use of being coquettish is, no matter what, she is an all-round beauty. Moreover, her serious expression looked very sultry, as if she had been suppressed for a long time and had not been satisfied at all. Xiaowei wants to be a boss and build his own business empire in this life. He is just like Cao Cao, the King Wu of Wei, and is eager for talent. How could we not recruit such a perfect mature woman talent? Gee. Good people get good packages. The system detects that Wang My Phone needs help, and now issues the task, save important documents. Task description: Wang Meifen's laptop computer is broken, and it contains important company information. If it is lost, her job may be lost. She is a strict person and cannot allow herself to make such a mistake. This concerns her job and dignity. Please help her repair the computer. Task reward: after helping Wang My Phone repair her laptop, you will receive a reward, the Immortal Technique, exposing immortal Qi, 10 years of cultivation, and a cash reward of 10,000 yuan. In order to help the host complete the task, the reward, Fairy Qi Exposure, is issued in advance. Fairy Aura: you can control your body to release Fairy Aura, greatly increasing your charm. Note: your aura can only attract women. Using it on men will have the opposite effect of making them jealous. Xiaowei thought he was going to reveal something before, but it turned out he was just letting his fairy spirit overflow to increase his charm. As we all know, the most important thing to become Emperor Wu of Cao Wei is charm. Only with charm can you attract talents from all over the world to join you. Xiaowei is very satisfied with this skill. At this time, Li Ting opened the back cover of the laptop, checked it with a test pen, and said with an embarrassed expression, "This is an Apple laptop. The CPU is burnt out, this is a problem." Wang My Phone said anxiously, "It doesn't matter if their computer and CPU can't be repaired. I just want the data on the hard drive. Please remove the hard drive." Li Ting said with embarrassment. The hard drive of an Apple computer is specially encrypted and bound to the CPU. Only a single CPU can be connected to it. If the CPU fails, no matter what method is used, the data on the hard drive cannot be read. I thought I just had to pull out the hard drive, but what happened? Wang Meifen's face darkened and her expression became terrified. She bit her fingers, thought for a moment, and said seriously, "The data in this hard drive is really important. I can give you 30,000. No matter what method you use, please help me fix it." When Li Ting heard this, he straightened his chest and showed a confident expression. "Okay, I'll use everything I've learned in my life to try and fix it." It turned out that when Li Ting was young, he and Wang My Phone were high school classmates, and he had secretly liked Wang My Phone for many years. 2 years ago, Wang My Phone divorced her husband and became single again. Li Ting thought his chance had come, as he had always wanted to pursue Wang My Phone. However, because of Wang Meifen's queen aura, Li Ting has never dared to take practical action. Now seeing Wang My Phone so panicked, Li Ting thought his chance had come. As long as I can fix the laptop, Wang My Phone will definitely be grateful to me. Then I will be able to win her favor, launch my offensive against her, and win her heart. However, Li Ting was not 100% sure that he could repair the CPU. Damn, this CPU has so many burnt parts, it may not be repairable. No. I'm an expert at repairing laptops for 20 years, I can do it. As a man, the most important thing is to believe in yourself. After Li Ting encouraged himself, he picked up the welding gun and concentrated on welding the components and circuits of the CPU. 20 minutes later, Li Ting wiped the sweat dripping from his forehead with his sleeve, put down the welding gun, and took a deep breath. Phew, I have done what I can. Wang My Phone, who was standing nearby, asked quickly, "Brother Ting, is it fixed?" Li Ting picked up a glass of water on the table, took a sip and answered tiredly, "I have done what I can. Now let me see the results. But let me worship Guanyin Bodhisattva first." After Li Ting finished speaking, he turned around, burned a stick of incense to the statue of Guanyin Bodhisattva enshrined on the wall, and then bowed and prayed. "Blue Sea Guanyin Bodhisattva, this computer belongs to my good friend. It contains very important information. Please bless me and help me fix it." Li Ting's thoughts were more direct. "Buddha, this is the opportunity one have been waiting for all my life. Please bless me and let me fix this CPU." As long as I fix this CPU, I can go to bed with my phone. This is my lifelong wish. As long as the Bodhisattva blesses me to achieve it, I will buy a roast chicken every day to offer to you. Buying a roast chicken every day is not cheap. Li Ting is risking his money. After Li Ting made a promise to the Bodhisattva, he took out an electric tester and tested the voltage of the CPU. Although Li Ting offered generous conditions to the Bodhisattva, the reality was cruel. The voltage measured by Li Ting is 0, so this CPU is hopeless. He suddenly felt crazy. Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, I have worshipped you for 30 years. Why don't you protect me at this critical moment? Wind my phone so that Li Ting looked unhappy and knew that the result was not ideal, so she asked nervously. What happened? Is it fixed? Why? Li Ting sighed heavily and shook his head in frustration. I'm sorry, it seems that American products are not under the jurisdiction of the Bodhisattva. I have tried my best, but it really cannot be repaired. Next time, don't buy Apple computers. Buy Fantasy. At least in name, Fantasy is from the flower country, and Guanyin Bodhisattva can regulate its products. Hearing this answer, Wang Meifeng's expression collapsed instantly. She covered her face and thought for a while, then asked unwillingly. Can someone else fix it? I mean using professional equipment. Li Ting still sighed and shook his head. Alas, the core chip of this CPU has been broken down by high voltage. There is no equipment in this world that can repair it. Even if you go to the United States and find Apple engineers, they can't fix it. I raised the money to 50,000. Is there really no chance of that happening? It turns out that Wang Meifeng is not only strict with others, she is also strict with herself. She is a meticulous perfectionist who cannot tolerate failure and cannot afford to lose face in front of her subordinates. Therefore, the data on the hard drive concerns her personal dignity, and she must recover the data no matter what the cost. But sometimes money can't solve the problem. I have been repairing computers for 20 years. I am a professional in this field. Please believe me, this computer cannot be repaired, no matter how much money you pay. When Li Ting talked about this, he subconsciously became proud. I am the expert, what I say is absolutely correct. Wang Meifeng sighed. Hey, Apple's official repairman also said so, but the data on the hard drive is really important. What should I do? Li Ting pretended to be reliable and said, you can find another job if you lose it. You don't have to be too sad. While speaking, Li Ting secretly reached out his hand, wanting to put his arm around her shoulders and comfort her. At this moment, Wang Xiaowei, who was watching the show on the side, spoke sternly. Repairing a computer is about science and technology. You go and pray to the gods and then say it's impossible to fix it. What a joke! Don't bother this beautiful lady if you're just trying to take advantage of the situation. Wang Meifeng was startled by the domineering voice. Who is it? He said that, is there any way to fix my hard drive? Hope rekindled in her heart and she immediately turned around to look. Buzz. Suddenly, an invisible aura came over. Wang Meifeng seemed to be standing in the storm. She saw a ray of holy light coming, so bright that she could hardly open her eyes. Wang Meifeng blinked and saw a handsome young man standing in the center of the white light. So handsome that it shines like a star. He was so handsome that Wang Meifeng was dazzled. Wang Meifeng's delicate body trembled violently, as if she saw the savior coming. Chapter 9, Child, you are your aunt's benefactor. It turned out that the moment Wang Meifeng turned her head, Wang Qianwei used the fairy energy revealing technique to release the spiritual energy in his body. This kind of aura has a strong appeal to women, so the effect of this skill is outstanding. Wang Meifeng felt as if she was looking directly at the sun and thought Wang Qianwei was extremely dazzling. She rarely put aside her arrogant attitude and asked in a gentle voice. Handsome boy, are you able to repair this hard drive? Wang Qianwei also saw Wang Meifeng's true face at this time. Although she is 40 years old, she looks surprisingly young. Her pair of cold and narrow phoenix eyes are extremely charming, and her three-dimensional facial features are mature and beautiful. However, because her expression is arrogant and serious, she gives people a feeling of an inviolable queen. It was this feeling of being superior that aroused Wang Qianwei's desire to conquer. Because the more difficult it is to tame a wild horse, the greater sense of accomplishment you will feel after taming it. Wang Qianwei smiled slightly and nodded gently. It's a little difficult, but it can be fixed. When Li Ting saw Wang Qianwei for the second time, he felt that the temperament he exuded was very annoying. When he heard Wang Chunwei's answer, he found it inexplicably funny. Nonsense, what do you know as a kid? The CPU has been punctured by the voltage and is completely ruined. How do you think we can fix it? Go away and don't block my business. Li Ting wanted to drive Wang Chenwei away, but Wang Meifeng reached out to stop him. Wait, he said there is a way to fix the hard drive. Please let me hear what he says. Li Ting was frightened by Wang Meifeng's aura and immediately became humble. Sister Wang, what does a little brat like him know? He just said it casually, don't believe it. After hearing this, Wang Meifeng also became suspicious. She knew Li Ting's ability. For an expert who had run a computer repair shop for 20 years to say that it couldn't be repaired, there must be a basis for it. Putting aside the fact that Wang Meifeng and Li Ting were classmates, Wang Meifeng had already offered 50,000 yuan, and it was impossible for him to not make money. Although this child looks dazzling, he is just a child. How can he compare with Li Ting? Wang Chenwei saw through Wang Meifeng's expression, walked up to her, and spoke slowly. You said this computer can't be repaired and the data on the hard drive can't be restored. If that's the case, there's nothing wrong with giving it a try, right? Wang Meifeng thought it made sense. You're right. Try to fix it. If you can, I'll give you 50,000 yuan. Wang Chenwei turned to look at Li Ting. Can you lend me your welding gun? Li Ting sneered secretly on the side. Are you serious, little brat? I guess you saw a video somewhere on how to repair a laptop, and you have some knowledge about it, so you think you can fix it yourself. How ignorant. If you want to show off, I'll let you do it. See what kind of joke you'll make. Li Ting spread his hands in an elegant manner. Okay, use it if you can. All the equipment I put on the table can be used. Just don't break it. If you break it, you will have to pay for it. Wang Chenwei smiled but did not respond. He picked up the welding gun and imitated Li Ting's previous technique to solder the circuit of the CPU. Li Ting put his hands behind his back and laughed wildly in his heart. It turns out that this kid is an amateur who has only watched videos, and his welding technique is too unfamiliar. Besides, I have already welded this place, and it didn't work when I tried it. What is the point of him welding it again? This CPU chip has been damaged and cannot be repaired. It will be useless even if I solder it for a whole night. However, Li Ting didn't know that Wang Chenwei used the welding gun just to cover up his tracks. His right hand pressing on the CPU chip is the real trump card. Wang Chenwei immobilized his spiritual power and used the ability of God's right hand to repair the punctured CPU chip with spiritual energy. 1 2 3 ding dong. After Wang Chenwei repaired the CPU, he put down the welding gun and looked at Wang Meifeng confidently. It's fixed. Wang Meifeng saw that Wang Chenwei had only been operating for less than 3 minutes and felt a little unconvinced. Really? You fixed it so quickly? It's just a common injury, nothing serious. This statement made Li Ting very dissatisfied. What do you know, you ignorant little brat? If it is so easy to fix, would I need to spend 20 minutes on it, sweat profusely, and then pray to the Buddha? I'm here to expose your lies and embarrass you. Li Ting snorted coldly, walked over and picked up a voltage pen to test. No, there's no voltage at all, it's still broken, it's not fixed at all. Huh. Li Ting was halfway through his speech when he saw the voltmeter display a value of 1.5 V. Generally, the CPU voltage of a laptop is between 1 V and 1.5 V. As long as it is within this range, it is normal. Li Ting was stunned for a moment. He couldn't understand the reason and was speechless for a moment. Although Wang Chenwei couldn't understand the voltage value, he knew that the CPU was good, so he smiled proudly. Not only do you have poor skills, you are also blind. This value is normal, which means it has been repaired. Wang Meifeng looked at Li Ting in surprise. Is he right? This is normal. Li Ting was extremely upset at this time and he could not accept this fact. I have clearly soldered here just now, so why was there no voltage just now but there is now? Did I fail to weld it properly? Impossible, I have been repairing computers for 20 years, and I have become very proficient at it. I can solder it even with one eye closed. And for Wang Meifeng, I concentrated 120% of my attention on soldering, so there would be no mistakes. The reason for this situation is probably that the CPU is broken down and the circuit inside has poor contact, so it can be powered on sometimes and not at other times. In this case, even if there is voltage, it will be useless and the computer will definitely not turn on. Li Ting hurriedly explained. No, just because the CPU can pass voltage doesn't mean it's fixed. I can guarantee with my 20 years of repair experience that when this CPU was submerged in water, it was instantly broken down by the short circuit current, and it is impossible to turn on the computer. While he was speaking, he secretly checked Wang Meifeng's expression and found that she was obviously suspicious, and there was a hint of contempt in her eyes when she looked at him. The stern look from the queen hurt Li Ting's self-esteem, and he suddenly panicked. Oh no, my phone doesn't he have the knowledge to repair computers, she didn't he understand and believed that little devil. She must be thinking now that I have been repairing computers for 20 years, but I am not as good as a kid. I feel useless and like a waste. Damn it, I have to prove to her that I'm not a loser, I'm an expert. Li Ting shouted angrily. My phone, you don't believe me, but believe that kid. I can assure you that this computer will definitely not start up. Wang Chenwei said with a sneer. Uncle, stop talking nonsense. What guarantees can you give? Quickly install the machine and try it out. The word, uncle, touched Li Ting's sore spot. He is 40 years old now, and when it comes to attractiveness to women, he is definitely not as good as an 18-year-old boy. If a mature woman like Wang Meifeng were asked to choose, she would definitely choose a young child instead of an uncle like him. Li Ting felt the crisis of losing Wang Meifeng and immediately refuted in his heart. No, what do those kids who haven't even fully grown their hair know? People often imagine a small horse pulling a big cart, but only those who have actual experience will understand. How can a pony have the strength to pull a big cart? It takes an old ox to pull a big cart. Li Ting recalled his experience with the shampoo girl and immediately regained his confidence. For men, experience is the most important thing. And I have 20 years of experience, which is more than what a kid who has only watched videos on the internet can compare to. Whether it's repairing computers or having sex with women, this kid can't beat me. After Li Ting assembled the computer, he pressed the power button and spoke with confidence. This computer can be started and run, I cut it on the spot. However, just as he finished speaking, the Apple computer startup screen appeared on the display, and Li Ting's face suddenly turned pale. When he realized what was happening, he felt a weak sensation between his legs and knew that something was wrong. When Wang Meifeng saw the computer start up, she excitedly pushed Li Ting aside. She operated the touchpad and skillfully opened Drive H, and found that the data inside was still there. Wang Meifeng let out a long sigh as if she was rescued, then turned to look at Wang Chenwei and said excitedly. Little kid, what's your name? You are my aunt's benefactor. Auntie doesn't know how to repay you. Chapter 10 The Monitor's mother wants to treat you to a meal. Wang Chenwei replied with a smile. My name is Wang Chenwei. As for the favor, that's too exaggerated. I just helped my aunt fix the computer. It can only be considered a drop of water at best. Wang Meifeng leaned over and shook Wang Chenwei's hand enthusiastically. My name is Wang Meifeng. The information in the hard drive is very important to me. I'm not kidding. You've done me a big favor. I'm very grateful to you. While feeling the delicate touch of Wang Meifeng's jade hands, Wang Chenwei's vision was blocked by the chiffon fabric that revealed her plump contours. Although there was clothes between them, Wang Chenwei could feel the perfection of the shape. He secretly felt it was a pity in his heart. If Wang Meifeng was wearing a white shirt that ordinary office ladies like to wear, he would be able to see everything through the lowered neckline. Li Ting, who was pushed aside, broke down instantly when he saw his beloved woman holding Wang Chenwei's hand. However, compared to his jealousy towards Wang Chenwei, he felt more shocked and unwilling. He didn't know the ability of the right hand of God, so he thought that Wang Chenwei could repair the CPU, which meant that the circuit in that section was really broken. He didn't fix it properly after welding just now because he was too nervous or careless, which led to the mistake. If it weren't for this mistake, he would have been able to fix the computer, win Wang Meifeng's favor, and then be together with her. And it was because of this mistake that this child became a hero in Wang Meifeng's heart. This is such a pity. What's even worse is that he has just emphasized many times that this laptop cannot be repaired, and even mocked Wang Chenwei in his capacity as an expert. Now I was slapped in the face on the spot, it's really embarrassing. In order to restore his image in Wang Meifeng's heart, Li Ting tried to explain to her. I'm sorry, my phone. I actually welded that part just now, but it must be a mistake. I only welded about 90% of it. It was almost not welded well. The kid's welding skills were very amateurish. He was a complete novice. He just got lucky and managed to weld that 10% by accident. Without me, he would not have succeeded. So I take 90% of the credit for fixing this laptop. When Wang Meifeng heard such shameless remarks, she turned around and looked at Li Ting with cold eyes. She said it in a disdainful tone, as if jokingly. Brother Ting, you just made a bet that if the laptop can work, what would you cut? When Li Ting heard this question, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Although he did not specify what to cut, his thoughts and past bragging habits all meant cutting that thing off. Li Ting dared to say such words, which was a manifestation of his confidence. He said that he had never failed in his life. He did not expect that the only time he failed was in front of the beauty he liked. This was really embarrassing. Wang Meifeng snorted coldly and said sternly, "What I hate most is the kind of man who has no self-awareness, always exaggerates, and can only talk but not do anything. The second most annoying thing is men who take credit for other people's achievements. And what I hate most is an incompetent man who can't even do his job properly. Li Ting, I am very disappointed in you." As Wang Meifeng spoke, her extremely cold gaze swept towards Li Ting like a sharp blade. "Meifeng is disappointed in me?" Li Ting had the illusion that he had been castrated and became a eunuch. He was instantly sweating all over, his legs felt weak, and he almost wanted to kneel down to apologize to Wang Meifeng. But he is a man after all, and he still has to save face in front of Wang Chenwei. Li Ting did not kneel down, but bent down, bowed and apologized like the Japanese. "Meifeng, I made a mistake accidentally. I apologize to you. If apologies work, what do we need the police for?" Wang Meifeng ignored him, took Wang Chenwei's hand and left. "Xiaowei, let's leave this unlucky place first and talk outside." Wang Chenwei felt the warm and soft touch on his hand and nodded with a smile. "Okay." Watching Wang Meifeng and Wang Chenwei leave hand in hand, Li Ting gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it! The opportunity that Meifeng had given herself to was snatched away by this kid who came out of nowhere. It's so infuriating. Li Ting remembered the mobile phone he had just bought from Wang Chenwei. He got excited, picked it up, and threw it to the ground with all his strength. With a snap, the screen of the phone was completely shattered and the back cover of the screen flew out. When Li Ting saw the wreckage of the mobile phone, he immediately calmed down, stayed still for 2 seconds, and then burst into tears. "It's over. I spent 3,700 yuan on this. All my money is gone. I don't have any money to give to the shampoo girl this month." Wang Meifeng took Wang Chenwei's hand, walked to the street corner 10 meters away, and smiled brightly at him. "Xiaowei, your computer repair skills are amazing. Li Ting has been repairing computers for 20 years and still can't fix it, but you can do it in 3 minutes. Where did you learn this?" Wang Chenwei thought that a strong woman like Wang Meifeng would not like a man as strong as her. He scratched the back of his head and answered innocently. "I learned it from Station B." Wang Meifeng tilted her head in confusion. "What is Station B? Is it a technical school like Lanxiang?" "No, it's just a video website with all kinds of videos, including some videos on repairing laptops. After watching a lot of them, I learned a little bit." When Wang Meifeng heard this, she admired Wang Chenwei very much. This kid did not receive any professional training, he learned how to repair laptops just by watching videos online, but his skills are better than Li Ting's. Isn't he a genius? And the most valuable thing is his humble and low-key character. He is like heaven and earth compared to Li Ting, who likes to brag. He is talented, has a good personality, and is handsome. His future is limitless. He is so capable. Wang Meifeng had a good impression of Wang Chenwei and touched his head affectionately. "You are too modest. Your skills are better than Li Ting, who has run a shop for 20 years. How can this be just the beginning? You can open a shop right away." Wang Chenwei could tell from Li Ting's reaction just now that the guy liked Wang Meifeng very much, and he was not clear about the relationship between the two. To be on the safe side, I wanted to belittle Li Ting. In fact, everyone in the industry knows that these small shops on the street are basically black shops. They either charge high prices to trick novices into spending money, or deliberately damage good parts and force customers to pay more for replacement parts. Some even secretly replace parts when repairing computers for others. They don't really make money by repairing computers. They make money by these despicable means behind the scenes. Do you think they can develop real skills this way? Wang Meifeng found it hard to believe when she heard this. Really? Why would they do such a thing? Aren't they afraid of affecting their reputation? Wang Chenwei smiled coldly and explained slowly. First of all, most of the people who go to them to repair their computers are novices who don't know much about the business. They don't know they've been cheated or that their parts have been replaced. Even if they do, they have no evidence. Secondly, you can only earn 200 or 300 yuan for repairing computers, but you can earn at least 1,000 yuan for replacing a CPU. A famous person once said that 50% profit can make people take risks, 100% profit can make people trample on the law, and 300% profit can make people dare to commit any crime, including risking their own death. Now that they don't need to pay any costs or take any risks, of course they will do this. Xiaowei, you know so much. Not only can you repair computers, but you also understand economic theory. Wang Meifeng admired Wang Chenwei even more. She lifted the hair hanging on her cheek and smiled charmingly. Auntie doesn't have 50,000 yuan in cash with her now. I'll treat you to a meal tonight and give you the money then. Chapter 11 Wang Meifeng. G. Their host completes the mission and gains 10 years of cultivation. Their host's cultivation increases to 20 years, and his lifespan increases to 120 years. Their host receives a 10,000 yuan lottery ticket as a mission reward. Wang Chenwei's total assets have now increased to 18,700 yuan. If the 50,000 yuan that Wang Meifeng said she would give him is added, his total assets will reach 68,700 yuan. In 2013, the average wage for ordinary workers was below 3,000 yuan, which was more than what they could earn in 2 years of work. The bulk of it was given by Wang Meifeng. It seems that earning money from rich women is more than what the system tasks give. However, compared to the 50,000 yuan, Wang Chenwei was more looking forward to having dinner with Wang Meifeng. It should be said that he was more looking forward to the charming body of this beautiful woman. Money is just external possessions, while the beauty in your arms is internal possessions. It would be even better if the other person is the mother of your enemy. Wang Chenwei immediately asked for the location. Where are we going to eat? Spring Breeze Hotel. Auntie will drive here to pick you up then. There is even a special car to pick me up. It is really comfortable to date a rich woman. Mature and beautiful women like to be drivers and take the initiative to drive. This is what Wang Chenwei said before, saving trouble and effort. Wang Chenwei was very much looking forward to Wang Meifeng's private car and happily took out his mobile phone. Let's add a mobile phone number so we can get in touch easily. Wang Meifeng already had this idea, so she took out her cell phone. What's your cell phone number? Auntie will call you. 1361669XXXX. After Wang Meifeng successfully dialed the call, she hung up and then noted Wang Chenwei's name in her mobile phone address book. Wang Chenwei said at this time, Auntie, do you have WeChat? It will be more convenient to communicate if you had WeChat. Of course. Wang Meifeng and Wang Chenwei shook their phones and added each other on WeChat. Then Auntie will go back to work first. She will drive here at about 6 o'clock in the evening and contact you via WeChat at that time. Wang Meifeng was about to turn around and leave, but at this moment, a young woman who had just suffered a broken heart ran past her crying. She bumped into Wang Chenwei's back, and Wang Chenwei fell forward. Wang Meifeng subconsciously wanted to catch Wang Chenwei with both hands, but because she was a bit too slow, Wang Chenwei had already crashed into her arms. This was a very tragic car accident. To put it in a metaphor, their headlights were blown off. Fortunately, Wang Meifeng had a plump figure and Wang Chenwei's face seemed to have hit a soft and thick cushion, so neither of them was injured. However, Wang Chenwei and Wang Meifeng were both startled. They did not react for a moment and remained in this position without moving. During this time, Wang Chenwei deeply felt Wang Meifeng's broad mind. Although she is not as big as Li Shiqi and Liang Qingru, she is very strong and reliable. Moreover, Wang Meifeng's body odor is much stronger than that of Li Shiqi and Liang Qingru. The sweet aroma, like that of aged wine, is really tempting. The class monitor's mother smells so good. Wang Chenwei had the urge to not leave and to bury himself in her arms forever. But he had just met Wang Meifeng and didn't want to give her a bad impression. He had to leave Wang Meifeng's gentle embrace reluctantly. Wang Chenwei took 2 steps back and pretended to be sorry. I'm sorry, someone bumped into me from behind just now, and I accidentally bumped into Auntie. Wang Chunwei's face was covered with the smell of milk. Worried that the strict Wang Meifeng would be unhappy, he quickly apologized. Wang Meifeng giggled when she heard that, and pinched Wang Chunwei's face with her slender white fingers. You don't have to apologize, Auntie doesn't care. It turns out that the so-called indecent issues generally believed to be present are only related to appearance. Women will feel uncomfortable if a man they don't like gets close to them. But for the men they like, women can't wait to stick close to them. Wang Meifeng is a married woman with children, and her personality is much more open than that of a young girl. In her eyes, Wang Chenwei is a young and promising kid whom she admires and likes. So she didn't care about Wang Chenwei's offensive behavior just now. If she wasn't worried about scaring Wang Chenwei, she would reach out and hug Wang Chenwei tightly in her arms and not let him leave. The reason why Wang Meifeng thought this way was because her body was excited. Since her divorce, Wang Meifeng has not touched a man for 2 years. She is like a beggar who has not eaten meat for many years. She has a strong desire for meat, especially young and fresh meat. In her eyes, a young and tender man like Wang Chenwei, who has an immortal heir, is equivalent to the legendary Tang monk's meat. Wang Meifeng just smelled Wang Chenwei's fragrance and she was drooling with greed. How she wished she could take a big bite. Hiss. Thinking of the beauty, Wang Meifeng couldn't help but take a breath and licked her plump red lips with her tongue. Her eyes uncontrollably swept downwards to look at Wang Chenwei's slender waist. No, the child is still young. I am 22 years older than him and old enough to be his mother. His small body can't bear me. If I do that kind of thing with him, it will harm him. Forget it. I'm not a slut and I can't harm young children. Wang Meifeng coughed, forgot the crazy thoughts in her mind, and spoke softly. Xiaowei, see you tonight. Auntie is back at the company. Okay, Auntie, please be careful on the road. After saying goodbye to Wang Chenwei, Wang Meifeng smiled charmingly and turned to leave. Wang Chenwei stood there, looking at the full curves swaying from behind the hip skirt, and couldn't help swallowing. Although Aunt Meifeng has a relatively slim figure, she is not as plump as Aunt Shichi. But it is full, firm and looks very powerful, which is something that a girl like Fish Liang cannot achieve. To use a metaphor, although Liang Qingru's figure is perfect, it is just like unripe grapes and looks a little green. Wang Meifeng's figure is like wine that has been matured over the years and has reached a state of perfection. It turns out that a young girl is not as fragrant as a mature woman. Just as Wang Chenwei was admiring Wang Meifeng's sexy buttocks, a trembling voice came to his ears. Wei Ji, why are you hugging the monitor's mother? What happened between you two? Wang Chenwei turned around and saw Liu Xiong standing beside him in a daze, holding a plastic bag containing a disposable lunch box. It turned out that when Liu Xiong went out to buy breakfast, he happened to see Wang Chenwei burying his head in Wang Meifeng's arms. The impact this had on Liu Xiong's mind was no less than the second impact. He asked emotionally. You don't want to drink the monitor's mother's milk in the street, do you? Wang Chenwei couldn't help laughing and slapped his head when he heard such a stupid question. What are you thinking about? No one drinks milk on the street. If you want to drink milk, you should drink it at home. When Liu Xiong heard this answer, he became even more excited and asked with shining eyes. Have you drunk the monitor's mother's milk at home? What does it taste like? It should be delicious, right? This fat guy actually took it seriously. What is his brain made of? No, I was just hit from behind, so it was an accident. Don't think too much about it. Liu Xiong was not satisfied with this explanation. I'm not a child, don't fool me. If you bumped into her accidentally, you would definitely back away immediately and apologize to her in a panic. I saw you guys hugging each other tightly for at least 10 seconds. How could this be an accident? It was definitely intentional. Besides, the monitor's mother is a very strict woman. If you accidentally touch her there, she will definitely slap you a few times and smash your face. I was buried in the monitor's mother's arms for 10 seconds. I thought it was only 2 seconds. Happiness flies without anyone noticing. Wang Chenwei realized this fact only after Liu Xiong reminded him. The fact that Wang Meifeng could tolerate Wang Chenwei buried in her arms for so long without pushing him away showed that she was very sexually unsatisfied. She has emotional needs that need to be fully met. In other words, Wang Chenwei's chance has come. He has now become an immortal cultivator, and with the bonus of spiritual power, he can do things that ordinary people cannot do. Perhaps he really has the ability to fill Wang Meifeng's body and mind with beautiful memories. Chapter 12. Eat all the cantaloupe and apples. Liu Xiong said that when my phone was very strict, which made Huang Chenwei curious. Fatty, do you know Aunt my phone? Yes, she is a representative of the Parents Association. She would speak on stage during class meetings and parent-teacher meetings. At that time, everyone envied the class monitor for having a mother with a good figure. Huang Chenwei looked at Liu Xiong's lustful expression and asked with a wicked smile. Why, so you've always had a crush on her? Liu Xiong immediately shook his head. How could that be? The only woman I like is Teacher Kang. But the body of the monitor's mother is really smooth. When I'm exercising, I occasionally take her as my target. At this point, Liu Xiong put his hand on Huang Chenwei's shoulder and said seriously. Brother Wei, I don't have your courage to pursue my classmates' mothers. I know my own strength and I can't possibly pursue them. But I sincerely hope that you can do for me what I have always wanted to do but could not do. So please try your best to win over the monitor's mother. Then, tell me what it feels like to be intimate with her. Huang Chenwei couldn't help laughing when he heard this. I don't dare to pursue the woman I like, so I ask my friends to pursue her, and then listen to how they feel after they succeed. This is too cool. Huang Chenwei recalled his memories of his previous life and felt that this matter was not that simple. It turns out that after Liu Xiong got married, he would ask Huang Chenwei to take care of his wife when he was on a business trip. There was even an experience where he had already bought plane tickets and was planning to travel with his wife, but he suddenly had to work overtime and couldn't go, so he asked Huang Chenwei to accompany his wife. What on earth is he thinking? Just when Huang Chenwei didn't understand, he heard the system's childish lowly voice again in his mind. Gee. After the host's spiritual energy increases, his observation becomes sharper, and now he can see the data of men. What is the use of male data? This ability is not necessary. Although Huang Chenwei felt it was useless, he still checked Liu Xiong's data. Name, Liu Xiong. Age, 18. Combat strength, 6. Value, 75. Handsome, 40. Stamina, 70. Desire, 85. Huang Chenwei's eyes lit up when he saw that the combat power value was 6. Isn't this the fighting power of an ordinary person with a gun in Dragon Ball? If we use this analogy, his fighting ability is pretty good. Huang Chenwei looked down to check his abilities. Name, Huang Chenwei. Age, 18. Maximum lifespan, 120. Combat strength, 18. Appearance, 120 after releasing the fairy spirit. Handsome, 120 after releasing the fairy spirit. Stamina, 100. Desire, 100. Holy body, spiritual body, 20 years of cultivation, right hand of God. All scores are full of 100. Is this the strength of an immortal cultivator? Moreover, after revealing his ethereal aura, his appearance and handsomeness exceeded 100 and reached 120. This is too strong. On the other hand, Huang Chenwei's combat power is 18, and his basic panel is already 3 times that of Liu Xiong. Taking into account the huge multiplier bonuses of the spiritual body and the right hand of God, Huang Chenwei's true combat power is immeasurable. More importantly, Huang Chenwei had just become a cultivator and he had not acquired many abilities yet. After helping more urban beauties and acquiring more magical abilities, his statistics will definitely be further strengthened. The future is really worth looking forward to. Just as Huang Chenwei was checking the data, Liu Xiong suddenly thought of something and asked in confusion. That's not right, Wei Ge. Didn't you want to sleep with Li Wenche's mother? Why do you want to be with the monitor's mother now? Aren't you indecisive? Huang Chenwei snorted disdainfully when he heard such a superficial question. Isn't it human nature to be indecisive? Do you like eating cantaloupe but not apples? Liu Xiong was a little surprised when he heard this question. Different fruits have different nutrients. If men want to be healthy, they should eat different fruits every day so that the body can have a balanced nutrition. So you have to eat peaches, oranges, watermelons, tomatoes, manhwa plums, soybeans, mung beans, and soybeans. After Liu Xiong lowered his head and thought for a while, an expression of sudden enlightenment appeared on his face. I see. I understand. Teacher Aoi wants to see it, Teacher Nishino wants to see it, Teacher Mikami wants to see it, and Teacher Keed wants to see it too. Huang Chenwei interrupted Liu Xiong. Wrong. I mean eating fruits to supplement nutrition. Watching TV dramas cannot supplement nutrition. Forget it, because of the huge gap in combat power, Huang Chenwei and Liu Xiong are not on the same level. This is what the ancient said: how can a sparrow understand the ambition of a swan? Huang Chenwei couldn't understand him. I'm going to have breakfast first, and then we'll form a team to play Dota. Okay, our cooperation yesterday was amazing. Let's shoot through the enemy together again today. Although Huang Chenwei got all the kills last night, Liu Xiong's ice girl not only failed to get any kills, but also became his scapegoat when Huang Chenwei retreated, and was shot into a hornet's nest by the enemy. But he had an illusion that my teammates and I were really awesome, and thought that Huang Chenwei's musket could kill everyone, all thanks to his perfect assistance. So Liu Xiong thought he had become a great god overnight, and was so happy that he couldn't sleep all night. After Huang Chenwei and Liu Xiong separated, they went to a street stall to eat some fried noodles. On their way home, I saw a lottery station on the street and remembered that the money for the task reward was distributed in the form of lottery tickets and needed to be redeemed by myself. Huang Chenwei touched his trouser pocket and found 2 lottery tickets. He then walked in to claim the prize. Beauty, I won 2 lottery tickets, please change them for me. The young lady behind the counter took the lottery ticket from Huang Chenwei, entered it into the computer, and after confirming that it was correct, she smiled and handed 15,000 yuan to Huang Chenwei. Handsome guy, you are so lucky, do you want to buy a few more tickets? Considering that he would need to get more lottery tickets from the task rewards in the future, Huang Chenwei needed to buy a few more tickets in advance in order to avoid suspicion. Buy me a $100 machine-selected lottery ticket. The young lady smiled sweetly and said, okay, I'll help you right away. Swish, swish, swish. A lottery ticket costs 2 yuan, and 1 lottery ticket can be used to buy 5 random bets. After a while, the young lady handed 10 lottery tickets to Huang Chenwei. After Huang Chenwei accepted it, he quickly walked home. Just as he walked to the alley where his hometown was located, he unexpectedly met Li Shiqi. Today, Li Shiqi wore a black suit jacket and a white shirt, held a briefcase in her hand, and wore black trousers. This classic OL outfit makes her full of the charm of an intellectual white-collar worker. Aunt Shiqi, good morning. Huang Chenwei greeted her with a smile, and while he was speaking he secretly used some magical skills, revealing his immortal aura. Let the spiritual energy in your body burst out. Boom. An invisible spiritual energy attacked Li Shiqi, causing her body and mind to tremble. Her plump upper body shook, causing huge waves, and Huang Chenwei suddenly felt car sick. Li Shiqi felt that Huang Chenwei was extremely dazzling. She loosened her hands in surprise and the briefcase in her hand fell to the ground. Since she had just bought the briefcase, she didn't want to get it dirty, so she immediately squatted and bent over to pick it up. At this moment, the collar of her white shirt dropped down, revealing her private parts. Huang Chenwei, who was looking down from a high place, finally saw the kind of erotic beauty that he had just wanted to see from my phone. Chapter 13. Huang Chenwei wants to steal the love. Li Shiqi half squatted in a cute posture with her knees together and her feet apart. She leaned forward and stretched out her beautiful hands to pick up the briefcase that fell on the ground. Because of gravity, the collar of her white shirt moved down, revealing the beautiful scenery inside. Huang Chenwei was able to see the whole thing thanks to his bird's eye view. It turns out that Li Shiqi's bra is light blue. And it's so big. Huang Chenwei now only thinks of one word. Reign supreme on the world's highest peak, Mount Everest. At this moment, Huang Chenwei finally understood the meaning of K in the physical fitness column. It turns out that K refers to king. The king's mind is so majestic. Li Shiqi was unaware that she was exposing herself. After picking up her handbag, she gave Huang Chenwei a sweet smile as warm as spring. Good morning, Xiaowei. Huang Chenwei remembered that when she was 18, Aunt Shiqi was unemployed, and he had never seen Li Shiqi wearing an OL uniform, and he felt she was very good. Auntie, have you found a new job? Li Shiqi smiled and shook her head. No, I just went for an interview. Can I ask which company you are going to interview at, Auntie? It's a beverage company, and Auntie wants to apply for a clerk position. It turned out to be just an interview. Since Huang Chenwei had no memory of Li Shiqi wearing a suit uniform, he knew that this interview was definitely a failure. Huang Chenwei thought this was a good thing when Li Shiqi was in financial difficulty and could not afford her daughter's college tuition. He could then provide Li Shiqi with a helping hand and win her heart. Auntie, do your best in the interview. Li Shiqi smiled uneasily. Har har tilde auntie, you are already 37 years old, the chances of being hired are slim. Although Li Shiqi is indeed not young anymore, her appearance and figure are still top-notch. Huang Chenwei believes that if the interviewer was a male, he would most likely hire her. But now many company interviewers are women. When they see Li Shiqi's domineering figure, they may feel inferior or even jealous. Although people often say girl help girl, it is precisely because no one can do it that we need to use slogans to emphasize it. You have to know that like repels like, and women are very jealous. If a woman is too beautiful, she will be hated by her own kind. Li Shiqi is a decent housewife. She will not be her boss's mistress, so this is why she can't find a good job. Don't worry, auntie. I can make money by repairing computers and home appliances. If you have financial difficulties, you can always come to me. After hearing this, Li Shiqi felt a sense of reliability and was no longer so uneasy. Har har, it's no coincidence that Xiaowei helped auntie fix the washing machine. Auntie was really worried when you couldn't go to college. Now that you can learn how to make money, I'm really happy. But I still have savings when I get divorced, so you don't have to worry about me. Okay, I'm just saying, if you have any difficulties in the future, just come to me and I will do my best to help you. Li Shiqi didn't expect that Huang Chenwei would want to help her after making money. She felt very warm. It seems that he really wants to marry Wenqi and make her my son-in-law in the future. With such a caring and thoughtful son-in-law, I don't have to worry about my future life. Li Shiqi wanted to say more words of thanks to Huang Chenwei, and also wanted to ask him about the details of repairing the electrical appliance, but she looked down at the lady's watch on her wrist and spoke in panic. Sorry, auntie is going to be late. I'll talk to you next time. Okay, auntie, please be careful on the road. Huang Chenwei watched Li Shiqi leave and unconsciously moved his gaze to her plump buttocks. Because Li Shiqi was wearing slim-fitting black trousers, the outline of her breasts was more obvious than Wang Meifen's. Li Shiqi's hips are bigger and fuller. To use a metaphor, Wang Meifeng is like a van, and Li Shiqi is a dump truck. Although Huang Chenwei prefers the streamlined appearance of the van, the mud truck is bigger and stronger, so he thinks these two styles are more distinctive. Huang Chenwei walked back home while thinking about all these things. He was now only looking forward to the dinner with Wang Meifeng tonight and didn't want to do anything else, so he played games with Liu Xiong for the whole morning, and after lunch, he continued playing in the afternoon. At 5 o'clock, he received a voice message on WeChat from Wang Meifeng. Xiaowei, auntie is off work now. She's driving over now and will be here in about 3 minutes. You go to the morning intersection and wait for me. Here it comes, the dinner with the class monitor's mother is finally here. Since Huang Chenwei just met Wang Meifeng today, he didn't expect anything extreme to happen. As long as he could touch Wang Meifeng's little hand, he would feel he had won. Of course, it would be even better if something unexpected happened and Huang Chenwei could touch her thigh. Huang Chenwei changed into a refreshing white shirt, paired with a pair of black casual trousers, and walked out of the house excitedly. The evening sun dyed the clouds in the sky orange-red, and the red-tiled streets were shining. Under the brilliant sunset, many young boys and girls in school uniforms were walking in groups. Now it is time to go home from school. They are playing and laughing all the way, and it seems very lively. However, there is a clear distinction between men and women. Men walk with men, and women walk with women. Looking across the street, there were no male and female students walking side by side. This is because Huang Chenwei lives in Dongshan district, a famous old city area in Yaoju, and there are many famous schools nearby, and the school rules of famous schools are very strict. The school's teachers and the dean have repeatedly forbidden students from falling in love too early. Male and female students are even prohibited from getting together outside of school. If a teacher sees them together, both parents will be called in immediately. Therefore, under this strict policy, everyone is very nervous and dares not fall in love. There are no more than 3 pairs of lovers in Huang Chenwei's class. One of the pairs is squad leader Wang Dahu and Liang Qingru. Wang Dahu is trusted by the class teacher and the dean of studies because he often reports on students' private relationships. He could use his job as class monitor as an excuse to walk around with female classmates openly. To some extent, this is the privilege of the class monitor. Although other students were dissatisfied, they did not dare to turn against Wang Dahu, so no one reported him. On the surface, Wang Dahu was able to secretly date Liang Qingru, the school beauty in the same class, so he was lucky. But it was because of his relationship with Liang Qingru that his grades dropped from first in the grade to the top 30. Although this score was still top-notch, I was unable to be admitted to Tsinghua University, which I had a high chance of getting into. This made the teachers at number 99 middle school very disappointed, and they felt that his talent was wasted. It is said that Wang Meifeng was even angrier and beat him with a feather duster for several days. His butt was so swollen from the beating that he couldn't sit on a chair for half a month. Thinking about it this way, Wang Meifeng was so cruel to her own beloved son. She must be a very vicious and aggressive woman. Interesting. Huang Chenwei was very excited. This was exactly the flavor he wanted. Only when you can tame a fierce and aggressive woman into obedient compliance will you feel a sense of accomplishment. Huang Chenwei walked to the street corner as he was looking forward to the future when he would tame Wang Meifeng, the wild horse. He saw a pair of familiar figures. I saw squad leader Wang Dahu and his cool girlfriend Liang Qingru standing at the street corner, seemingly waiting for something. Wang Dahu had several band-aids on his face and even a bandage on his forehead. His bruised face and nose made him look very pitiful and ridiculous. Fish Liang was still wearing the sailor suit she wore when they met in the morning, and her pair of snow-white, slender model legs were very eye-catching. Almost all the male students passing by would peek at her feet with red faces, and some brave uncles would even keep looking back after walking past. Liang Qingru held her head high and didn't care at all. Although she had no expression on her face, she must have been enjoying it and feeling very proud of it. Huang Chenwei noticed a problem at this time. When I met them in the morning, although Liang Qingru looked very arrogant, she was holding hands with Wang Dahu. But now, not only did she not hold hands with Wang Dahu, she was also standing nearly 1 meter away from him. There is a clear sense of alienation. Could it be that after Wang Dahu was beaten up by Huang Chenwei in the morning, a rift appeared in his relationship with his girlfriend? Looking at Liang Qingru's beautiful white long legs, Huang Chenwei couldn't help but have an evil thought in his mind. He not only wanted to seize Wang Dahu's birthplace, but also wanted to snatch his lover away. Huang Chenwei activated his magic and his immortal energy was revealed. With a bang, a breeze carrying spiritual energy blew towards Liang Qingru. The wind was not strong, it just lifted her skirt a little bit. But Liang Qingru's heart felt as if it was shot by a sharp arrow, and her legs tightened. Oops tilde. After she let out a soft cry, her delicate body trembled violently. After staying still for a moment, she turned around and looked in the direction where the breeze came from. Wow! Liang Qingru saw that Huang Chenwei's body seemed to be shining with golden light. It is even more dazzling than the gorgeous sunset in the sky. Is he so handsome? Liang Qingru was instantly excited. The plump jade peak trembled violently, and the beautiful water eyes became blurred immediately. Chapter 14 Wang Meifeng seduced me into getting in the car? When Liang Qingru saw Huang Chenwei, her heart started pounding wildly. Just like a moth encountering candlelight, she was instantly attracted to Huang Chenwei. She had an urge to throw herself into Huang Chenwei's arms immediately. Liang Qingru's unusual reaction caught Wang Dahu's attention. Why, is there a mouse? The first thing Wang Dahu thought of was the rat that Liang Qingru was afraid of, but when he turned around and saw Huang Chenwei, he instantly took 3 steps back in fear. Wang Dahu was beaten this morning and was frightened. The wound on his face still hurts a little. The first thing he thought of was to run away, but he didn't want to embarrass himself in front of Liang Qingru, and secondly, he thought that his mother would be here soon. Wang Dahu suppressed the fear in his heart and did not turn around and run away. Just because he took 3 steps back and now stood on the road. At this time, a black Mercedes drove over and honked loudly. Wang Erhu realized that he was going to be hit by a car. In panic, he threw himself forward and fell on the sidewalk in a dog-like position. At this time, the car door opened and Huang Chenwei looked over. It turned out that the driver in the car was Wang Meifeng. His attention was instantly attracted by Wang Meifeng's 2 snow-white bare feet under the seat. The feet are gracefully shaped and the ankles are bony. The 10 slender toes were painted with bright red nail polish, and they looked as fresh and delicious as freshly ripe strawberries. It turned out that Wang Meifeng didn't like the stuffy feeling of pantyhose, so she went to the bathroom to take off her flesh-colored stockings immediately after get off work. Because she had to drive, she took off her high heels in the car and changed into a pair of slippers. Because I was getting off the car, I took off my slippers and put on my high heels again. Wang Meifeng skillfully inserted her beautiful feet into her high-heeled shoes, bent down and pressed the heels, then walked out of the car charmingly. After getting off the car, she looked at Wang Dahu, who was lying on the ground, with a stern look and scolded him in the street. Why did you suddenly run out onto the road? Are you looking for death? Wang Dahu was frightened by Wang Meifeng's cold and stern voice. His anus tightened and he stood up in panic, bowing his head to apologize to his mother. I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention for a moment. It's my fault. I will be more careful next time. If you suddenly run out onto the road and get hit by a car, will there be a second chance? Nowadays, even elementary school students know that the road is like a tiger's mouth. You are already 18 years old, why are you still so stupid? I would be ashamed if I told others that you were my son. When Wang Meifeng was scolding Wang Dahu, she noticed the bandages and hemostatic patches on his face, and her face became even uglier. Didn't I tell you to stay in your room and do your homework? Why did you run out of the house and fight with others? The college entrance exam is just over 2 weeks away. What on earth are you thinking about? You promised me solemnly that you would study hard and be admitted to Tsinghua University. But before the college entrance examination, you secretly ran out to fight with others. Is this your seriousness? Without asking the reason, Wang Meifeng started scolding Wang Dahu in the street. Seeing this situation, Liang Qingru hid aside and dared not speak. Wang Dahu lowered his head without explaining and endured the scolding silently. After Wang Meifeng stopped, he pointed at Wang Chenwei and said unconvincedly, Mom, I just happened to meet Qingru when I was throwing out the garbage, so I wanted to walk with her for a while, and then I met this evil person. I was just joking, saying I was going to give him the iPhone that was soaked in water yesterday and asking him to pick it up. He felt inferior and rushed over to beat me up. I didn't do anything wrong. Under Wang Meifeng's strict teaching since childhood, Wang Dahu did not dare to lie to her, so he did not hide the fact that he used a broken cell phone to mock Wang Chenwei. It was just a relatively mild statement. Mom, he is my classmate in high school. His name is Wang Chenwei. Because his grades were too poor, he didn't go to college. Now he is unemployed. Please help me teach him a lesson. Wang Dahu knew that his mother attached great importance to academic performance and academic qualifications, so he thought that after he said this, his mother would definitely help him. But after listening to this, Wang Meifeng raised her hand and slapped him hard. Bang! Wang Meifeng's slap was merciless. Although she did not have the strength of Wang Chenwei, she often slapped her son and male subordinates. She mastered the technique of slapping with practice and knew how to use clever force. This slap made Wang Dahu take 2 steps back, and 5 finger marks instantly appeared on his face. Xiaowei is a kind and good person. If you didn't irritate him, why would he hit you? A hypocritical guy like you deserves to be beaten. It turned out that Wang Meifeng knew about Wang Dahu's bad behavior of abusing his power as class monitor in school, and she thought this was a way to train Wang Dahu's leadership. As long as Wang Meifeng doesn't embarrass herself, she will turn a blind eye and not interfere. But now Wang Dahu stepped on her benefactor's head and lost the fight, which made Wang Meifeng feel very embarrassed. Thinking back to what she had just seen from the car window, her son only saw Wang Chenwei, and the other party had not done anything yet, but her son was so scared that he ran out of the road and was almost hit by a car and killed. Wang Meifeng was very angry at her son for being so cowardly, so she slapped him in the face out of anger. Wang Dahu and Liang Qingru were both surprised when they heard her call Wang Chenwei Xiaowei. Liang Qingru became interested in Wang Chenwei and immediately stepped forward and asked, Auntie, do you know Chenwei? Wang Meifeng walked to Wang Chenwei and put her hand on his shoulder affectionately. Auntie's laptop was soaked in water and burned, and the data in the hard drive was almost destroyed. Fortunately, Xiaowei helped to repair it. Xiaowei is my benefactor. What, my enemy became my mother's benefactor? Wang Dahu opened his mouth like a fool and his eyes almost popped out of his head in surprise. Liang Qingru knew that Wang Meifeng was an extremely strict woman, and gaining her approval was harder than getting a sow to climb a tree. Even a woman like her, with perfect looks and figure, could not get Wang Meifeng's recognition. Liang Qingru is amazed that Wang Chenwei can now gain Wang Meifeng's recognition. There was a hint of admiration in the eyes of this beautiful girl as she looked at Wang Chenwei. Wang Chenwei had long heard rumors that Wang Meifeng was harsh on her son, and he thought that she would not cover up for him. However, he did not expect that she would actually slap her son in the face. Despite this, Wang Chenwei still apologized to Wang Meifeng. I'm sorry, I didn't know the monitor was your son. The monitor laughed at me this morning for being a beggar who picked up garbage, and I got carried away and beat him up. If you are unhappy, I don't need the 50,000 yuan thank you gift. Wang Meifeng smiled gently. My stupid son just needs to be taught a lesson. He doesn't know how to behave. You beat him up and let him learn from his mistakes. That's a good thing. Auntie doesn't care. Of course I'm going to give you the 50,000 yuan. While speaking, Wang Meifeng climbed into the car, bent down, and searched for something in the bag on the passenger seat. At this moment, she did not notice that when she bent down, her beautiful buttocks under her hip skirt were facing Wang Chenwei, who was standing behind her. And this posture looks like it's trying to seduce Wang Chenwei to get in the car. Chapter 15, Catch Him Tightly. As a young man full of vigor and vitality, Wang Chenwei's blood boiled when he saw this scene. The evil dragon hidden in his heart couldn't help but open his eyes and wake up. At this time, Liang Qingru was standing beside Wang Chenwei. She knew what this scene meant to Wang Chenwei, and her face turned red instantly. Liang Qingru wanted to remind Wang Meifeng, but she didn't know how to say it, so she could only pretend not to see it. Wang Dahu was beaten back a few steps by Wang Meifeng. He was standing in front of the car and didn't know what Wang Chenwei saw. He just looked confused and wondered what his mother meant by the 50,000 yuan. A minute later, Wang Meifeng climbed out of the car door backwards, turned around and handed a large stack of red banknotes to Wang Chenwei. Here is 50,000 yuan. Auntie just took it out from the bank. The amount should be correct. Please accept it. Only then did Wang Dahu realize that his mother wanted to give Wang Chenwei 50,000 yuan as a reward for repairing the computer. He was instantly excited. How could he tolerate his mother giving so much money to her enemy? You have to know that after he failed the college entrance examination, his monthly pocket money was only 500 yuan. 50,000 yuan is 100 times of 500 yuan. Wang Dahu couldn't bear it. He jumped to Wang Meifeng's side in 2 steps and grabbed her hand in panic. Mom, what are you thinking? 50,000 yuan is enough to buy 10 laptops. He just helped you fix the computer. Just give him 50 yuan. As the leader of the company's publicity team, Wang Meifeng is a small leader even though her position is not high. She is a woman who cares a lot about her reputation, and as a leader, she must be generous. What she hates most is being considered a miser. Wang Dahu's words hit Wang Meifeng's sore spot accurately. She raised her hand and slapped Wang Dahu again. Bang! 50 yuan? How can you, a stingy person like you, even say 50 yuan? Don't embarrass your mother. Wang Dahu was very unconvinced. The red envelope my mom gave me this year was only 50 yuan. When Wang Meifeng heard this, her face instantly turned red and she felt embarrassed in front of Wang Chenwei. Wang Meifeng raised her hand and slapped Wang Dahu hard on the other side of his face. Bang! That's because you did poorly on the college entrance exam. The red envelopes we gave you in previous years were all 500 yuan each year. Wang Dahu was slapped 3 times by his mother in front of Liang Qingru and Wang Chenwei. Not only did both sides of his face hurt, but he also felt embarrassed and dared not speak anymore. After beating Wang Dahu, Wang Meifeng smiled awkwardly at Wang Chenwei. I'm sorry, my son is too petty. Please don't take what he said, Xiaowei. As she spoke, she handed 50,000 yuan to Wang Chenwei again. Wang Chenwei pretended to refuse. No, helping auntie fix her computer is just a small thing, it doesn't cost that much money. I only need 500 yuan. When Wang Meifeng heard this, admiration flashed in her eyes. This child was able to calmly refuse the temptation of 50,000 yuan. There is a huge difference between this kind of magnanimity and my son who gets excited when he sees money. People really can't be compared. It turned out that Wang Meifeng gave Wang Chenwei 50,000 yuan to test his character. She is now very satisfied with Wang Chenwei, so she has no intention of taking back the 50,000 yuan. Wang Meifeng grabbed Wang Chenwei's hand and forcefully stuffed 50,000 yuan into his hand. Auntie is a woman of her word. If I say I'll give you 50,000, it's 50,000, not $1 less. Wang Chenwei felt the warmth of Wang Meifeng's smooth hands and smiled with pleasure. Since auntie insists, I'll take it. Wang Chenwei put the 50,000 yuan into his pocket, and his current savings have reached 68,700 yuan. After just 1 day of rebirth, he earned nearly 70,000 yuan. Most of it was given by Wang Meifeng. This is the benefit of making friends with rich women. However, Wang Chenwei's goal was even more ambitious. What he wanted was not tens of thousands of dollars, but all of Wang Meifeng's property. So he wanted to have a deeper friendship with Wang Meifeng. Take her into your arms and make her your woman. Okay, everyone, get in the car, let's go to Chunfeng Hotel for dinner. After Wang Meifeng gave Huang Chenwei the reward, she asked everyone to get in the car. Huang Chenwei thought he was having dinner with Wang Meifeng alone, but he was a little disappointed when his son and girlfriend were also there. Since Wang Dahu and Liang Qingru were a couple, they would definitely sit together in the back row, so Huang Chenwei naturally walked to the passenger seat and wanted to sit next to Wang Meifeng. However, Wang Dahu got ahead, ran to the passenger seat, opened the door and got in. It turned out that he felt a little uneasy after seeing his mother insist on giving Huang Chenwei 50,000 yuan. He suspected that his mother had developed maternal love for Huang Chenwei and wanted to adopt him as her godson. Wang Dahu suddenly felt a sense of crisis. He didn't want Huang Chenwei to have further contact with his mother, so he didn't let him sit next to Wang Meifeng. When Wang Meifeng saw this, she frowned unhappily. She didn't know what Wang Dahu was worried about and didn't understand why Wang Dahu didn't sit with his girlfriend. She thought it was very stupid to ignore her girlfriend. This kind of man will definitely be cuckolded by his wife in the future. Wang Meifeng didn't want this to happen after her son got married, so she wanted to teach him a lesson in advance and did not remind her son. She gave Huang Chenwei a charming smile. Xiaowei, go to the back seat and sit with Qingru. Since Wang Dahu was there, Huang Chenwei had no plan to have anything happen between him and Wang Meifeng, so he didn't care and walked to the back seat and sat in. Then Liang Qingru opened the other door and got in. Since the back seat was spacious and Huang Chenwei knew Liang Qingru's aloof personality, he did not bother himself and just sat aside. Originally, the distance between the two of them would be very far. But Liang Qingru unexpectedly sat near the middle, which made their distance unexpectedly close. After Liang Qingru sat down, Huang Chenwei could smell Liang Qingru's sweet body fragrance like lime. He soon realized that although Liang Qingru turned her face slightly to the other side, she was still stealing glances at him with the corner of her eyes. After Huang Chenwei found that Liang Qingru seemed interested in him, he also moved his butt and sat in a relatively central position. Although this was just a small step for Huang Chenwei, it greatly narrowed the distance between him and Liang Qingru. Liang Qingru is sentimental, a young girl, and has a love-minded mind. When I saw Huang Chenwei sitting over, my heart started beating fast. He came over secretly, is he interested in me? When Liang Qingru thought of this, she felt sweet in her heart. Liang Qingru pursed her lips slightly and showed her signature smile that she had practiced hundreds of times in front of the mirror. Liang Qingru, who always had a sour face, actually smiled, which was rare. Wang Dahu was focused on how to please his mother at the moment, so he didn't notice the changes behind him at all. Mom, I hope your work goes well today. While Wang Dahu was chatting with his mother, Huang Chenwei was admiring Liang Qingru's white legs while checking Wang Dahu's combat power data. Name, Wang Dahu. Age, 18. Combat strength, 8. Value, 80. Handsome, 80. Stamina, 90. Desire, 30. Objectively speaking, Wang Dahu is tall and majestic, which makes him quite popular among girls, so he is both good-looking and handsome. Perhaps because Wang Dahu has been learning martial arts under the strict supervision of his mother, his physical strength has reached 90. However, his desire is only 30, which may be related to the fact that he focuses all his energy on studying. When Huang Chenwei was analyzing Wang Dahu's data, Wang Meifeng interrupted Wang Dahu unhappily and started scolding him again. How much of the test did you finish today? What, only half? You haven't even finished your test paper yet, but you ran out to take a walk with your girlfriend. The college entrance examination will be held in a dozen days. If you fail to get into Tsinghua University, your whole year will be wasted. You are 18 years old, which is the most important year in your life. Wang Dahu was scolded by his strict mother along their way until he almost wilted. At this moment, a car next to it suddenly changed direction and overtook without turning on the lights. Wang Meifeng was so busy scolding Wang Dahu that she didn't pay attention to the road conditions and was about to rear-end the car. Huang Chenwei reminded loudly with his reaction speed far beyond that of ordinary people. There's a car ahead, get out of the way. Upon hearing the reminder, Wang Meifeng quickly turned the steering wheel to the left. In the end, Wang Meifeng's car brushed past the car that changed lanes and she successfully avoided a collision. However, due to inertia, Liang Qingru pounced on Huang Chenwei. Huang Chenwei subconsciously wanted to support her. But unfortunately, his two hands just grabbed the softest part of Liang Qingru's body. Liang Qingru's little hand, which she tried to support herself on the seat, happened to hold Huang Chenwei's. Chapter 16: The Charming Snake Demon Female Boss. Awkward. Huang Chenwei and Liang Qingru stared at each other. So embarrassing. Because it was too embarrassing, both Huang Chenwei and Liang Qingru were petrified. The two of them remained in that position like stone statues, motionless. It's as if time has stood still. Wang Dahu, who was sitting in the front seat, took a deep breath and exclaimed, "That was a close call." Just as he looked up, he saw in the rearview mirror a scene that shocked him physically and mentally and that he would never forget. Although Wang Dahu knew that this was an accident caused by suddenly turning the steering wheel, he still couldn't help but blushing and his body became excited. Because this scene was too shocking, Wang Dahu was also stunned. His time is also banned. After Wang Maifeng stabilized the car, she let out a deep breath. Although the rear-end collision was caused by the car in front suddenly changing lanes, the responsibility lies entirely with the car in front. Even if the Mercedes was damaged, it would be the female driver of the car in front who would have to pay the compensation, not Wang Maifeng. However, the people in the car are likely to be seriously injured, and it may also cause a series of rear-end collisions with the vehicles behind, leading to a larger accident. So Wang Maifeng felt a lingering fear and her gratitude towards Huang Chenwei deepened further. That kid saved my life again, he's so capable. Wang Maifeng sighed from the bottom of her heart. Xiaowei, if you hadn't reminded me, I would have rear-ended the car. Thank you so much. Wang Dahu finally reacted after hearing what his mother said, and he screamed in grief. Huang Chenwei, take your dirty hands away and don't touch my Qingru. When Liang Qingru heard his voice, she left Huang Chenwei in panic. When she found out that Wang Dahu saw her, she felt extremely ashamed and her whole body was hot. She looked down at her little hand, and when she recalled the touch just now, she burst into tears. A circle of steam came out of my head and the machine suddenly crashed. Wang Maifeng also saw the scene from the rearview mirror, but her emotions were very calm and she just smiled coldly. Humph, this is what you get when you let your girlfriend sit in the back seat with someone else. Now you know you regret it. Huang Chenwei was in a very happy mood after getting a great bargain. He explained with a smile as he savored the soft, sweet touch of his hands. Sorry, it was a little dangerous just now, so I helped Qingru. When Wang Dahu heard this, he couldn't hold back any longer and almost cried out. Where were your hands just now? You were not holding her up. Besides, why do you call her Qingru? You are not familiar with her. Wang Dahu was really furious when he saw his girlfriend having her private parts touched by someone else. He wanted to rush over immediately and fight with Huang Chenwei. Wang Maifeng waved her hand to stop Wang Dahu's roar. Okay, it's just a small matter, why are you so excited? As a mature woman, Wang Maifeng does not care about physical contact as much as young people. As long as Liang Qingru doesn't get pregnant with someone else's child, she doesn't care. And she thought that the scene just now could help Wang Dahu grow, so she welcomed it very much. Wang Dahu was very dissatisfied with what his mother said. My girlfriend was taken advantage of by my enemy. How can this be a trivial matter? How can I not be excited? However, Wang Dahu did not dare to disobey his mother and really did not dare to speak any more. He could only silently wipe the tears from the corners of his eyes with his sleeve, suppressing the anger in his heart and swallowing his anger. After that, the atmosphere in the car was very awkward and everyone was silent. But in fact, only Wang Dahu felt embarrassed. Wang Maifeng thought that this would allow Wang Dahu to learn a lesson and motivate him to grow, which was a good thing, and she was in a good mood. Liang Qingru and Huang Chenwei were both savoring the wonderful touch they had just experienced and felt refreshed. They are a win-win-win. 20 minutes later, Wang Maifeng drove the car to the parking lot of Chunfeng Hotel. They got off the car together and walked into the Chunfeng Hotel. Chunfeng Hotel is a famous old brand restaurant in Yaoju. You can have morning tea in the morning, and banquets are provided at noon and in the evening. All the dishes are classic Cantonese dishes. Because of its fame, the dishes are very expensive. Huang Chenwei had only heard of the name of Chunfeng Hotel before, but had never eaten there. He looked around, appearing very curious. Wang Maifeng, Wang Dahu and Liang Qingru were obviously frequent customers. They walked up to the third floor with familiarity and entered a small private room. The area of the box is not big, it can only accommodate a small table that can seat about 6 people, which seems a bit small. However, there is a separate bathroom, which is luxuriously decorated and looks antique. Wang Maifeng was the first to choose a seat and sit down. You guys take a seat, but Ms. Yang will be back soon, so just leave the main seat for her. Is Mr. Yang coming today too? Wang Dahu touched the band-aid on his face, muttered in frustration, and then sat down to his mother's right. He was obviously worried that Mr. Yang would see him looking hurt. Huang Chenwei judged from his lost expression that Ms. Yang should be a great beauty, and he was very much looking forward to meeting her. In order to have close contact with Mr. Yang, he chose to sit in the aisle, to the left of Wang Maifeng. Liang Qingru looked at the seat next to Huang Chenwei, hesitated for a moment, then walked away and sat next to Wang Dahu. After Wang Maifeng sat down, she immediately washed the bowl and chopsticks with tea. After she finished washing her own dishes, she enthusiastically helped Wang Chenwei wash them. Wang Dahu's eyes turned red. He didn't dare let his mother help him wash. He turned his head to look at Liang Qingru and winked at her. But after Liang Qingru washed her dishes, she picked up her phone and started looking at it. She didn't even look at Wang Dahu. Wang Dahu knew Liang Qingru's temper, so he could only sigh and wash it himself. At this moment, Wang Chenwei's cell phone vibrated. Huang Chenwei took out his phone to check and found that it was a message from Li Wenqi. Huang Chenwei, is Ning's hand broken? How come he can't type? Are you afraid of being scolded by me, so you don't dare to apologize to me? What a coward! Xiaolan and I are eating Lanzhou ramen at the old place. I'll give you 3 minutes to come over and apologize immediately. If you're 1 minute late, I'll be really angry. Huang Chenwei couldn't help but laugh after reading it. What a joke! I'm having dinner with Aunt Maifeng at Chunfeng Hotel right now. How could I accompany you to eat Lanzhou ramen? Ignore. With a creaking sound, the door of the box was suddenly pushed open. A gorgeous mature woman in a light blue dress walked in quickly. Huang Chenwei smelled a strong fragrance and was shocked. Gee! Congratulations to their host for meeting the urban beauty Yang Chuxue. A beautiful and mature woman immediately appeared in Huang Chenwei's mind. He excitedly tapped on her exposed snow-white chest. Name, Yang Chuxue. Age, 42. Features, perfect waist plus beautiful buttocks, charming queen temperament, lustful and cold eyes. Height, 171. Constitution, G. Appearance, 93. Temperament, 80. Stamina, 75. Flirty, 99. Damn it. There is really another beautiful lady here. Yang Chuxue is already 42 years old, but her appearance is still 93. Such a beautiful mature woman is too amazing. Huang Chenwei immediately turned around to look. Her skin was fair and smooth, her makeup was sexy and beautiful, and her eyes were charming and alluring. And very seductive. Her youthful appearance and moist skin show no signs of aging at all. If Huang Chenwei hadn't looked at the system information, he would definitely think that she was only 24 years old. I can only say that wealthy women really know how to keep a mistress. The most eye-catching thing about her is the large white area on her chest. So sexy. You can already vaguely see some grooves inside. Being able to wear such an open outfit, is this the aftertaste of a rich mature woman? Not only her breasts, but also the perfect legs outlined by black stockings under her short skirt are also dazzling. Those round and plump thighs are so beautiful, and the full and perky buttocks behind are even more shocking. Above such plump buttocks is a slender waist like a water snake. This perfect devilish figure and the seductive temperament that seemed to be revealing honey made Huang Chenwei think of a word. Snake demon. This Ms. Yang is like a witch. Soon, Yang Chuxue noticed Huang Chenwei's explicit gaze. She did not think that he was being rude. Instead, she bent down slightly and gave him a charming smile. Tilder, who is this little brother? It's the first time I see him. Yang Chuxue's bending over allowed Huang Chenwei to see more clearly. Chapter 17. The beautiful aunt treated me to abalone. Huang Chenwei's eyes lit up, and a hint of soft and white fragrance came into view. The ravines between the jade peaks are clearly visible. So shocking. However, as a man who had married 2 wives in his previous life, Huang Chenwei was not too excited when he saw this scene. But Yang Chuxue is so charming. With her charming temperament, even ordinary white arms will become extremely sexy. So Wang Qinwei's body became boiling with blood. Wang Meifeng stood up from her seat and introduced herself to Yang Chuxue with a smile. Boss Yang, this is the genius boy Huang Chenwei who helped me fix my computer, whom I mentioned at noon. He is very capable. Yang Chuxue stretched out her beautiful white hand and touched Wang Chenwei's head affectionately. Well, you are the talented boy. My name is Yang Chuxue. Please give me your guidance in the future. Wang Meifeng introduced him to Huang Chenwei. Xiaowei, Ms. Yang is the female president of Green Apple Beverage Company and aunt's boss. Huang Chenwei has an impression of the name Green Apple. He often saw it on TV commercials when he was a child. Its green apple juice was once popular for a while, but then gradually died out. But that was a few years later. Right now, Green Apple's revenue should still be good. Wang Meifeng is only the leader of the publicity group, but she is so generous. This Ms. Yang must be a wealthy woman. When you meet this kind of beautiful and rich mature woman, of course you have to make friends with her. Huang Chenwei immediately stood up and bowed to Yang Chuxue in a youthful manner. Hello, Mr. Yang Tilder. When Huang Chenwei lowered his head, he noticed that Yang Chuxue was wearing a shining wedding ring on her ring finger, which was as white and slender as a snow onion. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift slightly. Is Ms. Yang a real-life wife? Huang Chenwei's awakened soul of King Wei couldn't he help but burn. He thought to himself that the best way to get close to Wang Meifeng and Yang Chuxue was to join their company and become their employee. However, he only has a high school education, so a big company like Green Apple probably won't hire him. If you want to enter Green Apple Company, you can only ask Yang Chuxue for help and go through the back door. But he had just met Wang Meifeng and Yang Chuxue today, and it was a bit too abrupt to suddenly ask for such a shady request through the back door. How should he start this conversation? Yang Chuxue winked playfully as a response to Huang Chenwei's greeting, then walked away. At this moment, Yang Chuxue's plump black silk thighs passed by Huang Chenwei's arms hanging at his feet. It gave Huang Chenwei a soft touch that was refreshing to their heart. In fact, there was still room in the aisle next to Huang Chenwei, so Yang Chuxue didn't need to hold Huang Chenwei's hand closely to walk over. So she was obviously rubbing Huang Chenwei's arm with her thigh on purpose. You know, Huang Chenwei hasn't used his fairy spirit on her yet. Yang Chuxue's throwing herself at him behavior was completely voluntary. This female CEO is so sexy. After Yang Chuxue sat down in the main seat opposite Wang Meifeng, she turned to look at Wang Dahu. Dahu, why is your face so badly injured? Did you fall? Although Yang Chuxue is already 42 years old, her voice is so delicate that it seems to be oozing with honey. It is so sweet. Wang Dahu was a little fascinated by what he heard and nodded with a stupid look on his face. Yang Chuxue didn't continue looking at him and turned to look at Liang Qingru. Qingru, I haven't seen you for a while. You have become more beautiful. Now you are tall and graceful beauty. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Yang. Mr. Yang is getting younger and younger. Liang Qingru changed her previous arrogant and indifferent expression and spoke to Yang Chuxue with a smile. Yang Chuxue was obviously a social butterfly. After arriving, she immediately took control of the conversation and talked to everyone. Wang Meifeng then called the waiter and asked Yang Chuxue to order the food. After taking the order, the waiter quickly filled the table with a variety of dishes. They are all delicacies from land and sea, as well as abalone, sea cucumber, shark's fin and bird's nest. Smelling the enticing aroma and looking at the exquisite presentation, Huang Chenwei couldn't help but sigh in his heart, how great it is to be a rich man. Especially the plate of abalone that was almost as big as a palm, which made Huang Chenwei's eyes light up. To be honest, Huang Chenwei's favorite food is abalone, but in his previous life, he had to save money to buy a house, so he didn't eat it when he was young. It was not until he got married at the age of 35 and achieved his life goal that he was willing to spend some money on himself and tried abalone for the first time. Just because of economic reasons, he only ate small abalone. This kind of fresh, tender and plump big abalone was the first time he saw it, and it really made him salivate. Thinking about getting to know wealthy ladies like Wang Meifeng and Yang Chuxue, and being able to eat this kind of high-quality abalone often in the future, he even drooled. Yang Chuxue saw through Huang Chenwei's expression and asked with a smile. Xiaowei, do you like abalone very much? Huang Chenwei did not hide anything and answered honestly. I heard that abalone is delicious, but I have never eaten it. I am very impressed by its taste. Yes, abalone has soft flesh and a very good texture when you bite it. It also has a flavor that is better than other seafood. It is the best in the world. You can try one. Without waiting for Wang Chenwei to answer, Yang Chushua picked up the chopsticks with her fair hands, picked up the largest abalone, and put it in Wang Chenwei's bowl. Wang Chenwei then picked up the abalone from the bowl and bit off half of it. Bite. Wow tilde the abalone meat is soft but firm, and it feels really good to bite it. After biting open the abalone, rich juice immediately gushed out and filled Wang Chenwei's entire mouth. The umami flavor with a strong ocean flavor burst out and directly hit Wang Chenwei's taste buds. Wang Chenwei couldn't help but sigh. This big abalone is thick and juicy, so delicious. Seeing Wang Chenwei's happy expression, Yang Chushua's eyes couldn't help but become intoxicated. This kid is so cute. He is so happy just eating abalone. Har tilde, do you like it? Then have another one. Yang Chushua picked up another big abalone and put it into Wang Chenwei's bowl. Since there were only 5 abalones on the plate, one was just right for each person. Wang Chenwei said embarrassedly. Each of these abalones has one. It's not good for me to eat too. Auntie should eat them. Yang Chushua raised her long eyebrows and winked at Wang Chenwei charmingly. I don't eat my abalone, I'll give it to you. Since Yang Chushua said so, Wang Chenwei would not be polite. He picked up the abalone that originally belonged to Yang Chushua and took a bite. Crunchy and has 5 times the protein of beef. Delicious. Wang Dahu snorted coldly at this time and raised his head proudly. Wang Chenwei, do you know what kind of abalone this is? This is an abalone weighing 1 pound, called a yatubao, and the price at Chunfeng Hotel is 500 yuan per piece. A big abalone that costs 500 yuan is delicious, but it's too expensive. Wang Chenwei's eyes subconsciously looked at Yang Chushua's plump figure. Is there any abalone that is free, environmentally friendly, and delicious? After Yang Chushua picked up some abalone for Wang Chenwei, everyone picked up their chopsticks. Liang Qingru and Wang Maifeng each picked up an abalone and ate it. Now there was only one abalone left on the table. After Wang Dahu boasted about the deliciousness of the abalone, he stretched out his chopsticks and wanted to pick up his portion of abalone to eat. But just when he stretched out his hand halfway, Wang Maifeng slapped his hand hard. You didn't finish the test today. As punishment, you can't eat. Wang Maifeng picked up the big abalone and put it in Wang Chenwei's bowl. Xiaowei, you helped Auntie twice today. Auntie will give you this abalone as well. This scene was completely beyond Wang Chenwei's expectations. He never dreamed that these 2 aunts would give him their 2 portions of abalone. No, Wang Maifeng gave her son's share of abalone to Wang Chenwei, which is different in nature. Wang Chenwei looked at the abalone in the bowl, picked it up and took a bite without any hesitation. This big abalone bursts with juice instantly, so delicious. Wang Dahu watched Wang Chenwei enjoying biting the abalone that originally belonged to him, and he bit his lips in anger, very annoyed. However, he was afraid of making his mother angry, so he did not dare to complain and could only watch silently with envy on his face. He was drooling with greed. When Yang Chushua saw this scene, the corners of her mouth curled up, revealing an evil smile. My phone, this is where you're wrong. Do you know what abalone symbolizes? It's not a good omen to give your son's abalone to other children. Chapter 18 Beautiful Aunt touched my thigh. Yang Chushua's implication was very clear, which was that Wang Dahu's future woman would be stolen by Wang Chenwei. However, Wang Dahu was not worried when he heard this hint. In Wang Dahu's eyes, Wang Chenwei is just a member of the lower class of society whose family is so poor that he cannot even go to college and can only work as a bricklayer at a construction site. Wang Dahu's mother is the leader of the company and a wealthy woman who drives a Mercedes-Benz. Wang Dahu has received elite education since childhood and is a talented person who can become a class monitor in high school. He is a top student in number 99 middle school and has a good chance of being admitted to Tsinghua University or Peking University in the future. Even if he fails, he will still be a student of a 985 prestigious university. What can Wang Chenwei use to compete with him for women? Wang Maifeng didn't care about it. As a wealthy white-collar woman, she had a higher vision than ordinary people. Even women in the future will have their own lives after they open their minds. As long as her daughter-in-law doesn't get pregnant with someone else's child, she can just turn a blind eye to other things. She doesn't care. Although Wang Maifeng and Wang Dahu, the parties involved, didn't care, no one responded and the atmosphere instantly became awkward. Seeing that no one was talking, Wang Maifeng spoke to Yang Chuxue. Just now when I was driving, I encountered a reckless female driver. She forced her way into overtaking without turning on her lights, and almost caused me to rear-end her. Fortunately, Xiaowei reminded me, and I was able to react and avoid it. When Yang Chuxue heard this, she showed an interested expression. Really? Xiaowei not only helped you, he also saved your life. You must repay him well. Wang Maifeng put her hand on Wang Chenwei's thigh and nodded seriously. Yes, Xiaowei, thank you for saving Auntie. Wang Chenwei felt the soft touch on his thigh and felt his body getting a little hot. Auntie, you're exaggerating. It's just a small matter. When Wang Dahu saw his mother put her hand on Wang Chenwei's thigh, he immediately felt jealous. What's wrong with mom today? Why is she so affectionate with Wang Chenwei? Wang Chenwei is not her son, why should she be so nice to him? He immediately said to Wang Maifeng. In fact, I also saw the car cutting in at that time, and I was about to speak up to warn my mother, but he beat me to it. But even if he didn't remind me, I could still remind my mother to stay away. What Wang Maifeng hates most is men who make excuses for their failures. If Yang Chuxue wasn't there, she would scold Wang Dahu for being useless. However, considering that there were other adults present, Wang Maifeng decided to give Wang Dahu some face and ignored his words and continued speaking. The hard drive data that Xiaowei repaired is also very important. It was collected through a questionnaire survey that the company spent a year on last year. It took my team a full month to compile this information. If it's lost, I'll be the sinner in the team. Originally this had little impact on the company, so Yang Chuxue didn't really care. However, as the team leader, Wang Maifeng could not tolerate the entire team's 1 month's hard work being ruined because of her own mistake. Yang Chuxue looked at Wang Chenwei with an expression that said, I'm easy to ride. Xiaowei, I heard that the owner of the shop that has been in business for 20 years and specializes in repairing laptops guaranteed that he couldn't repair it. Why can you repair it? Hearing the female manager's question, Wang Chenwei repeated all the black shop practices that he had told Wang Maifeng in the morning. After listening to this, Yang Chuxue nodded in appreciation. Wow, Xiaowei can understand so much just by watching the video, it's amazing. If he receives professional training, he will definitely become an expert. Wang Maifeng also smiled and nodded. So let me tell you, Xiaowei is a talented man. If you give him a chance, he will definitely achieve great success. Wang Dahu felt very unhappy when he heard his mother and Mr. Yang constantly praising Wang Chenwei. Wang Chenwei is just an insignificant character in the class, but I am the class monitor who is praised by all teachers and respected by all students. He is nothing compared to me. Wang Dahu suddenly interrupted. Don't make any mistake. Wang Chenwei and I were in the same class. I know his family was very poor, so poor that he couldn't afford to go to college. He can't even go to college, what's so great about that? When Yang Chuxue heard this, her expression changed, she put away her smiling smile and asked seriously. Did you not go to college because of your family's financial situation? Yes, my parents divorced when I was a child, and my aunt raised me alone. My aunt has been working very hard. She got seriously ill a few years ago and was hospitalized for a month. She owed a lot of money, so I had no money to go to college. After graduating from high school, I had to work. After hearing this, Yang Chuxue looked solemn. It turns out that when she was young, her family was also very poor. She knew the impact of poverty on young people and felt very sympathetic towards Wang Chenwei. Xiaowei, you are a capable person. Auntie can sponsor you to go to college. Wang Chenwei couldn't help but smile bitterly when he thought about going to college. In his previous life, he had longed for college life, partly because he was looking forward to it. Secondly, after obtaining a university degree, you can increase your salary. But after being reborn and obtaining the golden finger, Wang Chenwei's view changed completely. All he wants now is to enjoy life freely and do whatever he wants. Going to college means living in a school dormitory, attending classes and doing homework every day. For Wang Chenwei now, this kind of life is like being in prison. No, the college entrance examination is in 2 weeks. I don't want to repeat the year now and take it next year. Wang Maifeng interrupted at this time. Nowadays, people go to university to get a good diploma and then find a good job. Xiaowei is a talented person. I think we can recruit him directly into our company, which will save him 4 years of college study. It turned out that Wang Meifeng invited her good friend Yang Chuxue to dinner in order to make Wang Chenwei her subordinate. After hearing this, Yang Chuxue nodded seriously. You're right, Xiaowei. Auntie wants you. You can come to work at Auntie's Green Apple Company. As long as you are willing to work hard, Auntie guarantees that your salary will definitely be higher than that of college students. Wang Chenwei was still hesitating about how to ask to join Green Apple Company, but he didn't expect these two beauties to bring it up themselves. These two beauties are so proactive. This is why Wang Chenwei likes mature women, they will move on their own without any urging. Wang Chenwei pretended to hesitate for a while and then spoke calmly. Thank you Mr. Yang and Ms. Wang for your support, but I don't know what kind of work the beverage company will do. I want to join as an intern, try working for a while, and then make a decision. Wang Chenwei didn't want to work at Green Apple Company forever, so he put forward this condition. This made Yang Chuxue and Wang Meifeng think that he was a mature and calm man. Yang Chuxue moved her butt and sat on the seat next to Wang Chenwei, placing her beautiful white hands on Wang Chenwei's thighs. Okay, when you are ready, you can come to Auntie's company for internship at any time. Auntie will personally guide you. Wang Chenwei was very surprised that this aunt also touched his thigh. And because Yang Chushue's nails are very long, her fingers look very sexy. The feeling of touching her thighs is also different from Wang Meifeng's. Chapter 19, You Are My Aunts. Yang Chuxue is so sexy. When her beautiful hand rested on Wang Chenwei's thigh, she used a little force with her fingers and secretly pinched Wang Chenwei. And she deliberately bent down to show Wang Chenwei the snow-white jade mountain ravine again. With a female boss like this personally guiding him in his work, how could Wang Chenwei not succeed? Wang Chenwei activated his ability at this moment, revealing his immortal energy, and all the spiritual energy he had accumulated over the past 20 years burst out and shot towards Yang Chuxue who was right in front of him. Chirp! Yang Chuxue felt as if she had been shot in the chest by an arrow, and both her body and mind suffered a severe shock. She couldn't hold back, her body trembled, and her waves rolled. The little hand pressing on Wang Chenwei's thigh slipped and touched Wang Chenwei's calf directly. This is too direct. This sudden change left Wang Chenwei and Yang Chuxue stunned. Since this happened under the table, hidden from view by others, no one else knew about the incident. A faint blush appeared on Yang Chushue's face, which was as white as the first snow. She pretended that nothing unusual had happened, calmly withdrew her hand, and smiled at Wang Chenwei. Auntie is waiting for you at the company. You can be her secretary from now on Tilder. Although Wang Dahu didn't know what Yang Chuxue had touched just now, when he saw Yang Chuxue bending down in front of Wang Chenwei, he knew that the scenery Wang Chenwei saw must be very beautiful. He thought of Yang Chushue's hot and attractive perfect body and became jealous to the point of going crazy. Damn it! Aunt Yang and I have had meals together so many times, but she has never leaned over to me like this. I have never seen this. It was obviously Aunt Yang and I who met first, how come he got there first? Besides, a wealthy and outstanding female CEO like Aunt Yang should despise poor and uneducated useless men. After I told her that Wang Chenwei only had a high school education, why did she want to recruit him into the company? Just because that guy is lucky and can repair laptops. What's the point of finding a man who can repair computers as a secretary? Does Aunt Yang have a lot of computers at home? If he really became Aunt Yang's secretary, he would be able to follow her around every day. I can admire her beautiful but every day. Damn, that's so enviable. It seems that the female president's vision is not good either. Never mind, she is still not as good as my mother. My mother is a smart person. When she suggested that Wang Chenwei join the company, she was just saying it for the sake of politeness. A woman as strict as her cannot tolerate waste, and she will never let Wang Chenwei be her subordinate. Wang Dahu looked at his mother confidently, and then saw a scene that he could not accept. Wang Meifeng leaned her shoulder towards Wang Chenwei, put her hand on Wang Chenwei's thigh again, and spoke intimately in his ear. No, you are talent found by Auntie, you can't go to Mr. Yang. If you stay with Auntie, she will definitely train you well. When Yang Chuxue saw that Wang Meifeng was trying to snatch the girl from her, she pouted and said unhappily. You have so many employees in your publicity department, why are you trying to snatch them from me? Wang Meifeng pursed her lips and smiled. My employees are all nerds who study hard in college. They are too stupid. Unlike Xiaowei. Wang Meifeng was halfway through her words when she pinched Wang Qinwei's thigh, bit his ear, and spoke in a charming tone. Xiaowei, you are a talented and smart person. You should not be a secretary. Follow your aunt and start from the grassroots level. Your aunt will teach you step by step. When Yang Chuxue saw her best friend having rare close contact with a man, she curled the corners of her mouth and sneered secretly. It seems that this slutty woman is attracted to this boy. After all, she has been divorced for 2 years and her body has endured it for a long time. Xiaowei is young, handsome, fair-skinned, and has great potential. He has good abilities and personality. He is indeed a talent worth cultivating. It's just that the other person is only 18 years old, 22 years younger than you. Judging from his immature appearance, he probably has no experience with women and is just a little kid. Isn't it too shameless for you to want to take advantage of him, an old man? Have you ever thought that his little body can't handle a hungry wolf like you? As a mature woman, Yang Chuxue knows that some things require more than just being tall and strong. For example, taking marathon running as an example, those who are tall but do not exercise regularly or have never exercised. Because of their lack of experience and the heavy load caused by their weight, they would become out of breath after running a dozen meters, resulting in a poor finish and being unable to run any further. Only those men who know how to adjust their mentality and conserve their energy can endure the pain and complete the marathon. Therefore, for those men who have no long-distance running experience, running a marathon right from the start is like forcing growth, which is harmful to them. They should start with 200 meters and gradually increase the difficulty. Yang Chuxue asked jokingly. Why, our strict female wolf team leader actually likes Xiaowei. The sun really rises in the west. Wang Chenwei heard the interesting title and asked. What does the female wolf leader mean? That's Meifeng's title in the company. Her leadership style is known to be fierce and strict. If she's not satisfied with something, she'll slap her subordinates in the face. Many of her male subordinates were beaten by her, and they were all scared, so everyone called her a wolf behind her back. When Wang Meifeng heard Yang Chuxue exposing her shortcomings, she pouted in dissatisfaction. Don't be afraid, Xiaowei. You are my aunt's benefactor. I will treat you as a child and will not hit you. While speaking, Wang Meifeng picked up the wine glass she had drunk from and handed it to Wang Chenwei. Come, auntie will treat you to some wine. Wang Dahu, who was on the other side, saw this scene and his eyes almost popped out of his head in surprise. Since this was the wine that Wang Meifeng had drunk, her saliva was mixed in the wine. After Wang Chenwei drinks it, he will also drink Wang Meifeng's saliva. Adolescents are very sensitive about this and call it indirect kissing. Wang Dahu wailed in his heart. That is my noble and beautiful mother, how could she kiss another child indirectly? When he thought about his mother kissing Wang Chenwei indirectly, he collapsed. Wang Dahu wanted to speak out to stop her, but considering that he was slapped twice when he tried to stop his mother from giving her 50,000 yuan, he opened his mouth but could not make a sound. He didn't dare to say anything and could only watch Wang Chenwei take their wine glass and drink their wine in it in one gulp. For some reason, Wang Dahu felt very uncomfortable, even more uncomfortable than when he saw his girlfriend throw herself into Wang Chenwei's arms during the emergency avoidance in the car just now. Wang Dahu's eyes were filled with tears. After Wang Chenwei drank the wine, Wang Meifeng enthusiastically hugged Wang Chenwei's shoulders. He held her in his arms, as if declaring his sovereignty, and said proudly. Very good, Xiaowei will belong to auntie from now on. Wang Chenwei's profile was buried directly in Wang Meifeng's warm bosom. Chapter 20 Court again. When Wang Dahu saw this scene, his face turned black. In his eyes, his mother's heart belongs only to him and is open only to him. Now he feels like the place that belonged to him has been taken away by Wang Chenwei. Wang Chenwei had just beaten him up in front of Fish Liang today and was his biggest enemy. Seeing his mother and his enemy so affectionate made Wang Dahu feel dizzy and he almost fainted. Wang Chenwei, who was embraced by Wang Meifeng, also felt a little dizzy. But he was seasick. He felt the undercurrent beneath the calm sea and smelled a strong, fresh, fragrant odor. This extraordinary experience is so wonderful, like entering a paradise on earth. Yang Chuxue laughed aside. Okay, your son is watching right next to you. If you hug him any further, he will be jealous tilder. Just as Yang Chuxue had guessed before, Wang Meifeng was very lonely after her divorce. The daily monotony of life had put her body and her womanly nature to sleep. And when Huang Chenwei threw himself into her arms this morning, when my phone woke up from her deep sleep as if a long drought had finally brought her sweet dew, she began to want to have contact with Huang Chenwei and enjoyed having contact with him. However, after thinking of Wang Dahu, when my phone could only reluctantly let go of her hand and let Huang Chenwei leave. She had only one thought in her mind at this moment. My son is too much of a nuisance here. Next time I invite Xiaowei to dinner, I can't bring him along. After that, everyone continued to eat, but the atmosphere became a little weird. The two mature women sandwiched Huang Chenwei in the middle, feeding him with their own chopsticks and making Huang Chenwei eat their saliva. Huang Chenwei felt very happy as he was fed by two beautiful, wealthy women in turn. Maybe it's a psychological effect. The food in my mouth seems to have been added with special flavoring. Even ordinary white rice is sweet to the heart. Not to mention other rare dishes, Huang Chenwei ate so much that he felt like his clothes were about to burst. The author is a serious person, and what he wrote is real abalone. There is no other special meaning, don't think wrongly. Liang Qingru, who was sitting opposite, felt her face turn red and complained in her heart. A 40-year-old woman is really as fierce as a wolf and a tiger. When she meets a young and tender man, she doesn't even bother to hide it. If I, Wang Dahu, were not here, Huang Chenwei might have been eaten by these two tigers. Huang Chenwei is too stupid. Doesn't he see that these two beautiful women are lusting after his body? He actually agreed to go to Mr. Yarn's company and work as Aunt Wang's subordinate. He really walked into a trap. He will definitely be drained dry by these two mature women in the future. For some reason, Liang Qingru, who had never even looked at Huang Chenwei in the past, suddenly became worried about his safety. Want to help him escape from the clutches of those two aunts. Wang Dahu was jealous to the point of madness. He felt a strong sourness in his heart, and his face turned green. He thinks he is better than Huang Chenwei in every aspect and doesn't know why Huang Chenwei is so popular with the two aunts. His competitive spirit was completely ignited and he felt more motivated than ever before. The good-for-nothing protagonist in the novel is doomed to failure over time, but I am a genius and can change my destiny in just 30 days. Huang Chenwei, just wait and see, in half a month, I will be admitted to Tsinghua University as the top student in Yeju. By then, my story of never giving up and resolutely choosing to repeat my studies for the sake of Tsinghua University will make headlines in major media. I will be a hero to all teachers and a role model to all students. Aunt Yang and my mother will look at me with admiration. At that time, the person sitting between Aunt Yang and my mother will be me. When Wang Dahu issued a declaration of war to Huang Chenwei in his heart, he held Liang Qingru's little hand. In his opinion, he was not fighting alone. Liang Qingru was also on his side and was his backup. But Wang Dahu didn't know at the moment that Liang Qingru was absent-minded. Although Wang Dahu held her hand, she was worried about Huang Chenwei being eaten by the two aunts. After dinner, Yang Chushua paid the bill. Wang Maifeng drove Huang Chenwei home. At this time, Wang Dahu was standing in front of his mother's Mercedes, feeling conflicted. In order to prevent Liang Qingru from being taken advantage of by Huang Chenwei again due to accidents, he should sit in the back seat with Liang Qingru. But considering his mother's enthusiasm for Huang Chenwei just now, he was worried that if he let Huang Chenwei sit in the passenger seat, he would take advantage of his mother again. The perfect solution would be for him to sit in the back seat with Huang Chenwei, but since they had just fought in the morning, this was impossible. After careful consideration, Wang Dahu decided to sit back in the front seat. He made this choice for two reasons. 1. I don't think that the emergency avoidance of the car in front will happen again. 2. He understands Liang Qingru and believes in her vision. He knew that a proud goddess like Fish Liang would not be attracted to Huang Chenwei. But he thought differently about his mother. He knew that Wang Maifeng was very lonely after the divorce, and was afraid that he would not be able to control himself and do something excessive with Huang Chenwei. This is the only thing Wang Dahu would never allow to happen. So he chose to take the risk and let Huang Chenwei and Liang Qingru sit together. After seeing Wang Dahu sitting in the passenger seat, Wang Maifeng was very disappointed and sighed in her heart. This useless son didn't learn his lesson from the incident where Qingru was touched by Xiaowei. Or he lets his girlfriend sit with another man. What is he thinking? It seems that in order to correct him, some drastic measures are needed, and he needs to be taught a severe lesson. Why not just let Qingru sleep with Xiaowei and make him regret it for the rest of his life? In order to help her son grow up, the strict Wang Meifeng actually came up with this terrible plan in her mind. But she was just thinking about it to make her body excited, not really wanting to do anything. After Huang Chenwei and Liang Qingru sat in the back seat, Wang Meifeng started the car and drove out of the parking lot. And just at this moment, an accident happened. When Wang Meifeng turned on the lights and drove out of the parking lot onto the road, a car in the distance suddenly accelerated forcefully, trying to get in front of Wang Meifeng's car. Although Wang Meifeng was very unhappy, her car was inserted into the lane sideways and had no right of way. If she forced her way out and caused a traffic accident, she would be fully responsible. She could only brake hard to avoid the crazy car. Because this scene happened so suddenly, Liang Qingru, who was sitting next to Huang Chenwei and feeling nervous, did not notice it. Due to inertia, her body was thrown forward and was about to hit the seat in front of her hard. Huang Chenwei quickly reached out his hands from behind and hugged her body tightly. Since Liang Qingru had a very plump figure, Huang Chenwei naturally grabbed her with both hands. Chapter 21. Want to make a special deal with your aunt? Qingru, be careful. In the emergency, Huang Chenwei didn't care about anything else and held Liang Qingru's body tightly. He held her in his arms to prevent her from getting hurt by hitting the front seat. As the saying goes, good things come to good people. After Huang Chenwei risked his life to save Liang Qingru, the soft touch of his hands and the refreshing body fragrance of the girl that he inhaled when his nose pressed against the back of her neck were the most direct rewards. Liang Qingru just saw her face about to hit the seat in front of her and almost thought she was going to be disfigured. The thing this cold beauty is most proud of is her appearance. She values her face more than her life. So I am very grateful to Huang Chenwei. This was equivalent to saving her life. Sitting in the front seat, Wang Dahu was confused when he looked at the rear-view mirror. His girlfriend was embraced by Huang Chenwei again. Something that Wang Dahu had never touched before was touched by Huang Chenwei again. And Liang Qingru once again touched something she shouldn't have touched. This is really too cruel and too hard for Wang Dahu to accept. However, Wang Dahu had been angry for the whole day and no longer had the energy to be angry. He was tired now and just felt uncomfortable and bitter. The most painful thing is that since Huang Chenwei is saving Liang Qingru, if he has any opinions, he will appear to be low-minded, too petty, unreasonable and jealous, and Liang Qingru will look down on him. So he could only put on a smile and pretend to be magnanimous and not care. As Wang Dahu laughed, he felt bitter and sour in his heart, and his bitter mood turned green. After that, the journey was smooth and Wang Meifeng sent Huang Chenwei back to the entrance of the alley. Huang Chenwei said goodbye to her with a smile and got off the car to go home. After Huang Chenwei got off the car, Wang Meifeng's smile immediately faded and she reprimanded him seriously. There are less than 20 days left before the college entrance examination, and you are still shopping with your girlfriend instead of doing the test paper. What are you thinking? Are you 100% confident that you will be admitted to Tsinghua University? Wang Dahu patted his chest and responded confidently. Mom, I know I was wrong. I promise not to meet Qingru for the time being before the college entrance examination and concentrate on studying. Because Wang Dahu had made promises to Wang Meifeng many times in the past, but he was unable to keep his promises in the end. Wang Meifeng didn't believe it. After thinking for a moment, she said coldly, "How many promises have you made to me in the past? Has any of them come true in the end?" Wang Dahu was very dissatisfied when he saw that his mother didn't believe him. He got angry and said something angrily. Mom doesn't believe me, does she? Then I'll break up with Qingru first, and then get back together after the college entrance exam. Is that okay? After Huang Chenwei returned home, he lay comfortably on the bed, looking at his hands with a smile, recalling the happy experience he had just had. Not to mention the soft treasure he felt in his hands, what surprised him most was the feel of the two aunts touching his thighs. This seemingly ordinary contact brought him an extraordinary experience. Especially the charming long nails of Yang Xiaowei, the soft feeling of gently touching the thighs, as if goose feathers were blowing gently, it was really wonderful. Huang Chenwei is looking forward to her touching other places in the future. Just as he was savoring it, the cell phone in his pocket rang. Ring, ring, ring. Huang Chenwei took out his cell phone and saw that it was Liu Xiong calling, so he answered the call immediately. Hello Tilda. Wei Ji, where did you go tonight? Why is the house so dark? Q, you didn't respond. I went to have dinner with Aunt Wang. Didn't I tell you? With a pop, Wang Chenwei heard the sound of something falling to the ground. Liu Xiong didn't know what he had knocked over, and he asked excitedly. What, that was just a joke, you really had dinner with the squad leader's mother? Not only her, but also her boss in the company, a female president named Yarn Chushue. What? You know the female president of the company? That's awesome. Wait, the female CEO of the company should be a 50-year-old woman with a yellow face. This is totally boring. Huang Chenwei laughed smugly at this unfounded stereotype. Fatty, your thinking is outdated. Think about it, if you were the big boss of the company, would you marry a yellow-faced woman? Even if you married a yellow-faced woman when you were young, you would divorce her and marry a beautiful woman, right? When Liu Xiong heard this, he took a breath. No way, isn't that Ms. Yang very pretty? Although she is 42 years old, she is a beautiful young woman and very sexy. Wow, is she a very sexy young female CEO? Wei Ji, don't lie to me, I want to go to the bathroom. Considering that Liu Xiong is still a young boy who has never seen the world, Huang Chenwei thinks it would be better not to bring up this topic and provoke him. Let us talk about something serious. Actually, I'm going to intern at her company. What? You have a high school diploma and you can intern at Green Apple Company. What kind of deal did you make with that female CEO? Did you take her down too? This fat guy is really quick at thinking. Even if he is playing games, he can't just take someone down as soon as he meets them. It's still early, but I'll try. Okay, come on, Wei Ji. You are my hope. Win the female president as soon as possible. First, make her pregnant, and then let her be your minister. Then use your status as a boss to coerce the squad leader's mother into giving birth to a child for you, so that the squad leader's family can have a second child. Huang Chenwei thinks this idea is too unrealistic. Yang Chushue has a wedding ring on her hand, and you can't take it off unless she gets divorced. On the other hand, Wang Meifeng is single and she is obviously very anxious. It is estimated that she will be the first woman to be captured. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Huang Chenwei thought it was Li Shiqi looking for him, and then he said, I have something to do. That's all for today. Bye. After Huang Chenwei hung up the phone, he ran to open the door. As expected, Li Shiqi was standing outside the door. She was still wearing the same OL uniform she had worn this morning, and the white shirt that was so tight it seemed about to burst was still as eye-catching as ever. Just one look at the full and towering peaks will make your blood boil. But she was not holding a briefcase in her hand, but a pair of black cotton trousers. Xiaowei, I've washed and dried these pants for you, and I'm returning them to you. After Huang Chenwei took it, he found that there was only one pair of pants and his underwear was missing, and he felt very confused. He gave Li Shiqi 2 pairs of trousers, but now one pair is missing. If women's underwear is missing, it may be stolen when it was hung out to dry, but I have never heard of anyone stealing men's underwear. Could it be that Li Shiqi ate that pair of panties? Auntie, I remember giving you 2 pairs of pants. Where is the other one? When Li Shiqi heard this question, her fair face flushed slightly and she turned back shyly. I'm sorry, when I was collecting your panties after get off work, I accidentally dropped them on the floor. I'll wash them for you tonight and return them to you later. So that's how it is. Aunt Shiqi is so clumsy that she can't even hold a pair of panties steadily. With this kind of silly and cute attitude, how can you help me carry heavier things in the future? Huang Chenwei didn't care too much after he knew the reason. No hurry, Auntie, wash it when you have time. Thank you Xiaowei for your understanding. Li Shiqi paused and asked with a look of eagerness. By the way, you don't seem to be at home tonight, where did you go? Huang Chenwei did not hide anything. I met the female president of Green Apple Company today and had dinner with her. I will be doing an internship at their company in the future. Li Shiqi's eyes lit up and she looked very happy. Our Green Apple is a big company. It's great that Xiaowei can do an internship there. By the way, Auntie too. Never mind, it's nothing. Li Shiqi suddenly interrupted the topic halfway through her speech. Auntie has to attend another interview tomorrow, so you should go to bed early. Bye. After saying goodbye, Li Shiqi left in a hurry. Huang Chenwei felt that Li Shiqi's expression just now was a little strange. It didn't seem like ordinary happiness, but rather a kind of secret joy, as if she was expecting something. Maybe she also went to Green Apple for an interview and is looking forward to working with me in the future. If that's the reason, then she stopped talking halfway because she hasn't been accepted by Green Apple Company yet, so she won't talk about it until she's confirmed. Wang Chenwei felt that the possibility of this speculation was not low. But I know that in the future, no matter which company Aunt Shichi interviews with, she will definitely fail. It's just that now that I've made friends with that sexy female CEO, maybe I can really help Aunt Shichi find a job by doing a PY transaction with her. No, it should be Aunt Shichi who should make a PY deal with me and ask me to help her find a job. Thinking that he could use his connections to get in through the back door, Wang Chenwei began to look forward to the good days ahead. Chapter 22 Fish Liang, you are so sexy. Since he had to go to Green Apple Company for an internship the next day, Wang Chenwei wanted to go to bed early. After taking a hot bath, he went to bed. At this moment, the system's lowly voice rang in his ears. Gee. Good people get good packages. The system detects that your friend Liang Qingru will be in big trouble. Now issuing a task, the beautiful intern who forgot her important work. Task description: Liang Qingru also went to Green Apple Company for an internship during her summer vacation at university. When she was sorting out meeting documents, she accidentally missed a part. She would have discovered the problem when checking their work today, but because she was helping Wang Dahu bandage his wound and did not go to the company, she would not have had time to enter the information when she discovered it tomorrow. Please help her input the information tomorrow. In order to help their host complete the task, the system will issue rewards in advance. The fairy method: Light Speed Shadowless Hand. Light Speed Shadowless Hand, a magical technique that can increase the speed of hands and fingers. After using it, the speed of fingers is so fast that humans cannot see it. Oh, this magic method of speeding up fingers is only used for typing documents. It seems to be useless. Wrong. Wang Chenwei thought of something and suddenly sat up from the bed. He looked at his slender fingers, as if he was thinking of something good. By speeding up my fingers, I can help many people solve their problems. This is actually a magical skill. After the host completes the task, he will be awarded 10 years of cultivation and a lottery ticket worth 15,000 yuan. Wang Chenwei noticed that the amount of task rewards was gradually increasing. The first time he helped Li Shichi, it was 5,000 yuan, and the second time he helped Wang My Phone, it was 10,000 yuan. It is 15,000 yuan now, and it increases by 5,000 yuan each time. Although this is equivalent to 2 months' salary for an ordinary worker, it is still not enough compared to Wang My Phone, who gave a reward of 50,000 yuan at one go. I can only say that beautiful, rich and white ladies are richer than this lowly system. At the same time, Li Shichi was also lying on the bed, but she was not sleeping. Instead, she was staring blankly at Wang Chenwei's underwear. It turned out that Li Shichi did not accidentally drop the washed underwear on the ground, but she did not wash it at all. It turned out that she had developed an attachment to the smell of Wang Chenwei. She was reluctant to wash it. Just return the underwear to him a few days later, he probably won't mind. He just said he didn't care, so it's okay. If it doesn't work, just buy him a new pair of underwear and keep this one. After Li Shichi found a solution, she smiled slightly, then closed her eyes and sniffed gently. 8 o'clock the next morning. Wang Chenwei woke up, washed up, and put on a white t-shirt and casual black trousers. Since he was working for a beverage company, he didn't need to dress so formally. He cooked a bowl of Huafeng Sanxian Yimian for breakfast. When he was about to go out after eating, he received a voice message from Wang My Phone on WeChat. Xiaowei, do you want to take Auntie's car to work? Auntie and Qingru live nearby and can take you with them. Okay, I'll go to the entrance of that alley right now. Since Wang Chenwei only made the sudden decision last night to go to work today, he didn't have time to buy a briefcase. He picked up the shoulder bag he usually used for work, walked out of the house quickly and headed for the entrance of the alley. From dozens of meters away, Wang Chenwei saw a graceful figure standing there. Wang Chenwei recognized it as Liang Qingru with his super eyesight. Liang Qingru wore a full set of suit pants today, and held a black briefcase in her hands in front of her stomach. This professional OL look is a change from yesterday's playful and fashionable style, giving people a calm and reliable feeling. Because of her tall and slender figure, she looks very dazzling in a slim-fitting women's suit. Especially that pair of long legs, even when completely covered by trousers, it still can't conceal that hot charm. Passers-by all looked at her twice. When Wang Chenwei walked to a distance of 5 meters from Liang Qingru, this cold goddess unexpectedly waved to Wang Chenwei and greeted him with a smile. Good morning, Chenwei. Wang Chenwei walked up to her and smiled teasingly. It's really surprising that you would take the initiative to say hello to me. Liang Qingru heard the sarcasm in Wang Chenwei's voice, and her cherry lips curled up, revealing a shallow dimple. In fact, I have been observing you and I think you are an honest and good person. I have a good impression of you. Wang Chenwei and Li Wenqi have had a deep understanding of what a green tea bitch is thinking, so they are very dissatisfied with this statement. You mean that although I'm a good person, I don't meet your standards and I'm not even qualified to be your backup? Am I understanding correctly? Liang Qingru was stunned when she heard this, and then she proudly used her hand to push the hair hanging down her cheek behind her ear. No, it's just that the person you like is Li Wenqi, and you never talk to me. I thought you weren't interested in me, weren't you? Wang Chenwei sneered. You mean, if I actively pursue you, I can become your backup? Liang Qingru was once again surprised by Wang Chenwei's words. She originally thought Wang Chenwei was a stupid bootlicker, but she didn't expect him to be so insightful. He actually saw through her thoughts right away. Liang Qingru smiled and shook her head. Not necessarily. I just didn't know you before. Now it seems that you are very good. After all, even Aunt Wang and Mr. Yang are interested in you. Liang Qingru did not refute the matter of being a spare tire, but only pointed out that Wang Chenwei is now favored by two mature aunts, which shows that she essentially thinks it is normal to keep men hanging and treat them as spare tires. This is what many good-looking young women think. Wang Chenwei believes that this kind of woman needs education. To put it bluntly, it's just asking for trouble. Seeing that Wang Chenwei didn't say anything, Liang Qingru leaned forward and asked, "How are you and Li Wenqi getting along?" Wang Chenwei answered calmly, "I don't want to be her backup, so I won't contact her anymore." Oh tilde, is that so? Fish Liang made a cute pouting expression, but I don't know what it means. Wang Chenwei took the opportunity to speak. So how did your conversation with Wang Dahu go? Liang Qingru grinned and said in a proud tone. He said he wanted to concentrate on preparing for the college entrance exam and asked me to break up with him temporarily. This information surprised Wang Chenwei very much. Because he wanted to take revenge on Wang Dahu and needed to steal his love, so he hoped that he would break up with Liang Qingru. But Liang Qingru is a proud goddess, and it is difficult for Wang Chenwei to change her mind. It is a very difficult thing. Unexpectedly, before he even took any action, Wang Dahu proposed to break up. Wang Chenwei sincerely thanks Wang Dahu for the assist. Wang Chenwei took advantage of the situation and stepped on it. That guy talks a lot of truths on the surface, but is actually a sinister villain in his heart. This kind of hypocritical villain who says one thing on the surface and another behind the back will definitely change his attitude towards you after marriage. Don't get back together with him. When Liang Qingru heard this, she pursed her lips and smiled, a charming smile that was extremely bright. Why don't you want me to get back together with him? Do you have any feelings for me? While asking, Liang Qingru blinked and gave Wang Chenwei a wink. Wang Chenwei was surprised. This Liang Qingru just broke up with her boyfriend and she came to tease me. It turns out she is so sexy. Chapter 23 Insertion and Cutting Off. Liang Qingru has changed her usual image of a beautiful lady and turned into a charming and lovely little elf. She started to tease Wang Chenwei. If this question was asked by a mature woman like Wang Meifeng or Yang Chuxue, Wang Chenwei would answer it immediately. Yes, I like you and I want to have sex with you. But this is not the right answer for young and proud girls like Fish Liang and Li Wenqi. Because after these green tea girls know that a man likes her, they will reveal their arrogant nature and use various TR techniques to keep the other person as a spare tire. So when facing this kind of woman, you should do the opposite and pretend that you are not interested in her. By switching positions, he was hanging her instead. Being in love with a green tea girl is a war, a battle that tests your endurance. Whoever can't help it, whoever takes the initiative to express love first, and whoever launches the offensive first, will lose. Wang Chenwei smiled indifferently. No, I'm just giving you a suggestion as a classmate. But I was just saying it casually, you don't have to take it seriously. Since Liang Qingru was born with natural beauty, she is recognized by everyone as a beauty. She has always been the center of attention, and as a result has developed a narcissistic idea that all men will like her. Therefore, Wang Chenwei's answer surprised her very much. Liang Qingru narrowed her eyes and observed Wang Chenwei's expression for a moment. After finding that he didn't seem to be lying, she pouted slightly dissatisfied and asked in a sour tone. You don't dislike young girls, do you like older women? Liang Qingru is very confident in herself, and she believes that this must be the reason why Huang Chenwei is not interested in her. Huang Chenwei smiled and nodded. Yes, I like mature women. This direct answer surprised Liang Qingru again and made her feel worried. This young boy actually likes a mature aunt. He really doesn't know his own limitations. He has no idea how terrifying mature women are. Not to mention an inexperienced rookie like him, even husbands who are married to mature women can't stand them and have to find excuses every week to avoid paying their dues. If you really meet vicious women like Aunt Wang and Mr. Yang, even if you are bronze player challenging a king, you won't even know how you died. Liang Qingru changed her smiling expression and spoke seriously. Then I'll give you a suggestion. Don't have too good an impression of those 40-year-old aunts. There's a saying that goes 30 is like a wolf, 40 is like a tiger. Their madness is not something a kid like you can handle. You should just find a young girl of similar age and practice your skills with her first. Since young girls nowadays have very open minds, they will actually watch love cartoons from island countries. So Huang Chenwei was not surprised by Liang Qingru's explicit words, he just asked back with a smile. Why, are you worried about me? This question made Liang Qingru feel very unhappy. Her face darkened and she showed a classic arrogant expression. Isn't this nonsense? After all, you are my classmate. I don't want to see you being ruined by a woman who is old enough to be your mother at such a young age. Huang Chenwei couldn't help but sigh that Liang Qingru was really beautiful. Even when she had a sour face, she was still so beautiful. That flawless face looked extremely beautiful under the sunlight. Especially the delicate skin as white as snow, which, after adding a layer of golden filter, has an inviolable sacred feeling. Huang Chenwei's anger exploded as he watched, and the evil dragon in his heart was about to raise its head again. He wanted to hug Liang Qingru right on the spot and give her a good beating. Thank you for your concern, Ms. Liang, but you look down on me by saying that I'm a rookie. I'm not bragging, my generosity is not comparable to that of ordinary men. When Liang Qingru heard this, she couldn't help but look down at her right hand. After remembering something, a blush instantly appeared on her flawless white face. The topic was abruptly interrupted and the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. After a moment's silence, Liang Qingru took out her cell phone from her trouser pocket. We are colleagues now, let's add each other's WeChat numbers. This was the first time in her life that Liang Qingru took the initiative to ask a man for his contact information. She felt her heart beating faster and her little hands nervously grabbed her pants, looking nervous and shy. Huang Chenwei thought this was a good start, so he took out his mobile phone and shook it with her. Just then, a black Mercedes drove up and stopped next to them. Then the car door opened and Huang Chenwei saw a pair of graceful little feet wrapped in flesh-colored stockings. Wang Meifeng, who was wearing pantyhose, did not wear slippers this time, and drove directly with her jade feet in flesh-colored stockings. Good morning, Xiaowei. You look very handsome today. Wang Dahu, who was sitting in the passenger seat, curled his lips in dissatisfaction when he saw his mother praising Huang Chenwei for being handsome as soon as they met. He opened the car door and jumped out with a gloomy look on his face. Huang Chenwei asked knowingly. Dahu, are you also going to intern at Green Apple Company? This question directly hit Wang Dahu's sore spot. In order to concentrate on preparing for the college entrance examination, he even broke up with his girlfriend. He had no time to go to the Green Apple Company. Wang Meifeng just gave Wang Dahu a ride to buy breakfast, and he had to walk home by himself afterwards. Wang Dahu said arrogantly. How could that be? I still have to study at Tsinghua University, so I have a long way to go before I can start working. Then you should study hard. After Huang Chenwei said a few polite words, he asked Liang Qingru to go to the back seat first, and then he went in. Wang Dahu felt very upset when he saw Liang Qingru and Huang Chenwei walk into the back seat together. He had an inexplicable premonition that Liang Qingru would leave him because of this. Wang Dahu suddenly became anxious and uneasy. He wanted to stop them from sitting in the back seat together, but he couldn't think of a reason. While hesitating, Huang Chenwei slammed the car door shut. Bang! The sound of the door closing shocked Wang Dahu physically and mentally. He felt as if his marriage with Liang Qingru was severed and he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. This concerns his future with the woman he loves, and Wang Dahu really wants to stop it. Originally, Liang Qingru was only going to Green Apple for an internship, so letting her not go to work wouldn't affect anything. However, the uneasiness in his heart was just Wang Dahu's premonition. He had no basis and no reason. If I say it now, others will think I'm a fool. Moreover, because of preparation for the college entrance examination, Wang Dahu promised yesterday that he would not meet Liang Qingru before the exam. He even took the initiative to break up with Liang Qingru temporarily. If Wang Dahu called out to Liang Qingru now, he would be slapping himself in the face. So he could only comfort himself in his heart. The uneasiness in your heart is a false illusion, it is fake. Liang Qingru just took a car with Huang Chenwei to go to the company for internship. How could it change her marriage fate? I, Wang Dahu, am the future top scholar of Yeju and a talented student of Tsinghua University. How could Liang Qingru leave a genius like me? That's impossible. Just as Wang Dahu was cheering himself up in his heart, when my phone started the car, the engine started, and exhaust gas spurted out. Wang Dahu took a deep breath of exhaust fumes from the car, bent over, and couldn't stop coughing. But while he was coughing, the car had already driven away. When Wang Dahu looked up, there was no trace of the car. Wang Dahu completely missed the opportunity to call Liang Qingru. He could only forget what he was thinking and go buy fried noodles. And his premonition was not wrong. In his previous life, Wang Dahu would really marry Liang Qingru, and Liang Qingru was really his destined wife. But in this life, because of Huang Chenwei's intervention, Wang Dahu and Liang Qingru's marriage began to become precarious. Chapter 24: The cool and stunning front desk beauty. Huang Chenwei took Wang Meifeng's car and came to Green Apple Company. Their headquarters of Green Apple Company is a 10-story building. Although it is not very tall for a large company, it is quite impressive with a huge Green Apple logo hanging on the exterior wall. Wang Meifeng brought Huang Chenwei to the front desk hall and spoke to a beautiful woman sitting behind the counter. Yuxuan, he is a new intern at the company. Please get him a temporary pass. A beautiful woman in a white shirt and a black silk skirt gave her a bright smile. Okay, Sister Wang. Gee. Congratulations to their host for meeting the urban beauty Yan Yuxuan. As soon as the system lowly called out, a beauty appeared in Huang Chenwei's mind. He tapped the soft spot. Then the data of beauties appeared. Name, Yan Yuxuan. Age, 24. Features, cool goddess, perfect actress face, spotless white skin. Height, 169. Constitution, D. Appearance, 100. Temperament, 93. Stamina, 50. Flirty, 65. Wow, she is actually a beautiful lady with a face value of 100. Huang Chenwei immediately looked at Yan Yuxuan's face. She has a perfect oval face, cold eyes, a high nose bridge, and plump red lips. No matter how you look at her, you can't find any flaws. This three-dimensional face shape really has the cool and elegant actor style. And her skin is really very white, so white that it is otherworldly and as white as if it is spotless. Huang Chenwei felt like a fairy descending to earth. So beautiful. Since she and Fish Liang are both very young, Huang Chenwei naturally compared them together. Yan Yuxuan's beauty is 100, Liang Qingru's 98. Yan Yuxuan's temperament is 93, Liang Qingru's is 85. Yan Yuxuan's stamina is 50, Liang Qingru's stamina is 40. Yan Yuxuan's coquettishness 65, Liang Qingru's 75. Judging from the numbers alone, except for her incomprehensible coquettishness, Yan Yuxuan is better than Fish Liang in every aspect and seems like a high-end version of her. But that's not the case, because there is a hidden value. Yan Yuxuan 169D, Fiona Liang 176H. That is the difference between D and H, a difference of 4 orders of magnitude. In terms of figure, Yan Yuxuan is completely defeated. Although they both look very proud, they are completely different types of women. From the feeling point of view, Yan Yuxuan is a cool and beautiful queen, while Liang Qingru is a queen with a baby face and big breasts. One is cooler and more domineering, while the other has a baby face and is older. Huang Chenwei believes that both of them have their own characteristics and it is difficult to tell who is better. No, why is Yan Yuxuan's collar also raised so high? Although the size is not as big as Liang Qingru's, it is far better than Wang Meifeng's F. Is there something wrong with the system values? Huang Chenwei, who married a young college student, knew that there was something called a breast support. So Yan Yuxuan must have used that thing. When Yan Yuxuan was processing the formalities for Huang Chenwei, Wang Meifeng introduced him to Huang Chenwei. Her name is Yan Yuxuan, and she is the girlfriend of Mr. Yarn's son Yarn Irfan. Wang Chenwei asked in pretended surprise. Ms. Yarn has such a great figure. I can't tell that she has given birth to a child. Wang Meifeng covered her mouth and laughed. His Mr. Yarn's ex-wife's son. Wang Meifeng immediately explained to Wang Chenwei. It turns out that the big boss of Green Apple Company is called Yang Wei Cheng, and Yang Xiaowei is his second wife. He and his ex-wife had 3 sons. Although you said Xiaowei's figure doesn't look like she has given birth to a child, she has in fact given birth to a child. Her daughter is called Yang Xiaowei and she is already 16 years old this year. Wang Chenwei felt very surprised that such a beautiful woman with a slender waist already had a 16-year-old daughter. No wonder her butt is so perky. At this time, Yarn Yuxuan handed a temporary pass to Wang Chenwei. Wang Chenwei originally wanted to use his spiritual energy on her to attract her attention, but when he thought of Liang Qingru's unfinished task, he wanted to preserve his spiritual energy for the time being, so he gave up the idea. Wang Chenwei soon discovered that Yarn Yuxuan was different from the receptionists of other companies. Her expression was very cold and she didn't have a smile at all. She never looked at Wang Chenwei directly during the whole process, appearing very arrogant. Wang Chenwei felt disrespected and was a little dissatisfied. There is no way, appearance is justice, and beautiful women can do whatever they want. When there is a chance in the future, just come back. Wang Meifeng then took Wang Chenwei and Liang Qingru into the elevator. After the elevator door closed, Wang Meifeng explained. Yarn Irfan is the successor of the company and will inherit the company soon. Yarn Yuxuan and he have basically established a relationship. Yang Wei Cheng treats her as his daughter-in-law and dotes on her. So Yarn Yuxuan will soon become the hostess of the company. She now rotates to work in various departments. She says she wants to understand Green Apple Company, but in fact she wants to establish a positive and hardworking image for employees. Her official position is the head of the Human Resources Department. You have to know that the Human Resources Department has the power to hire, fire, transfer, and decide on employees on business trips. For employees, it is the most terrifying department. Xiaowei, be careful in the future and don't offend her. Wang Chenwei had a charismatic aura, so even if he offended someone, he could still show his charisma to Yarn Yuxuan, so he was not worried. But he heard an important piece of information. Does Sister Xiaowei have another son named Yarn Sanfeng? Wang Meifeng smiled and nodded. Yes, you are in the same class as Da Hu, so you should also be Sanfeng's classmate. Yarn Sanfeng is a rich guy in the class. He always likes to show off and looks down on the poor. Wang Chenwei had fought with him several times and they were real enemies. I didn't expect that Yang Xiaowei was actually his stepmother. Wang Chenwei immediately became interested in Yang Xiaowei. While we were talking, the elevator doors opened on the 8th floor. Wang Meifeng walked out of the elevator and introduced herself to Wang Chenwei. Auntie is the team leader of the publicity department. The full name of the publicity department is the Publicity Planning Department. Responsible for the promotion of the company's products, such as designing promotional slogans, preparing for commercials, etc. Wang Meifeng took Wang Chenwei into a spacious office. There are 2 rows of desks neatly arranged in the office, and a dozen employees in suits are working diligently. One of the handsome young men immediately stood up respectfully when he saw Wang Meifeng come in, bent down and greeted Wang Meifeng. Good morning, Sister Wang. When the other employees who were working heard this, they immediately stood up and greeted Wang Meifeng in unison with nervous expressions. Good morning, Sister Wang. Wang Meifeng looked haughty, and spoke in a calm but majestic voice like a queen. Stop working and come here for a moment. I have something to tell you. When the employees heard this, they all left their seats and surrounded Wang Meifeng. Wang Meifeng put her hand on Wang Chenwei's shoulder and introduced him to them. His name is Wang Chenwei, and he will be interning with us starting today. When everyone heard this, their expressions were calm, and they all had the same thought in their minds. Oh, another intern? He looks very young. Could he be a freshman like Liang Qingru? Is this young man with no work experience capable? Never mind. It has nothing to do with me. Seeing that everyone had a dull expression, Wang Meifeng coughed lightly and added. Let me remind you that he is someone that Sister Xiaowei likes. Hearing this, the group of employees instantly became enthusiastic. He is a relative of the company's female boss and has a bright future in the company, so of course we have to curry favor with him. A group of employees immediately extended their hands to Huang Chenwei and introduced themselves to him enthusiastically. Hello, Xiaowei. My name is. Please give me your guidance. Since the looks of these female OLs are average, with a score of no more than 70, Huang Chenwei has no interest in them at all. As for other male employees, he was even less interested. However, there was only one male employee who was an exception. He was the man in a suit who was the first to stand up and greet Wang Meifeng. The look he gave Wang Meifeng was not only full of admiration, but also a burning glow. There is no doubt that he has a secret crush on Wang Meifeng. Har har, this guy has good taste, but it's a pity that Wang Meifeng is my woman. He will soon see a cruel scene. The female boss he admires and has a crush on is being fucked by a new temporary worker. Chapter 25, The Beautiful Girl's Request for Help. The man in the suit was not as enthusiastic as the other employees. He was waiting in line and had not introduced himself to Huang Chenwei. Huang Chenwei directly looked at his system information. Name, Wang Yangying. Age, 36. Combat strength, 6. Value, 85. Handsome, 80. Stamina, 35. Desire, 90. This guy has very high abilities. Although he is not an eye-catching handsome guy, he has a very good image and gives people the feeling of a white-collar elite. And he looks like he is 28, much younger than his age. Since his looks and handsomeness are both above 80, he must be very popular among women. But perhaps because he is already middle-aged, his physical strength is very low and his fighting ability is pitifully low. He is obviously a rookie. This kind of stuff is nothing to worry about. Finally, everyone except Wang Yangying introduced themselves to Huang Chenwei, and they all went back to their seats to work. When Wang Yangying saw that he was the only one left, he gave Huang Chenwei a business smile. My name is Wang Yangying, and I'm the deputy team leader. Mr. Huang, please give me your guidance in the future. Perhaps because Wang Yangying was the deputy team leader, he had a high opinion of himself and did not extend a hand to Huang Chenwei. After saying that, he turned around and left. Wang Meifeng then took Huang Chenwei and Liang Qingru into her separate office. There was a large desk in the middle of her office, piled with many documents, and next to the documents was the Apple laptop that Huang Chenwei had repaired for her. I usually work here. If you want to see me for anything, you can come in without knocking. If I'm not here, you can text me on WeChat and ask me. You don't have to worry about disturbing Auntie. After Wang Meifeng introduced her office, she took Huang Chenwei back to the employee's office again. She pointed to a desk in the corner. There were 2 desktop computers on the desk, but only 1 chair. This is Qingru's temporary internship position. You can sit next to her. Wang Meifeng turned to Liang Qingru and said, Go get an office chair. Okay, I'll go right away. Huang Chenwei was very surprised that a cool goddess like Liang Qingru actually went to move the chair. At the same time, he also gained a sense of reality in his work. In the workplace, lower-level employees have no choice but to obey their leaders, even if they are beautiful women. The so-called goddesses only have privileges among the bootlickers. In front of capital, they are just workers with good looks. You can use this computer to work first. You don't have any work today, just learn about our company's business. Wang Meifeng then placed a large stack of documents on Huang Chenwei's desk. These materials contain the history of our company and information about our current products. If you take a quick look, you will have a general idea of what is going on. Okay, I will read these materials carefully. At this time, Liang Qingru struggled to move an office chair in and placed it next to her seat. She signaled to Huang Chenwei with her eyes, then sat down at her seat, turned on her computer and started working. After Wang Meifeng finished her introduction, she returned to her office. Huang Chenwei sat next to Liang Qingru and began to read the information about Green Apple Company. Green Apple Company is a beverage company with a long history. The signature green apple juice was once famous throughout the country. With the entry of more beverage brands, the competition in the beverage market is very fierce, and the market share of green apple juice is declining year by year. The company is planning to launch a new beverage product. With the enhancement of spiritual energy, Huang Chenwei's reading speed and memory have been greatly improved. Not only can I read articles very quickly, but I can also almost remember everything I read. It took Huang Chenwei less than 10 minutes to write down the contents of those documents. After he finished reading it, he had nothing to do, so he could only turn around and watch Liang Qingru work. At this time, Liang Qingru put her legs together and sat obediently on the office chair, staring at the computer screen intently with her eyes, and occasionally typing on the keyboard with her hands, appearing quiet and serious. Looks like a very capable employee. However, Wang Chenwei knew from the system's tasks that this was an illusion. The real fish Liang is actually the same as Li Shiqi, a rash woman who has made a big mistake. When Liang Qingru noticed Wang Chenwei's gaze, she seemed a little nervous. Her throat moved and she swallowed slightly. Although I know that fish Liang will make mistakes, the way she works seriously now is really charming. The evil dragon in Wang Chenwei's heart was ready to move, and he couldn't help but imagine pressing her on the desk and hard. At this moment, Wang Yangying, who was sitting not far away, was looking at Wang Chenwei with displeasure and complaining in his heart. This newcomer was indeed a person who just wanted to hang out with relatives. He gave up after looking at the information for a few minutes and turned to look at the beauties. He really has no perseverance at all. Alas tilde, what kind of job can a guy who can't even finish college do? Mr. Yang is really confused. It turned out that Wang Maifeng was worried that Wang Chenwei would encounter problems in his first job, so she called Wang Yanyin last night to say hello. Briefly tell him about Wang Chenwei's situation, hoping that he can be careful and help Wang Chenwei more. But Wang Maifeng didn't know that Wang Yanyin hated people with connections who came to the company to work. Since he is a top student who graduated from a 985 university, he also looks down on newcomers with low academic qualifications. Wang Yanyin considers herself a hard worker, so what she hates most are young people like Wang Chenwei who lack perseverance. Unlike him, the newcomer Qingru is a pretty good one. Although she is still a freshman, she works hard and is polite to others. There are fewer and fewer young women as good as her. Just then, a female employee suddenly spoke to him. Brother Wang, it seems that a large part of the materials that Sister Wang used for the meeting is missing, which is the historical introduction of other brands' products and materials over the years. What did you say? Wang Yanyin was suddenly shocked, and after checking, he found that a large part was indeed missing. This was compiled by Qingru. I may have forgotten to send it. I'll go ask. Wang Yanyin then walked up to Liang Qingru and asked her. After a round of communication, I learned a shocking truth. It turned out that Liang Qingru had overlooked that part of the document. Because at 10:30, Wang Maifeng had to distribute the information to other staff members at the company meeting. So now there is only 1.5 hours to make up for it. Wang Yangying realized that something was wrong and immediately went into the office to tell Wang Maifeng about the situation. Wang Maifeng's face turned dark when she found out. Because those information were secretly collected by employees from other companies, and they were all printed documents. After categorizing, you need to manually enter the information into the computer and then print it out again. And these documents have a total of 60,000 words. If we take into account the time required to organize the data, these 60,000 words need to be entered within 1 hour. You should know that the average person types at 40 to 60 words per minute, which is 2,400 to 4,800 words per hour. Even for professional typists, the speed is only 100 to 130 words per hour, which is 6,000 to 8,000 words per hour. This is the limit of professional typists. Those who work here are not typists, but just ordinary employees, and there are many middle-aged employees who can only type with one hand. Their average typing speed is only 2,000 words per hour. It would take 30 employees to type these 60,000 words. Not to mention the time wasted on division of labor and collaboration. Even if all employees in the publicity and RD department stopped their work and started typing, it would still be too late. Wang Maifeng was confused. Those documents were the trump card she wanted to use during the meeting, but she didn't expect that problems would arise. After Liang Qingru found out, she panicked to the point of turning pale and sweating all over. She knew how strict Wang Maifeng was and how terrible she was. Even if her son made a mistake, Wang Maifeng would punish him severely. What's more, she is my son's girlfriend. Besides, Wang Maifeng always believed that her presence affected Wang Darhu's preparation for the college entrance examination. Although he didn't say it, he always had some complaints about her. Liang Qingru made a mistake this time. Wang Maifeng will definitely not show mercy. Liang Qingru knew that it was impossible for her to type 60,000 words in 1 hour, and at this moment she could only cry for help in her heart. Please, someone can come and save me. Chapter 26. The woman who can be his wife must be very happy. Wang Maifeng scolded harshly. Qingru, didn't I tell you that all work should be checked after completion? Why didn't you check it? Wang Meifen's voice was as majestic as a queen's, and Liang Qingru was so scared that her legs went weak. Liang Qingru explained in a trembling voice, like a foot-washing maid who had angered the queen. Sorry, I was going to check yesterday, but I didn't come to the company because I was bandaging Da Hu's wound, so. Wang Meifeng slammed her palm heavily on the desk. Bang! Now that there is a problem, what's the point of you explaining? If you have time to explain, you might as well think about how to clean up this mess. Wang Meifen's voice was very loud. Liang Qingru was too flustered when she came into the office and did not close the office door. So the entire office heard it. Those employees knew Wang Meifen's strictness. They looked at each other, secretly thinking that something interesting was going to happen. Liang Qingru was shaking with panic at this moment, her mind was blank, and she couldn't think of any way to remedy the situation. Wang Yangyin said at this time, "There is too little time now. It is difficult for us to enter all the text into the computer and then print it out. I suggest only entering the content of big brand companies to reduce the amount of text." Wang Yangyin's proposal was reasonable, but Wang Meifeng was a perfectionist with obsessive-compulsive disorder and could not accept that her work results would be imperfect. "No, I told Mr. Yang before that I would collect information from all brands. How can I reduce it? Go contact other departments and ask them to send employees to help." When Wang Yangyin heard this, he was obviously embarrassed. He carefully chose his words and explained. "Sister Wang, asking other departments to help us is not in line with the company's rules, and it's too sudden. They have no time to prepare. If this matter gets out of hand, you will be in the wrong, Sister Wang. Besides, this is just information for a company meeting. Participants won't actually take the time to read it." Wang Meifeng glared at Wang Yangyin with eyes as sharp as a falcon. Whether the leaders see it or not is one thing. What is important is to let the leaders know what work we have done and how perfectly we have done it. Do you understand? As a woman, Wang Meifeng has been working in the workplace for many years and knows how difficult it is for a woman to climb up without relying on her body, so she is so strict with her work requirements. Wang Meifeng's goal is to be promoted from team leader to director of the publicity and planning department. To achieve this, she must make a good impression on her leader in the meeting in an hour and a half. Therefore she must not be careless. Although Wang Meifeng's idea is not wrong, if she wants to get promoted, she must show herself in front of her leader. But Wang Yangyin was thinking about more realistic issues. It was impossible for other departments to send people over temporarily. Spending time contacting them one by one will not only be boring, but also offend them, which will waste more time. If their minister reported to General Manager Liu, Wang Meifeng's situation would be even more dangerous. As a man who has a crush on Wang Meifeng, Wang Yangyin also hopes that Wang Meifeng can succeed, so he wants to persuade her to take a more realistic approach. But Wang Yangyin knew Wang Meifeng's temper. She was a woman who would achieve perfection once she set a goal. Wang Yangyin knew that she couldn't convince her, so she was caught in a dilemma. Seeing that Wang Yangyin did not take any action, Wang Meifeng urged him anxiously. "What are you still standing here for? Stop being in a daze. Contact other departments immediately and call someone over." "Okay, I'll do it right away." After deep thought, Wang Yangyin finally did not have the courage to stick to his own ideas. He decided to do as Wang Meifeng instructed, even though he knew it would definitely fail. Just as Wang Yangyin turned around, Wang Chenwei walked in leisurely. "Sister Wang, I type very fast. I'm known as the lightspeed typist. I can type these documents by myself." When Wang Meifeng heard this, she was a little skeptical. "Can you really type that fast? This is a 60,000 word text, and it would take more than 30 people to type it." Wang Chenwei didn't know how fast he could type, but based on the nature of the previous tasks, this lowly system would definitely allow him to complete the task easily. Wang Chenwei said, patting his chest. "Don't waste time, let me fight now." After Wang Chenwei finished speaking, he immediately turned around and returned to his seat. Liang Qingru calmed down a little when she saw her savior, although she didn't believe that Wang Chenwei could finish the fight alone. But if his typing speed can reach more than 10,000 words per hour, he can replace 5 employees. If the entire publicity and planning department employees work together, they may be able to complete the task. Liang Qingru immediately followed over, rummaged around in her seat for a while, found a large stack of documents, and handed them to Wang Chenwei. "These are the documents. Please enter them." The other employees in the office were very curious when they heard what Wang Chenwei said. Lightspeed typist. This is the first time I've heard of this title. So he's such a master. The employees stopped their work and looked at Wang Chenwei, wanting to see how fast he typed. Wang Meifeng also came behind Wang Chenwei, wanting to see his strength with her own eyes. Wang Yangying was the only one in the entire office who felt speechless, and he complained in his heart. Does he know how fast light is? What speed of light typist? Young people nowadays don't even understand basic science, they can only brag. If you were in school, you could brag as much as you wanted, but now that you're working in a company, you can't brag as much as you want. If you make a bold statement and then fail to fulfill it, you will be punished. I just didn't expect that such a smart Sister Wang would actually believe your nonsense. As expected, Sister Wang is also a woman, and she only looks at the face. Wang Yangying felt a strong sense of jealousy and was extremely jealous of Wang Chenwei. However, he believed that Wang Chenwei had probably only played some online games and thought he had quick reactions, but had never typed before. So I have no idea how many words I can type in an hour. In order to make money, Wang Yangying worked part-time as a novel writer after get-off work. It took him 1.5 hours to write 2,000 words. On average, I can write less than 1,500 words an hour, but for top online writers, 6,000 words an hour is already the limit. Because of this, he knew that it was impossible to type 60,000 words in 1 hour and 30 minutes. Wang Yangying made a bet in his mind that if he made a wrong judgment, he could cut the chicken. Just as Wang Yangying made a vow in her heart, Wang Chenwei placed his hands on the keyboard and injected spiritual energy into his 10 fingers. The magical power of Lightspeed invisible hand starts. With a humming sound, Wang Chenwei's 10 fingers began to move at a crazy speed. He typed so fast that I can't even see clearly. Bang 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 bang. The keyboard tapping was as fierce as a machine gun. This posture shocked all the employees in the office, and they were all amazed in their hearts. His fingers are so fast that they can't be seen clearly. No wonder they are called the speed of light invisible hands. This is really amazing. These employees acted as if they had seen a miracle. They all put down their work and ran to Wang Chenwei to watch. Wang Meifeng and Liang Qingru, who were standing nearby and watching, were trembling with shock. For some reason, they all subconsciously clamped their legs together. It turns out that as women, they think from a completely different perspective than men. When they saw Wang Chenwei's flexible, fast and powerful fingers, they all sighed in their hearts. With such fast hand speed, the woman who can be his wife must be very happy. Chapter 27, Liang Qingru wants to cling to me? Wang Meifeng is a woman who has given birth to a child and has experience in being a couple. She understood the importance of hand speed better than the inexperienced Liang Qingru. Wang Meifeng's face turned slightly red as she looked at Wang Chenwei's rapidly flying fingers. My heartbeat gradually accelerated, and before I knew it, I was sweating a little. After everyone came to their senses, they immediately thought of another question. Wang Chenwei's hand speed is indeed fast, but typing is not just about having fast fingers. Chinese has homophones and homophones. After typing the pinyin, you still need to select the correct word from the candidate box in the input method. If you make a wrong selection, delete it and type it again. This step is actually very time-consuming. So how is Wang Chenwei's reaction speed? After everyone realized this, they all moved their eyes from Wang Chenwei's hands to the screen. This sight gave them another scare. In just over a minute, Wang Chenwei typed out the text on the entire screen. And the words are still increasing at an incredible speed. The candidate box of Wang Chenwei's input method kept flashing, and it was impossible to see what was displayed. His reaction speed is so fast that it is invisible. How many words per minute is this? Stop first and let me see. Wang Yangying, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but interrupt. Then operate Wang Chenwei's mouse and check the input speed displayed in the input method. Then everyone saw the shocking numbers. 900 words in 1 minute. 900 words per minute means 54,000 words per hour. This speed is 4 times faster than top typists, which is incredible. Everyone gasped. Liang Qingru jumped up excitedly. Chen Wei can type 54,000 words in an hour. At his speed, he can type all the information by himself. Liang Qingru knew she was saved and was so happy that she almost cried. Everyone was happy for her. Qingru, you are saved. There is no problem with Sister Wang's meeting materials. Just when everyone was happy, Wang Yangying calmly raised a question. Wait, you're too happy too soon. He typed so fast that it was impossible for him to choose the correct words, so he must have made a lot of typos. When Wang Meifeng heard this, she immediately became panicked. No, these materials are for the leaders to see, there can't be any typos. As a cultivator, Wang Chenwei now has 20 years of cultivation. Not only is his reaction speed far beyond that of ordinary people, but his brain's thinking ability and concentration are also far beyond that of ordinary people. Although he types very fast, he can guarantee that there is not a single mistake in the typing. Wang Chenwei shrugged and responded calmly. I'll put the typed article into another computer, and you can just check for typos. As he spoke, he uploaded the typed document to the Penguin Group of the Publicity and Planning Department. Wang Meifeng waved immediately. Everyone go check it out immediately, quickly, everyone go. Wang Yangying and everyone else immediately ran back to their computers and opened the files to check. Wang Meifeng also sat at the seat next to her and checked it herself. After reading for 5 minutes, Wang Meifeng found that there was not a single typo in the entire article. She was very surprised. Not to mention that Wang Chenwei typed so fast, even if she usually typed slowly, she would occasionally make typos due to lack of concentration. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Wang Chenwei is really a talented young man. However, Wang Meifeng was a cautious person, so to be on the safe side, she asked others loudly. Did you find any typos? All the employees shook their heads in admiration. No, not even one, Xiaowei is so awesome. Wang Yangying sat in her seat, looking confused. He simply couldn't understand why Wang Chenwei could type so fast and without making a single typo. Wang Meifeng saw Wang Yangying's confusion, so she walked to his side, put her hand on his shoulder and comforted him. You don't have to feel sad. He is an 18-year-old young man. His hand speed and thinking are definitely better than those of us middle-aged people. Wang Yangying felt even more uncomfortable after hearing this. Damn it, Sister Wang obviously thinks that student is better than me. He was very unconvinced, thinking that Wang Chenwei was just a kid who hadn't even fully grown his hair yet, and it was impossible for him to be really better than him. But the facts were in front of him and Wang Yangying had no way to refute them and could only reluctantly accept them. Because of the oath he had just made, Wang Yangying felt very uneasy. Under great anxiety, he felt an inch shorter. After that, Wang Chenwei would upload the articles to the work group every once in a while for other employees to check. Every time we checked, we found that all the articles typed by Wang Chenwei were correct. They gradually developed trust in Wang Chenwei and believed that this child had a bright future. 1 hour and 20 minutes later, Wang Chenwei finished typing the 60,000-word article. Even an article that 30 people couldn't finish in time, Wang Chenwei completed it by himself. And there hasn't been a single typo found in it. Wang Meifeng was so impressed by Wang Chenwei that she couldn't help but hold his hand excitedly. Without this information, Auntie would be embarrassed in the meeting. Xiaowei, you saved your aunt again. Nothing, I'm Auntie's employee, this is just an ordinary job. Wang Meifeng caressed Wang Chenwei's head lovingly. You are more powerful than all of my employees. You are the most powerful man I have ever met. You're so capable. Wang Meifeng's praise shocked the entire audience. Wow, our strict wolf team leader actually praised the employees. I have followed Sister Wang for 10 years and have never heard her praise her employees. But Chen Wei's ability is really exaggerated, we can't envy him enough. As the meeting was about to start in a few minutes, Wang Meifeng didn't have time to talk much with Wang Chenwei. Auntie is going to a meeting first. Xiaowei, you have finished your work for today and can leave early. After Wang Meifeng finished speaking, she turned her head and glanced at Wang Yangying. What are you still doing here? Hurry up and get the information and come with me to the conference room. Okay, I'll get it now. Congratulations to their host for completing the mission. Their host has gained 10 years of cultivation, and his lifespan has increased to 130 years. Their host has also received a lottery ticket that can be exchanged for 15,000 yuan. After Wang Meifeng left, the atmosphere in the office suddenly changed. From the dead silence just now, there was now laughter and joy. The employees were working and chatting at the same time, and everyone was praising Wang Chenwei's lightning-fast typing speed. His fingers moved so fast that it looked like he was playing the piano instead of typing on a keyboard. The piano player is for worse than him. He is like a martial arts master in a martial arts novel. While everyone was discussing, Liang Qingru thanked Wang Chenwei with a serious face. Thank you so much for what you did just now. If it weren't for you, I don't know how to explain it to Sister Wang. Wang Chenwei put his hand on Liang Qingru's soft shoulders and said with a smile. We were classmates in the past. It's only natural for us to help each other in the workplace. You don't have to take it too seriously. After hearing Wang Chenwei's words, Liang Qingru felt inexplicably reliable. Now in her heart, Wang Chenwei has become a genius. She believed that Wang Chenwei would be able to rise rapidly in the company with the ability of his light-speed fingers. Liang Qingru couldn't help but lower her head and look towards Wang Chenwei's waist. The beautiful girl's mind was flooded with memories of yesterday. Liang Qingru's pretty face turned slightly red and she swallowed her saliva. At this moment, she made a decision in her heart. From now on, I will hold onto Wang Chenwei's thighs and drink his soup. Chapter 28 Wang Chenwei's skills in picking up girls. Since Wang Meiphone said Wang Chenwei could leave work early, he could now go straight home. However, when he got home, he had nothing to do except playing Dota in a duo with Fatty. If I stay in the company, I can sit with Liang Qingru and talk to her and exchange feelings with her. So Wang Chenwei chose the latter. He watched Liang Qingru work while chatting with her. Wang Chenwei used to be an introverted person. He would get shy when he saw pretty girls and didn't dare to talk to them. Even if there is a chance to say a few words, the conversation quickly becomes dull and the topic is interrupted. As a result, he had hardly spoken to Liang Qingru before this. However, Wang Chenwei had married 2 wives in his previous life. After having a lot of experience in intimate conversations with girls, he summed up 2 chatting skills. First, the most important thing when chatting with girls is to know how to brag. Girls will only be interested in you when your blowjob is interesting. Second, after getting familiar with a girl, you should know how to flirt with her. Don't think of girls as pure and innocent as ice and jade. In fact, they are very slutty at heart. Also interested in those things. Chatting with them can not only quickly bring them closer. If you meet a sexy girl, you can even develop a one-night stand with her and get to taste some fresh meat. Later, Wang Chenwei liked to flirt with his college wife's best friends and roommates. He used the experience and skills he gained on Liang Qingru. First blow to the east, then blow to the west. Sometimes they talk about school memories, sometimes about trivial matters at work, and sometimes about jokes in life. Wang Chenwei successfully made Liang Qingru laugh so hard that the big fruit on her thin branch kept shaking. Seeing that the atmosphere was good, Wang Chenwei gradually changed the topic and started talking about some jokes with dirty touches. I was walking across the street the other day when I saw an interesting scene. At that time, an aunt was playing with a child in the inner street. A young man kept staring at the aunt's snow-white thighs under her skirt and soon blushed. After watching for a while, he suddenly noticed that the aunt was not wearing a wedding ring on her ring finger. He felt that there was something interesting, so he plucked up the courage and walked over to chat with her. Auntie, your child looks very handsome, sensible and smart. He looks a lot like me when I was a child. Do you know what the auntie said? Liang Qingru tilted her head and thought for a while, but she had no idea at all. I don't know. Is that young man sick? Is it normal to talk like that? Wang Chenwei imitated his aunt's coquettish and shy tone. How can they not look alike? They all have the same father. At this time, the old men and women who were enjoying the cool breeze nearby suddenly burst into laughter. Liang Qingru didn't understand at first, and asked with a look of eagerness. What's the meaning? Wang Chenwei explained to her with a smile. This child of your aunt is born to the young man's father, so they are of the same species and look very similar. The young man didn't know, which means his father and aunt were having an affair. Aunt saw through the young man's interest in him, so she tactfully told him the truth. As a result, the young man fell in love with his father's lover, and he was definitely going to be heartbroken. After Liang Qingru figured it out, she laughed so hard that she couldn't straighten her back and fell directly on the table. This kind of relationship is too outrageous, how can it be true? Are you making up a story to lie to me? What's so against the will of heaven about this? You know, Mr. Hu from my neighbor's house, he turned 60 last year, his hometown was demolished and he was given a house. His son, Xiaowei, is very smart and knows the law. In order to get an extra house, he suggested that Mr. Hu divorce his wife. Then in order for Lao Hu to get a bigger house, he wants to find a woman to marry him temporarily so that the 2 families can get a bigger house. But because Lao Hu is too old, he can't find someone willing to marry him for the time being. Guess what Xiaohui will do? Liang Qingru smiled and shook her head. I don't know. What can I do? Should I post a message online to ask Lao Hu to recruit a temporary wife? No, Xiaohui is smarter. He directly divorced his wife, Sister Hu, and then let Sister Hu marry Lao Hu. Wow, this is too much. Is this allowed by law? Of course it's allowed. Xiaohui is a lawyer. He knows there are many similar operations across the country. Liang Qingru couldn't close her shocked mouth. This operation is amazing, what a talent. But last week I saw Xiaohui sitting on the street crying. I went to ask him what happened, and then I laughed so hard that I couldn't sleep for a week. Liang Qingru opened her eyes wide and showed an expression that said, I'm easy to ride. Is it possible that Sister Hu and Old Hu are in love, and now that they have gotten the house, they don't want to get divorced? Wang Chenwei stretched out a finger. That's only half right. Well, only half. What's the other half? Wang Chenwei said in a serious tone. Ms. Hu is pregnant. Liang Qingru chuckled. No way, that's too exciting. If Sister Hu divorces Old Hu and then marries Little Hu, wouldn't that be a mess? Wang Chenwei smiled and shook his head. It's not over yet. Old Hu and Little Hu both think the son is theirs. They asked Sister Hu to do a paternity test, but Sister Hu was unwilling to go. Guess what the final result was? Liang Qingru was already laughing so hard that she was gasping for breath. Tilder, what else can they do? No matter whose child it is, they can't end it. No, in the end Old Hu and Little Hu reconciled because Sister Hu gave birth to a black baby. This. Liang Qingru almost fell off her chair laughing. It turns out that Sister Hu drank too much soy sauce. This ending is too ridiculous. For women, this ending is ridiculous, but for men, it is a tragedy. Before they knew it, Wang Chenwei and Liang Qingru had been chatting until 12 o'clock, and it was time for lunch. Liang Qingru covered her chest, took a few breaths, and said, It's time for lunch. You helped me a lot today. Come, I'll treat you to lunch. She took out a takeout order from her trouser pocket and handed it to Wang Chenwei. Take a look at what dishes you like and I'll call for takeout. Wang Chenwei found out that it was the takeaway order for roast goose, and he suddenly felt nostalgic. When Wang Chenwei first started working in his previous life, he would order roast goose meals almost every day. It was his favorite takeout. But later, for some unknown reason, several roast goose shops closed down, and the roast goose shops that reopened later had completely changed in terms of dishes and taste. He never ate roast goose again from then on. Thinking about it now, I miss it so much. Wang Chenwei asked after looking for a while. What do you eat? Spicy shredded chicken with rice. Wang Chenwei was a little surprised that this beautiful girl actually liked spicy food. In fact, Wang Chenwei's favorite roast goose dish is spicy shredded chicken. He once set a record of eating spicy shredded chicken for a month. Since Wang Chenwei hasn't eaten spicy shredded chicken for more than 10 years, he would definitely order it according to his preferences. But Wang Chenwei wanted to use a classic technique to pick up girls. I want to eat honey pork chop rice. Okay, I'm on the phone now. 15 minutes later, the delivery man delivered the food. Wang Chenwei accompanied Liang Qingru to take the elevator to the first floor and got the lunch box. They returned to their seats in the office and sat down to eat together. Looking at the hand-shredded chicken in Liang Qingru's lunchbox that was dyed red by chili oil, Wang Chenwei asked deliberately. Ms. Liang, your shredded chicken looks very spicy. Aren't you afraid of spicy food? Liang Qingru smiled proudly. Don't worry, I've liked spicy food since I was a kid. Also, don't call me Miss Liang anymore. We are classmates, and it's too formal to address me like that. Call me Qingru from now on. Wang Chenwei grinned and took the opportunity to speak. Qingru, I want to try your spicy shredded chicken. Can I trade it with my honey pork chop? This is Wang Chenwei's little trick for picking up girls. While eating, exchange food with beautiful women. Chapter 29, Taking a Nap with Liang Qingru. If you rashly say that you want to eat the food in the other person's lunchbox, the arrogant beauty will definitely refuse. But after I asked to try the flavor and exchanged food, the other person felt differently. In addition, Wang Chenwei had just helped Liang Qingru make up for her mistake at work, and Liang Qingru said she would treat him to a meal. Even if she wanted to refuse, she couldn't find a reason. Okay, take some and eat it. After getting her consent, Wang Chenwei took 2 pieces of spicy shredded chicken from her lunchbox. He deliberately placed the shredded chicken on the rice so that the chili oil would stick to the rice. Then eat it together with the rice and shredded chicken. Wang Chenwei chewed it for a while, feeling the nostalgic spicy taste, and he couldn't help but give a thumbs up. This spicy taste is refreshing. Although my mouth feels a little numb and hot, it's delicious. Liang Qingru smiled and nodded. Yes, the best part about spicy shredded chicken is the spiciness. The numbing feeling is so addictive. Although the spicy shredded chicken tastes good, the honey pork chop is also delicious. This sour and sweet taste is exactly the same as the feeling of first love. While speaking, Wang Chenwei put a piece of pork chop with honey sauce into Liang Qingru's lunchbox. Liang Qingru couldn't help laughing when she heard this metaphor. What's the feeling of first love? This metaphor is too weird. After Liang Qingru complained, she took a bite of the pork chop and chewed it slowly. She ate in a very gentle manner, just like a hamster, taking small bites at a time. Wang Chenwei could swallow a pork chop in 1 bite, but she took 3 bites to finish it. How is it? It's delicious, right? After swallowing the chewed pork chop, Liang Qingru answered with a smile. It's really delicious. Wang Chenwei continued. I like honey pork chops, but I also like spicy shredded chicken. It's too hard to choose one every day. How about this, we split the food in half and eat it in turn. That way I can eat 2 kinds of food a day. Liang Qingru thought this approach made sense, so she nodded in agreement without thinking too much about it. Okay, that's a good suggestion. That's how Wang Chenwei successfully obtained the right to exchange meals with Liang Qingru every day. Although it may seem useless on the surface, it can subtly deepen the relationship with the other party. It started with exchanging meals, and then moved on to exchanging soups and drinks. Then, it's time to swap sauces and seasonings. Until the end, it was time to exchange the men and women's favorite foods, milk tea and milk. After lunch, Liang Qingru told Wang Chenwei that the company did not have a lounge for employees to take a lunch break, so everyone took a nap at their desks. This was Wang Chenwei's daily work routine in his previous life. Sleeping on the table will not only cause pain in your arms, but also cause you to drool all over the table. Wang Chenwei still remembers the beauty who sat next to him. During one of her naps, her pants were soaked with drool. Sleeping on your stomach, that must be very hard. Liang Qingru winked at Wang Chenwei playfully. The good news is that Sister Wang is not here today, so you can go to her office for a nap. Liang Qingru brought Wang Chenwei into Wang Meifeng's office. She skillfully unfolded the 2 folding chairs in the corner. As the team leader, Wang Meifeng's office is very spacious, with enough space for folding chairs. Because Wang Meifeng regarded Liang Qingru as her future daughter-in-law, she let her come in and sleep. Liang Qingru knew that Wang Meifeng was having a meeting with her boss today and would not be back, so she took the initiative to let Wang Chenwei come in and sleep. She plopped down on a blue folding chair and patted the black folding chairs that were lined up on the other side. This is where Sister Wang usually sleeps. Don't tell her that I'm letting you sleep in her bed. For women, the bed they sleep in is a very private matter. They are generally not willing to let men sleep with them. Although Wang Meifeng seemed to like Wang Chenwei very much, Liang Qingru thought that he would definitely not want to share her bed, so she gave him a heads up in advance. Wang Chenwei said after thinking for a while. It would be bad if Aunt Wang knew about this. How about this? You sleep in Aunt Wang's bed and I sleep in your bed. This should be better. Liang Qingru felt a little angry when she heard this. You are afraid that Wang Meifeng will get angry, so you don't dare to sleep in her bed. You want to sleep in my bed. Aren't you afraid that I will get angry? As an inexperienced, pure and innocent young girl, Liang Qingru cares more about her personal belongings than 40-year-old Wang Meifeng. Logically speaking, it would be even more impossible for her to let Wang Chenwei sleep in her bed. But on the one hand, Wang Chenwei saved her today, and on the other hand, she didn't know why, so she didn't feel any resentment about it. Liang Qingru thought for a while and said with a pout. Well, you're only sleeping for 1 day anyway. From now on, when Sister Wang is here, you'll have to sleep on the desk. Just think of it as repaying your favor. I'll let you sleep on it once today. After getting the approval, Wang Chenwei sat down directly on Liang Qingru's bed. Liang Qingru stood up with a puffed face and lay down on Wang Meifeng's bed. After Liang Qingru lay down, her plump and full outline was clearly prominent. Since she has an H-class physique, that size is no joke. Huang Qinwei's attention was immediately attracted, and he even forgot to blink. After noticing Huang Qinwei's burning gaze, Liang Qingru realized the problem. It's too shy to lie down in front of boys. Liang Qingru's face turned red instantly, and she immediately turned around and faced away from Huang Qinwei. This shy feeling made Huang Qinwei even more excited. That slender and graceful back and the small and perky butt that is beginning to take shape are really very attractive. Huang Qinwei suddenly had the urge to pounce on her and hug her from behind. He forced himself to suppress the evil dragon in his heart and complained secretly. Does this girl understand? Turning around and exposing your buttocks is the most dangerous action. It's totally tempting others to commit crimes. The correct approach should be to pull out the folding bed and place it farther away. Since Wang Meifeng's office is very large, their folding beds don't actually need to be put together. It's just that Liang Qingru was used to it and didn't pay attention to it for a while. And now she was shy and nervous, she could not even think of it. Huang Qinwei saw from this incident that although Liang Qingru appeared to be a proud goddess, she was difficult to approach. But once you get close to her, you'll find out that she's a silly and cute girl with lots of flaws. Just like his wife's college roommate in his previous life, it would be easy to succeed as long as he put in a little effort. Just because of the college entrance examination, Liang Qingru and Wang Dahu broke up, and it seemed that they would not be able to get back together until after the college entrance examination. Since there are only more than 2 weeks left until the college entrance examination, and Liang Qingru is a goddess with a proud personality, Wang Dahu didn't think that anything green would happen during the breakup, so he wasn't worried at all. But in Huang Qinwei's view, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Because with Huang Qinwei's ability, 2 weeks is enough to make Liang Qingru pregnant several times. Wang Dahu was completely unaware that this was a green crisis that could change his life. Chapter 30 Liang Qingru's Sweet Kiss. With a beautiful woman by his side, Huang Qinwei slept very comfortably, smelling the fragrance of Liang Qingru. But Fish Liang is completely different. What happened just now made her very nervous and she felt uneasy all the time. I actually slept with him, what was I thinking? Although Liang Qingru and Huang Qinwei slept on 2 folding beds, the distance between them was very short because the 2 folding beds were placed side by side. Just like a double bed that a couple sleeps in. When Liang Qingru thought of this, she was so embarrassed. She spent the whole afternoon thinking about it, her legs clenched tightly together with nervousness, unable to sleep at all. At 2 o'clock, the alarm clock set by Liang Qingru rang. Huang Qinwei stretched comfortably and slowly got up. Liang Qingru was relieved. She immediately put away the folding chair and prepared to go back to work. But at this moment, an accident happened. Because Liang Qingru was too panicked, she accidentally tripped over her right foot and suddenly pounced on Huang Qinwei. At this time, Huang Qinwei had just sat up from the bed. When he saw the beautiful woman rushing towards him, he subconsciously stretched out his hands to support her. Unfortunately, Huang Qinwei's 2 hands touched Liang Qingru's soft spot again. Liang Qingru's beautiful hand, which she wanted to support herself on the bed, once again pressed on Huang Qinwei's thigh. The scene in Wang Meifeng's car yesterday happened again. No, this time, because Liang Qingru and Huang Qinwei are in a different position, it's not over yet. Under the influence of gravity, Liang Qingru fell on Huang Qinwei. In the chaos, Liang Qingru kissed Huang Qinwei's face with her pink and moist lips. Chirp tilde. Huang Qinwei was kissed by a girl for no apparent reason. The soft touch, like the brushing of goose feathers, instantly made Huang Qinwei's body excited. This is the sweet kiss of a stunningly beautiful girl, so nice. The sweet touch of her lips made Liang Qingru's heart beat wildly. She was totally stunned. A strong sense of shame surged from her heart like a tide, and Liang Qingru was petrified again. But in the next moment, her slender hand felt something. What the hell is that? Liang Qingru was shocked instantly. In an instant, Liang Qingru jumped up suddenly as if she had been shot by an arrow in the knee. With a click, Liang Qingru fell on her butt on the floor. Qingru, you are not hurt, right? Huang Qinwei walked down from the bed with a smile, grabbed Liang Qingru's soft little hand, and tried to pull her up. At this moment, Liang Qingru's sense of shame completely exploded, and she thought the best thing to do was to pretend that she knew nothing. It's okay, I'm going to the bathroom. Liang Qingru blushed, responded in a barely audible voice, and then hurried to the women's restroom. 15 minutes later. Liang Qingru kept washing her face with cold water in the women's bathroom. She returned to her seat in the office only after she calmed down. Since Wang my phone was not there, the other employees were laughing and chatting. Liang Qingru's mind was in a mess and she felt very guilty. She was worried that Wang Chenwei would bring up those sexy topics again this morning, so she took the initiative to bring up the topic of games. Do you usually play League of Legends? It's a very interesting game. Liang Qingru likes to play League of Legends, which is the same type of game as Wang Chenwei's favorite Dota. Wang Chenwei had never played League of Legends before, but after Wang Chenwei got married in his previous life, he played the game with his beautiful college student wife for a long time. He knows League of Legends very well, but he only knows the version that is more than 10 years later. He was worried about something that had not been updated or implemented yet, so he simply pretended that he had never played it and just listened silently to Liang Qingru's introduction. As Liang Qingru spoke, she made a suggestion. Your fingers and reactions are so fast, if you join a team and play League of Legends professionally, you will definitely make a lot of money. If Wang Chenwei had the ability of light-speed shadowless hands before his rebirth, he would definitely consider joining a gaming team or becoming a gaming anchor. But now he just wants to spend his time enjoying life. The prerequisite for enjoying life is to be free from the constraints of work. Do whatever you want to do every day. So Wang Chenwei will never work in his life, he will just lie down and eat the free food of beautiful, rich and beautiful women. Joining a professional team, I have to play games every day, which is very tiring. Fish Liang believes that as long as Wang Chenwei shows off his light-speed hands during the live broadcast, he will definitely be able to attract a large group of female fans. Even if he doesn't join a professional team and just becomes a game anchor, he will definitely be successful. Liang Qingru opened her mouth and was about to make this suggestion when she suddenly thought of something. No, if he becomes famous and has a lot of female fans, he will definitely get involved with them. The female fans who give away gaming gifts for free are either bar girls or fake socialites. The water they are in is too deep, so it's better not to let Chen Wei step into that area. Out of concern for her friend, Liang Qingru kept her mouth shut. Let us stick to the original plan and let Wang Chenwei become the director of Green Apple Company, and I will just be his secretary. Liang Qingru herself did not realize that her original plan had changed. Because she is Wang Dahu's girlfriend, she plans to marry Wang Dahu. So the original plan was to let Wang Dahu become the director of Green Apple Company and herself be his secretary. The people she wanted to serve had changed. On the surface, this change may seem insignificant. But for a beauty like Liang Qingru, she knows the dangers of secretarial work. Many female secretaries were ganked by their bosses while doing their jobs. So that's a huge change. Wang Dahu, who was working hard on his homework at home, suddenly sneezed. Achoo! Wang Dahu has been working on the questions since 6 a.m. without taking a break. Now he was mentally exhausted, his eyes were sore, and even the black text he saw seemed to have a green tint. I feel a little sleepy. Let me listen to some Green Day to wake myself up. At this time, Wang Dahu received a message on his mobile phone. Qingru made a serious mistake at work and almost embarrassed her mother at the leadership meeting. It was all thanks to Xiaowei that he helped Qingru and her mother. Tonight, her mother wants to repay him by treating him to a meal. Wang Dahu felt very unhappy when he saw this message. Fuck, how come that guy has such shitty luck again? And Qingru is too rash. If she hadn't made a mistake, how could she have given Wang Chenwei a chance? Forget it, it's just a small matter at work. Let him brag for a while. In half a month, I will be admitted to Tsinghua University. That will be a truly great achievement. Wang Dahu replied. Okay, I will get ready at 5 o'clock and go to the street corner to wait for my mother. No, you need to concentrate on your homework. Order takeout today. What? Mom and Qingru are going to have dinner with Wang Chenwei, so I can't go. Isn't he this outrageous? Wang Dahu's anus tightened with excitement and he immediately fell off the chair. Ouch! Wang Dahu's face, which was injured by Wang Chenwei, hit the ground heavily, and he screamed in pain. In addition to the unbearable pain, Wang Dahu also felt uneasy. He recalled what he saw in the rearview mirror yesterday, Wang Chenwei and Liang Qingru holding each other's private parts. That scene was too horrifying. Wang Dahu was Liang Qingru's boyfriend, but he had never even touched her. Wang Dahu had a premonition that his beloved Liang Qingru might be stolen away by Wang Chenwei. No, 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 Mom is here, why should I worry? Mom will help me keep an eye on Qingru. No matter how bold Wang Chenwei is, he won't dare to lay a hand on Qingru in front of my mom. I don't need to worry about things that may never happen, I just need to do my exercises seriously. Wang Dahu believed in his mother's ability. He quickly adjusted his mood, sat back in his chair, and concentrated on doing his exercises. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Wang Meifeng walked into the office with a smile on her face, wearing sexy high heels. When the office staff saw Wang Meifeng come back, they immediately sat up straight and pretended to be working seriously, and then secretly observed her expression. The wolf leader who never laughs actually laughed. After seeing her smile, they all knew the meeting was a success. The bold employee immediately stood up and congratulated Wang Meifeng. Sister Wang, was this meeting successful? Wang Meifeng said with a smile. After reading the detailed information, the leaders were very satisfied with the work of our publicity and planning department. This is all thanks to Xiaowei. When the employees heard this, they all felt relieved. They knew Wang Meifeng's character, and if she was humiliated in the leadership meeting, none of them would be able to escape. They realized that they were saved by Huang Chenwei and began to praise him. Har har, I didn't expect our department to be saved by an intern on his first day at work. How embarrassing. What's there to be ashamed of? Xiaowei is a genius. Do you still want to compete with him? It's great that a genius has arrived in our department. Wang Meifeng raised her hand and signaled everyone to be quiet, and all the employees immediately shut up. Xiaowei, Qingru, Sister Yang is very interested in you after knowing your typing speed. She wants to treat you to dinner again tonight. You should get ready. We have to go now. Huang Chenwei became excited when he heard this. He can have dinner with the rich woman again tonight. Considering Yang Chushue's aura that was so strong that it was almost overflowing. He had a hunch that after Yang Chushue knew about his light-speed fingers, tonight's dinner would not be simple at all. He might have some romantic encounters. Chapter 31 The Charming Mature Woman's Way of Greeting. Wang Meifeng took Wang Chenwei and Liang Qingru away from Green Apple Company and got into her Mercedes-Benz. Since it is only 4:40 now, Wang Chenwei has left work early today. This made Huang Chenwei understand a truth: the so-called working hours must remain unchanged even if the mountains collapse and the earth breaks, and this is only used to restrain ordinary employees. Leaders can ignore it. Wang Meifeng keenly noticed the slight blush on Liang Qingru's face. After starting the car, she asked lightly, "Qingru, why is your face so red? Are you feeling unwell? Is my face red?" When Liang Qingru heard this, she was very frightened and immediately covered her face with her hands. She felt very guilty and was worried that Wang Meifeng would see what happened at noon. Liang Qingru then took a mirror and looked left and right, and found that her face was not very red. It doesn't seem to be that popular. Wang Meifeng gave a mischievous smile. I didn't say it was very red, I just said it was a little red. I was just asking casually. Liang Qingru knew Wang Meifeng's keen observation skills. She thought that she had revealed something and Wang Meifeng discovered it. Since Wang Meifeng is Liang Qingru's future mother-in-law, if she finds out what happened with Huang Chenwei at noon, Liang Qingru will be doomed. This worry made Liang Qingru feel tremendous pressure. Huang Chenwei, who was sitting next to her, noticed that Liang Qingru's little hands were trembling slightly. He is completely different from Liang Qingru and is not worried about being discovered at all. Because his real target is not Liang Qingru, playing ambiguously with Liang Qingru is just plan B. His real goal is to take down Wang Meifeng. Huang Chenwei looked at Wang Meifeng's dashing back as she drove seriously, and was thinking in his heart. A mature woman like Wang Meifeng, who is married and has children, probably has no sense of shame in her heart. So there is no need to worry about anything, just confess to her and express your love. Huang Chenwei wanted to seize the time and enjoy himself earlier, so he didn't want to procrastinate and wanted to find a chance to confess to Wang Meifeng. Just as Huang Chenwei was thinking, he noticed a white car following them in the rearview mirror. He squinted his eyes and saw that the driver was Wang Yangying. He immediately frowned. It seems that Wang Meifeng will bring Wang Yangying to dinner tonight, which is really annoying. Huang Chenwei knew that Wang Yangying also liked Wang Meifeng and was his competitor. It can also be seen from Wang Yangying's attitude towards him in the morning that this middle-aged man does not like him. Huang Chenwei felt that he was an eyesore and wanted to give him a warning. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly had an idea and came up with an interesting plan. I might as well confess to Wang Meifeng in front of Wang Yangying tonight. Although he knew that Wang Meifeng would most likely refuse, it didn't matter. After marrying 2 wives, he is now very thick-skinned and can keep confessing his love to Wang Meifeng until she accepts it. Anyway, in Wang Meifeng's eyes, he is just a young boy and he can do whatever he wants. This is the capital of youth. Outside Huang Chenwei's home, Li Shiqi was holding a new pair of panties that had not yet been unpacked and looking out the window at the hall. After discovering that the room was pitch black, Li Shiqi pouted her lips slightly, looking a little disappointed. Isn't Xiaowei coming back for dinner today? I want to celebrate his finding a job and treat him to a meal. Forget it, just eat it yourself. After Li Shiqi returned home, she looked at the empty dining table except for her and felt deeply lonely. When she is on her rare summer vacation, but she's staying at her friend's house. I eat alone every day. It's so lonely. Whenever she encounters a quiet environment, Li Shiqi's body feels lonely and uncomfortable. After rubbing her feet, she turned on the TV with the remote control, wanting to listen to the lively sounds. Mr. X, who works at the subway, posted the photos of the personal toys in Ms. X's bag taken by the security scanner on the internet, causing a huge public opinion storm. The lawyer said this was suspected of violating public privacy. Li Shiqi was a little confused after seeing the news. Why would he post someone else's toys online? She squinted her eyes and saw the shape of the toy clearly on the X-ray photo of the security scanner, and her face suddenly turned red. Wow, do girls nowadays have this kind of thing? It's too exaggerated. Li Shiqi immediately became worried. When she doesn't have something like this, does she? As Li Shiqi thought about it, she felt even more uncomfortable. She couldn't help but look down at her fingers, and for a moment, she wanted to get up and do something in the room. However, Li Shiqi quickly shook her head and gave up the idea. No, I'm a decent woman and I can't do such shameless things. Just bear with it for a while. It's not a solution to just keep enduring. An idea came to Li Shiqi's mind at this moment. She wanted to find a new father that Li Wenqi could accept. In a private room on the 3rd floor of Chunfeng Hotel, Wang Meifeng and Huang Chenwei sat in the same seats as last night. Since Wang Dahu was not there, Liang Qingru sat in his seat. Wang Yangying, who entered last, frowned immediately when he saw people sitting on both sides of Wang Meifeng. It turns out that when Wang Yangying joined the company 15 years ago, it was Wang Meifeng who led him to work. At that time, Wang Meifeng was a salesperson sent to the shopping mall by the company. This kind of salesperson was not a formal contract worker and was at the lowest level in terms of status. Wang Yangying witnessed her promotion from a low-level salesperson to a salesperson foreman, and then to a salesperson supervisor. Then I joined Green Apple Company as a full-time employee, first in the business department, then as deputy team leader of the business department, and now I have been promoted to team leader of the publicity and planning department. Wang Yangying has been Wang Meifeng's follower for 15 years and has a deep affection for her. To put it in a metaphor, he is like a loyal husky who has a protective mentality towards Wang Meifeng. He always sits next to Wang Meifeng when he eats. All the employees in the company know this, so they will take the initiative to give up their seats next to Wang Meifeng. Unexpectedly, the 2 interns didn't know this time and they both sat next to Wang Meifeng. This made Wang Yangying very embarrassed. If he spoke out to remind him, it would seem like he was making a fuss out of nothing. And he had no good reason to support him and had to sit next to Wang Meifeng. After hesitating for a moment, Wang Yangying had no choice but to endure it. Since he didn't like Huang Chenwei, he quietly walked to Liang Qingru's side and sat down in Liang Qingru's seat yesterday. As a gentleman, he had etiquette towards ladies, so he kept a distance from Liang Qingru. When Wang Yangying sat down, the door of the box was pushed open, followed by the sound of sexy high heels. Huang Chenwei knew that Yang Chushua had come and immediately turned around to check. Yang Chushua changed into a suit and hip skirt today, and strode in with a charming step. Thanks to the slimming effect of the skirt, her beautiful buttocks appear fuller and plumper today. This perfect buttock shape releases the charm of mature women to the fullest, so tempting. When Yang Chushua's eyes met Wang Chenwei's, she immediately broke into a charming and brilliant smile. Xiaowei, I heard that your fingers are very fast and strong. Are they called the speed of light hands? Let auntie take a look. Yang Chushua bent over like she did yesterday, and the white edge of her jade peak was clearly visible through her dropped neckline. Huang Chenwei took a breath of the refreshing fragrance and was a little dazed. Yang Qiushue is here again. Is this the unique way of greeting for a beautiful and charming woman? Chapter 32: A shocking confession. Greeting others with the scent of milk is such a mature behavior. However, Huang Chenwei quickly remembered that Yang Qiushue did not use this method when greeting Wang Dahu yesterday. He immediately paid attention and found that Yang Qiushue only exchanged a few words with Wang Yangying and did not lean towards him. This means that Yang Qiushue only uses this way of greeting towards Huang Chenwei. Could it be that this beautiful woman really fell in love with him? Huang Chenwei felt very surprised. He had not yet revealed his spiritual aura to Yang Qiushue. After Yang Qiushue sees Huang Chenwei's ethereal aura, is she going to climb directly into Huang Chenwei's bed? Yang Qiushue then exchanged a few words with Liang Qingru and then sat back in the same seat as yesterday. After that, we ordered the food, and the waiter brought it quickly. The dishes were the same as yesterday, Yang Qiushue said with a smile. Everyone, pick up your chopsticks and eat. Just like yesterday, Yang Qiushue put a big piece of abalone into Huang Chenwei's bowl. Here, this is the big abalone you like. Auntie will treat you to some. Huang Chenwei admired Yang Qiushue's plump figure while taking big bites of the abalone. After Huang Chenwei finished eating, Wang Meifeng also picked up a big abalone and put it into his bowl. Xiaowei has helped Auntie a lot again today, so please have some of Auntie's abalone. Huang Chenwei ate Wang Meifeng's abalone in one bite without any hesitation. Since the waiter just said that there are only 4 abalones in stock today, there are only 2 abalones left on the table. As a gentleman, Wang Yangying said to Liang Qingru with a smile. Qingru, you can eat this abalone. Upon hearing this, Yang Qiushue immediately revealed a malicious smile. Yangying, as a man, you actually gave up your abalone on your own initiative. This is not a good mentality. No wonder you still can't find a girlfriend at your age. Yang Qiushue's words were very hurtful, but Wang Yangying secretly glanced at Wang Meifeng and felt calm. The only woman I love most in my heart is Wang Meifeng, she is all I need. Wang Yangying believed that he had followed Wang Meifeng for 15 years and was her most trusted subordinate and the man with whom she had the best relationship. As long as he waits for the right opportunity, he will be able to be with Wang Meifeng, so he is not worried at all. Mr. Yan, you're joking. Actually, I already have someone I like. When Wang Yangying said this, she was paying attention to Wang Meifeng's reaction, wanting to see her reaction. However, Wang Meifeng's attention was not on him. She was concentrating on watching Huang Chenwei eat abalone the whole time. Liang Qingru looked at the abalone on the plate, looked back and forth at Yang Qiushue and Wang Meifeng, and felt pressured in her heart. Neither of the 2 leaders eat abalone, and as a newcomer, I don't feel comfortable eating it. They obviously like Huang Chenwei very much, so why don't I give him an abalone as well? At this time, Huang Chenwei had already picked up his abalone and ate it. Liang Qingru stretched out her chopsticks, picked up her abalone, and put it in Huang Chenwei's bowl. Chenwei, you helped me a lot today. To thank you, I'll let you eat my abalone. Yang Qiushue immediately joined in the fun. Qingru, why did you give him the abalone to eat too? Have you ever thought about how Dahu feels? Hearing this question, Liang Qingru lowered her head in shame and was speechless. Huang Chenwei was a little surprised when he saw the abalone that Liang Qingru brought over. Why doesn't anyone eat abalone today? Why did they give them all to me? An abalone is very large, about the size of a girl's palm. After eating 3 in a row, Huang Chenwei already felt a little full. Now he has to eat the 4th one. It's really a bit too much. But this is just Huang Chenwei's illusion. Now he is a cultivator, and his digestive ability is far stronger than that of ordinary people. Not to mention for abalones, he can even eat 10 abalones. Huang Chenwei opened his mouth and swallowed the big abalone that Liang Qingru picked up in one bite. Although this abalone is small in size, it is very tender and its unique fresh and fragrant taste is really delicious. It turns out that abalone is the freshest of all seafoods. It is really delicious. In the end, Huang Chenwei ate all the abalone on the table by himself, and he even felt embarrassed. Yang Qiushue asked with a smile after watching him swallow the abalone. Xiaowei, I heard that you can type 50,000 words per hour. Auntie knows that an excellent typist can only type 10,000 words per hour. How did you practice that? Huang Chenwei pretended to laugh in a naive way. I haven't practiced much, maybe this is just talent. Wang Maifeng immediately agreed. Yes, that is talent. If Mr. Yang was there at the time, he would have seen it. That dazzling speed definitely exceeds the limits of human beings. It can only be explained by talent. Yang Chuxue had a wicked smile on her face. Xiaowei has such a strong talent, his girlfriend must be very happy. As soon as she said this, Liang Qingru and Wang Yangyin's faces turned red instantly. Huang Chenwei pretended not to understand and asked with his head tilted. What does fast typing have to do with my girlfriend? When Yang Chuxue found out that Huang Chenwei didn't understand, her eyes suddenly lit up. Is this child so innocent? In today's environment, he is like a rare giant panda. I really want to hold him in my arms and teach him well. Yang Chuxue licked her lips and smiled happily. Men with flexible fingers are good at massaging women. Xiaowei will understand this when he goes to a massage parlor and enjoys the massage service of a beautiful woman. Wang Maifeng interrupted and asked at this time. How could such an outstanding kid like Xiaowei not have a girlfriend? Huang Chenwei said with regret. No, I'm not popular with girls at all. Wang Maifeng and Yang Chuxue both showed shocked expressions. Wang Maifeng looked at Liang Qingru with a puzzled look. No way, a man as outstanding as Xiaowei is not popular with girls. Do the girls in your class 99 have such poor taste? Liang Qingru explained with an awkward smile. Chen Wei is very low-key in school and doesn't attract much attention. Besides, dating is prohibited in number 99 middle school. Yang Chuxue nodded with an expression that said, I understand. Xiaowei is indeed a shy and low-key man. It is understandable that schools now only require students to do their homework mechanically without showing their abilities. Moreover, women nowadays place great emphasis on a man's work and property. Xiaowei dropped out of school after graduating from high school, so it is indeed difficult for him to find a girlfriend. Wang Yangying kept nodding and laughing in his heart. How could a working man with only a high school education like him find a girlfriend? Things like fast hand speed are flashy and superficial. The most important things for a man are maturity, stability, knowledge, experience and knowledge. He has nothing, so it's natural that no girl likes him. Wang Maifeng shook her head in dissatisfaction. To be frank, the girls in number 99 middle school are not good enough. They are still students and too young. Auntie knows a lot of young but mature beauties. Xiaowei, what type do you like? Tell me and I will introduce you to a girlfriend. When Huang Chenwei heard this, he finally got his chance. He asked shyly. Can you really tell me that? Wang Maifeng thought he was just shy and answered with a smile. Of course you can say it. There's nothing to be shy about. Huang Chenwei looked directly into Wang Maifeng's charming eyes and said seriously. Actually, I like auntie. Everyone was stunned when they saw him suddenly confessing to Wang Maifeng, and Wang Yangying even dropped his chopsticks on the ground. Huang Chenwei actually likes a woman who is 22 years older than him. And that was his classmate's mother. What on earth is he thinking? This outrageous fact shocked the whole audience. Chapter 33 I want to be Xiaowei's girlfriend. Huang Chenwei actually said that he likes Wang Maifeng. This is incredible. Liang Qingru couldn't understand it at all. Don't men like young women, don't they like virgin girls? Why does Huang Chenwei like a mature woman in her 40s who has given birth to a child? And that was his classmate's mother. Liang Qingru felt that her three views had collapsed. Although Yang Chuxue was also shocked, his thoughts were completely opposite to Liang Qingru's. The mature woman laughed secretly in her heart. Har har, it turns out Xiaowei likes mature women. He is so capable. Yang Chuxue felt a burst of joy, and the corners of her mouth curved up, revealing a charming dimple. Wang Yangying nodded secretly. This kid knows the good of Sister Wang at such a young age. I have to admit that he is a man with vision. But he was too naive. How could a mature woman like Sister Wang be interested in a child who hadn't even grown all his hair? No matter how fast you type or how good you are at repairing computers, you are just a high school student. In today's society, academic qualifications are paramount. Not to mention high school education, even a college degree will be looked down upon. There is no way Sister Wang will be with you. Besides, he confessed to Sister Wang in front of other people. How could Sister Wang back down from that? Women are very thin-skinned, and Sister Wang will definitely hold a grudge against him. In order to avoid gossip from others, Sister Wang will definitely transfer him away. Heart-tilder kid, you deserve it. Next time before you do anything, please use your brain to think clearly. Wang Yangying thought Wang Maifeng would be very angry, but he was completely wrong. Instead of feeling angry, Wang Maifeng felt surprised. It turned out that Wang Maifeng had just turned 40, and like all middle-aged women, she was worried about aging. Worry that you will lose your feminine charm and become unattractive. Wang Qinwei's confession restored her confidence. On the other hand, he confessed in front of Yang Chuxue and Liang Qingru. This allows Wang Maifeng to prove herself in front of her best friends and juniors, making her feel proud. More importantly, Wang Maifeng loves and likes Wang Qinwei very much. Wang Maifeng was excited and heartbroken when the boy she liked confessed his love to her. However, although Wang Maifeng felt very happy, she did not agree with Wang Qinwei's idea at all. Because of the big age gap and the fact that Wang Qinwei is her son's classmate. In Wang Maifeng's mind, Wang Qinwei is just a child. Wang Maifeng didn't regard Wang Qinwei as a male at all. Moreover, Wang Maifeng loves him very much and thinks that Wang Qinwei should date younger girls so that he can be happy. So although Wang Maifeng was very touched, she politely declined. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I don't have any intention towards you in that way. Wang Maifeng was worried about hurting Wang Qinwei, so she quickly added after refusing. But don't be discouraged. I know a lot of excellent and mature girls. I can introduce them to you. The maturity that Wang Maifeng refers to does not refer to maturity in age, but maturity in thinking. Because Wang Maifeng felt that Wang Qinwei was too naive and immature, and worried that he would be bullied by older women. She hopes Wang Qinwei can date a young and beautiful woman who is currently in college or has just graduated from college. According to her, 25 is the limit. At this moment, Yang Chuxue put her hand affectionately on Wang Qinwei's thigh and started to cheer. Miss Wang, this is your fault. My Xiaowei is so outstanding. Why are you dissatisfied with him? How can you reject his courageous confession? Wang Maifeng glared at Yang Chuxue and clarified seriously. I don't think Wang Qinwei is bad, it's just that he is too good. He deserves to be with a younger girl. It's that I am too old and not worthy of him. Hearing this, Wang Qinwei immediately shook his head. I think my aunt is still very young, she looks like she is 26, and I think love has nothing to do with age. The compliment that makes women happiest is that she looks younger than she does. Wang Qinwei's praise made Wang Maifeng feel sweet to their heart. This kid actually said I look like 26 years old. That's too exaggerated. How is that possible? I'm already 40 years old. But his eyes looked sincere, and he didn't look like he was lying. It seemed that I had indeed taken good care of myself. When Wang Maifeng realized that she looked so young in the eyes of men, she couldn't help but reveal a shy smile. You are still young, so you don't understand. Once you date young girls, you will know their good points. The reality is just the opposite. It was only after Wang Qinwei married young beauties that he discovered their willfulness. It is only after marrying mature women that I realize how wonderful they are. Wang Qinwei was 36 years old when he married a 21-year-old girl, and was 46 years old when he married a 40-year-old mature woman. He is older than the woman, and is completely like an old man pushing a cart. Now the question is, since the old man can pull the cart, why can't the old cow eat young grass? Nowadays, many middle-aged men in their 40s can marry 20-year-old girls, so why can't 40-year-old beauties marry 20-year-olds? Wang Qinwei's question stunned Wang Maifeng and Yang Chuxue. As 40-year-old beauties, they immediately felt the same way and all liked Wang Qinwei's idea in their hearts. Yang Chuxue nodded slightly and started to make a noise again. Maifeng, Xiaowei has said this much, he must really love you, you two should just get married. Wang Maifeng also became excited because of the remarks about a 40-year-old beauty marrying a 20-year-old boy. Her inherent ideas were broken, and she couldn't help but start thinking about the future of marrying Wang Qinwei. When Wang Yangying saw Wang Maifeng was silent, she suddenly became panicked. No way, Sister Wang, please reject him firmly, why are you hesitating? And Mr. Yan, please don't talk nonsense. This is about Sister Wang's life and you can't joke about it. Wang Yangying originally firmly believed that Wang Maifeng and Wang Qinwei could not be together, but now she began to panic. He began to worry that the beautiful boss he had been secretly in love with for 15 years was snatched away by Wang Qinwei. Before he knew it, Wang Yangying's body was covered in sweat, and the white shirt he was wearing under his suit was completely wet. Even the hands under the table began to tremble uncontrollably. Wang Chenwei saw that Wang Meifeng was hesitating, so he reached out his hand forcefully and held her fair and beautiful hand. Auntie, my motto is, it's better to regret after you've done it than to regret not doing it. Auntie, don't think too much. Date me for a while and experience it yourself before making a decision. Wang Chenwei's words were once again recognized by two mature women, Wang Meifeng and Yang Qiuxue. For married women who are free from mental constraints, falling in love is an attempt. Just like if you feel that soy milk doesn't tea taste good for breakfast today, you change it to milk tomorrow, and milk tea the day after tomorrow. It's not a big deal and they won't tea suffer any loss. Yang Qiuxue winked at Wang Meifeng and advised again. Okay, then Sister Wang should try to date Xiaowei. No, just be his girlfriend. Should I be Xiaowei's girlfriend? Hearing this, Wang Meifeng's heart was like a flood bursting through a dam, and a strange and crazy emotion surged. Chapter 34 Should I enjoy myself before remarrying? Hearing this, Wang Yangyin's face turned green with anxiety. He couldn't understand it, as Wang Meifeng had clearly rejected Wang Chenwei's confession many times. Why is Wang Chenwei so shameless that he can continue to pester Wang Meifeng and talk? This kid is so shameless. Wang Yangying was worried that Wang Meifeng would be persuaded out of weakness, so she spoke quickly. No, love is a very important matter, and you can't make a decision rashly. Besides, Chen Wei and Sister Wang have only known each other for 2 days. It's definitely not a good idea to start dating so soon. Yang Qiuxue stared at Wang Yangying with eyes as sharp as an eagle, and the terrifying look seemed to want to kill someone. The female boss's majesty made Wang Yangying's anus tighten with fear. The difference in their status is too great. With just one word from Yang Qiuxue, Wang Yangying could pack up and leave tomorrow. In order to continue to stay with Wang Meifeng, Wang Yangying did not dare to offend Yang Qiuxue and could only use a bitter tone to smooth things over. Har, maybe I'm older and more mature, so I don't understand the concepts of young people today. When Wang Yangying mentioned the word maturity, he deliberately emphasized the tone. He hoped to make Wang Meifeng notice the gap between his maturity and Wang Chenwei's naivety. Yang Qiuxue sneered mercilessly. You're right. It's because your thoughts are out of touch with society that you can't find a girlfriend even at your age. Single guys like you should stop talking. Shut up and reflect on the gap between you and Xiaowei. Wang Yangying finally understood that Wang Chenwei was really Yang Qiuxue's favorite. He nodded to Yang Qiuxue with an apologetic look on his face to show his agreement, then shrank to the side, not daring to even breathe or speak again. Wang Meifeng was a perceptive woman. She had actually known Wang Yangying's love for her for a long time. However, she was a woman who had very strict requirements for her male partners. She thought that Wang Yangying did not even have the courage to confess to her, so she never considered the possibility of being with him. Now Wang Chenwei's brave confession and persistent persuasion made Wang Meifeng feel the huge gap between him and Wang Yangying. Compared with Wang Yangying, Wang Chenwei's masculinity is highlighted. Wang Meifeng became more appreciative of Wang Chenwei, but only because he was her son's classmate. Wang Meifeng only treated him as a junior and wanted to make him her subordinate. But for Wang Chenwei's future happiness, she still thinks that Wang Chenwei should date younger women. At this time, Yang Qiuxue continued to make trouble on the side. Our Miss Wang, what are you still hesitating about? Are you shy? Don't let Xiaowei down, and agree to it quickly. Yang Qiuxue looked at Wang Yangying and winked at him, obviously asking him to help persuade Wang Meifeng. Wang Yangying herself likes Wang Meifeng, so how could she help Wang Chenwei persuade Wang Meifeng? This is equivalent to sending the woman you like to someone else's bed. However, Yang Qiuxue's glaring expression was very ferocious and terrifying, and Wang Yangying felt tremendous pressure. Under the heavy pressure from the female boss, Wang Yangying had no choice but to give in and said things against her will in a tone that sounded like she was about to cry. I also think that Sister Wang can give it a try to date Wang Chenwei. Yang Qiuxue had long seen through Wang Yangying's secret crush on Wang Meifeng. Knowing this, she deliberately asked Wang Yangying to speak for her rival. Just to see Wang Yangying in pain. This female of Vildor is so scary. Although Wang Meifeng had no romantic thoughts about Wang Yangying was her most important follower. Wang Meifeng couldn't bear it, she stood up and winked at Yang Qiuxue. Mr. Yan, you must be a little drunk. Stop joking with Xiaowei. Come with me to the bathroom. Yang Qiuxue also wanted to talk to Wang Meifeng in private, so she immediately smiled and nodded. Okay, let's go together, Tilda. The two beauties then walked into the private bathroom in the box. Because the toilet was not very spacious, the two plump beauties standing inside looked a bit crowded. Because of her physical excitement, Wang Meifeng really wanted to go to the toilet. And they are all mature women, and they are in a relationship where they can go to the hot springs together, so there is nothing to be taboo about. After closing the door, Wang Meifeng pulled down her panties and squatted in the pit to relieve herself. Wang Meifeng lowered her voice and spoke softly while she was relieving herself. Xiaowei, what medicine did you take today? Why do you keep encouraging Xiaowei? Don't hurt him. Yang Xiaowei responded to her in a low voice. Meifeng, you are a good woman. How can you harm Xiaowei by letting him be with you? Besides, you've been divorced for 2 years, you must be very lonely physically, so don't put up with it, just be with Xiaowei from now on. Don't dream. I'm 40 years old, 22 years older than Xiaowei. If we tell anyone about our marriage, people will laugh at us to death. Yang Xiaowei pouted with disdain. Then you don't have to get married, just have sex. Hearing such shameless statement, Wang Meifeng's face turned red instantly and she immediately clarified it. I'm not like you, I'm not a slut who plays with children. Besides, Xiaowei has no experience at all. How can he be affected? You have to consider his feelings. Wang Meifeng had just finished using the toilet, so she made way and went to the sink to wash her hands. Now it was Yang Xiaowei's turn to take off her panties and squat down to relieve herself. He has no experience, but you do. You can slowly guide him. In fact, I know he is very talented. And when you talk about his feelings, I'm sure he would want to have sex with you right away. Wang Meifeng couldn't help but imagine the scene of being hugged by Huang Chenwei, and her face turned even redder. No, I think you're the one who wants to have sex with him. You're so unsatisfied, why don't you just be with him? Yang Xiaowei asked back unhappily. You think I don't want to? Of course I want to hold Xiaowei in my arms and pamper him, but my status is different from yours, so I can't. Wang Meifeng was surprised to hear Yang Xiaowei's true thoughts. No way, you slut, you actually want to eat Xiaowei. Yang Xiaowei snorted coldly. Don't act so noble. Don't you also want to eat Xiaowei? You just don't want to admit it. Wang Meifeng wanted to refute, but after opening her mouth, she felt guilty. Yang Xiaowei saw through her expression and said with a smile. We are both 40-year-old women, and we are at the age when we need nourishment the most. So stop pretending to be reserved. Since that kid likes you, just give in to him and enjoy yourself with him. When Wang Meifeng heard what her best friend said, she was deeply shaken. Follow Xiaowei and enjoy with him. Thinking of this, Wang Meifeng's body once again surged with strong strange emotions, making her unable to stop. Wang Meifeng spoke in a smaller voice, not knowing what she had thought of. I'll tell you a secret. Wang Yuanlin has been contacting me recently and wants to remarry me. When Yang Xiaowei heard this, her body trembled. No way, you forgive him. He just gave the idol girl some money and had a meal with her. It wasn't a big deal, so there's no question of forgiveness. It turns out that Wang Meifeng's ex-husband Wang Yuanlin suddenly became obsessed with a girl idol group 2 years ago. He gave a young idol 500,000 yuan and asked her out for dinner. But we just had one meal and then separated. I spent 500,000 yuan just to have a meal and didn't even touch the other person's hand. This kind of stupid behavior of wanting to cheat but not having the courage and just giving money to the other party made Wang Meifeng think that Wang Yuanlin was a loser, and she was extremely angry. She thought that the idol must be laughing in her heart, thinking that the man was an idiot. Wang Meifeng felt ashamed of having such a mentally retarded husband, and she divorced Wang Yuanlin in a fit of anger. After 2 years of calm, Wang Meifeng's anger has subsided. Firstly, Wang Yuanlin apologized and admitted his mistakes in various ways, and kept begging Wang Meifeng to give him another chance. Secondly, Wang Yuanlin didn't even touch the other person's hand, so it can't be considered cheating. He is actually just an avid fan. Thirdly, Wang Meifeng and Wang Yuanlin have been married for more than 10 years, and this relationship is not something that can be dissolved just like that. Fourthly, Wang Meifeng could no longer tolerate the 2-year gap after the divorce. So Wang Meifeng has made up her mind to remarry him. Yang Xiaowei understood what her best friend was thinking. She did not try to persuade her but just spoke calmly. Then you should enjoy yourself with Xiaowei before remarrying him. Chapter 35 Wei Wu Spirit in the New Era. Hearing such shameless words, Wang Meifeng could no longer hold back and she stomped her feet in anger. What did you say? You want me to do that kind of thing with Xiaowei before remarrying? You are so shameless. Yang Qiushue retorted disapprovingly. Before remarrying, you are single and you are free to sleep with any man. Not to mention sleeping with him, even if you are pregnant with Xiaowei's baby, Wang Yuanlin can't say anything. Although what Yang Qiushue said was a bit outrageous, if you think about it carefully, it is indeed true. Now Wang Meifeng and Wang Yuanlin are not in a marital relationship or a romantic relationship. She can do whatever she wants. No law or morality can restrain her. Yang Qiushue continued. Wang Yuanlin was wrong in the first place. He gave 500,000 yuan to his idol. He made a mistake and he has to pay the price. As revenge, you should get pregnant with Xiaowei's child and let Wang Yuanlin raise someone else's child for the rest of his life to atone for your sins. After hearing this outrageous statement, Wang Meifeng's ideas were once again impacted. Wang Meifeng did harbor hatred towards Wang Yuanlin in her heart and really wanted to take revenge on him. Although being pregnant was really too much, she could secretly let Wang Chenwei taste the forbidden fruit. As long as she kept it from Wang Yuanlin, there would be no problem. No, that's too evil, you're a shameless slut. Wang Meifeng was horrified by such an evil idea. No, I can't drag Xiaowei into the fight between Wang Yuanlin and me. Wang Meifeng took a deep breath and said firmly. Okay, just think about this kind of thing in your heart, don't say it out loud, otherwise it will affect Xiaowei's future. If you really want something to happen between you and Xiaowei, then just get a divorce and do it yourself. Hearing the possibility of divorce, Yang Qiushue could no longer laugh and she fell silent. Wang Meifeng ended the topic. She pushed open the toilet door, returned to her seat with a smile, and then naturally changed the topic to other places. Because of the gurgling sound of water when Wang Meifeng and Yang Qiushue were urinating, and the fact that it was a soundproof toilet cubicle. So even though Wang Chenwei had the powerful hearing of a cultivator, he couldn't hear what they were saying inside. To be on the safe side, he decided to sit tight for now, slowly observe Wang Meifeng and Yang Qiushue's attitudes towards him, and then think about his next move. Wang Yangying breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. He almost thought that the woman he had loved for more than 10 years was snatched away by a new kid. Wang Yangying exclaimed that it was a close call. Liang Qingru was confused throughout the whole process, and finally she was relieved for Wang Chenwei. Fortunately, Sister Wang did not accept Wang Chenwei's confession, otherwise Chenwei would have been crushed by him. He was lucky to have saved his life. Yang Qiushue was sneering secretly. She knew that she couldn't convince Wang Meifeng in a short time because Wang Meifeng needed time to digest it. After that, everyone chatted about some company matters. After dinner, Wang Meifeng drove Wang Chenwei and Liang Qingru back to the entrance of the alley. Wang Chenwei and Wang Meifeng said goodbye and got off the car first. When Liang Qingru was getting off the car, Wang Meifeng stopped her. Qingru, wait a moment, Auntie has something to tell you. After Wang Chenwei walked away, Wang Meifeng spoke to Liang Qingru. Tomorrow is the weekend, you have nothing to do, right? Liang Qingru nodded in confusion. No, I'm free on the weekends. Do you want me to go back to the company and work overtime? No, I want you to go to Xiaowei's home and take a look at his family environment. When Liang Qingru heard this request, she became worried again. Wang Meifeng asked her to investigate Wang Chenwei's family background. Could it be that she was really interested in him? For some reason, Liang Qingru didn't want Wang Meifeng and Wang Chenwei to be together, so she answered in a pretended troubled manner. Wang Chenwei and I are just ordinary classmates. I don't know him well. It would be weird if I suddenly proposed to go to his house, right? Wang Meifeng thought Liang Qingru was just shy and said with disdain. What's so strange about this? He helped you today, and you said you wanted to give him a gift as a thank you, isn't that fine? But he will probably ask me to meet him outside, and I may not be able to go to his house. Wang Meifeng glanced at her and said lightly. Then you just pretend to be interested in him and ask to go to his house. Liang Qingru was so cautious because she didn't want Wang Chenwei to misunderstand. She observed Wang Meifeng's expression and spoke carefully. This is not good. I am Daehu's girlfriend. If Daehu knew that I secretly went to Wang Chenwei's house, he would definitely be angry. Wang Meifeng smiled disdainfully. He was doing the test at home, how would he know where you were? Liang Qingru didn't understand the real meaning of Wang Meifeng's words and asked tentatively. Auntie, don't you care that I lied to Da Hu? Wang Meifeng only understood what Liang Qingru was worried about at this moment, and she said, patting her chest. Har tilde, this is nothing. Auntie has already said that it was Xiaowei's house that I asked you to go to. You don't have to worry. If Darhu finds out, I will cover for you. Since even Wang Darhu's mother doesn't care, Liang Qingru doesn't care either. Okay, I will go to Chen Wei's house tomorrow and help Auntie find out his background. After Huang Chenwei returned home, he took a hot bath and found that it was only 9 o'clock in the evening, which was very early. Since tomorrow is Saturday and he doesn't have to go to work, he decided to have a good time tonight. He opened Liu Xiong's QQ and asked him to play Dota. After connecting to their voice chat, Huang Chenwei chose the rifleman and Liu Xiong chose the ice girl, and they started a duo game. After chatting nonsense for a while, Liu Xiong suddenly asked, Wei Ji, how was your work today? Did you meet any new beauties? Huang Chenwei said after thinking for a while. No, the beauties in the office are all pretty ordinary, but I got some shocking information. It turns out that Yang Qiuxue is Yang Sanfeng's stepmother. What? She's actually the stepmother of that rich second-generation guy. That's great. Liu Xiong let out a disgusting laugh. Har har har, then after you capture Yang Qiuxue, Yang Sanfeng will call you daddy. Huang Chenwei shook his head in disdain. I don't want to have that kind of trash as my son. Then give him a little brother and run away after that. Liu Xiong seems to like having babies for his classmates' families. Huang Chenwei cannot understand what this mentality is. Speaking of Yang Sanfeng, Huang Chenwei suddenly remembered something. By the way, there is a beautiful lady named Yang Yuxuan at the front desk. She has a very perfect appearance. I almost thought she was an actress in a movie. Liu Xiong asked curiously. How old is she? What type of beauty is she? She's about 24 years old, a cool and beautiful lady. She looks very charming and mature, giving people the feeling of a young woman. When Liu Xiong heard the word young woman, he became excited. As soon as he got excited, he controlled the ice girl and rushed into the crowd and used his ultimate skill. Hello young woman, take her down quickly and let her call you daddy. What the hell is calling dad? I guess Liu Xiong watched some weird Japanese movie today. Liu Xiong is a college student. It's his summer vacation now. He stays at home every day watching movies and playing Dota. It is understandable that you have some strange thoughts after staying at home for a long time. And at the moment when he was speaking, his ice girl was angered and sent back to the fountain. It was a pure gift to be killed. Huang Chenwei accused dissatisfiedly. Don't be silly. Yang Yuxuan is the girlfriend of Mr. Yang's other son. They seem to have confirmed their relationship and will get married soon. After marriage, she will become the female boss of the company, so don't think too much. According to this statement, she is Yang Sanfeng's brother's girlfriend. That's even better. You first take down Yang Qiuxue, then take down Yang Yuxuan, and the entire Green Apple Company will become yours, right? When Yang Sanfeng finds out that you have taken away everything in his house, he will definitely cry to death. Huang Chenwei was stunned when he heard this. This seems to make sense. What Boss Cow did back then was nothing more than recruiting talented people and conquering cities. If we regard the Three Kingdoms as a business war, the so-called conquering cities and expanding territory means taking over other people's companies. Huang Chenwei suddenly realized. First take down the female CEO, then take over the company. This seems to be the Weiwu spirit of the new era. Chapter 36 Girl, why are you shy? Although this is the truth, the reality is not that simple. And also take into account laws, regulations and ethical standards. Eat the steamed buns one by one. I just confessed to Wang Meifeng today. Although I was rejected, my current goal is to win her over first, and the rest can be discussed later. Wow, you actually confessed to the class monitor's mother, that's amazing. Wei Ji, you are my idol. Liu Xiong twisted his hand in surprise, and this time he used the slowing skill incorrectly and missed the target. Huang Chenwei responded with disdain. It's just a confession. Everyone can do that. If you have a girl you like, you can confess to her. No, it's so embarrassing to be rejected when confessing my love, Wei Ji, I don't have your courage. In his previous life, Huang Chenwei had this idea until he got married at the age of 35, so he could understand Liu Xiong's thoughts. This idea of being shy in front of a beloved woman is difficult to change by relying on other people's persuasion. It can only be changed after having sex with a woman a few more times and understanding her nature. While chatting, Huang Chenwei's musket had already spawned 6 pieces of legendary equipment, and he attacked the group of enemies alone. Relying on the extremely long range and superb shooting skills, 4 enemies were wiped out in an instant. The remaining enemy, the Deer Fairy, first used the push stick to spraying it backwards a long distance. Then he ran back to the spring with his butt raised and jumping all the way. Since she had already escaped beyond one screen, she thought she had managed to escape. However, the musket's ultimate move, assassination, can ignore distance and attack after locking onto the enemy. Huang Chenwei aimed for 3 seconds and fired a fatal bullet that flew across a distance of 3 screens and hit the Deer Fairy's weak spot from behind. After hitting her with a fatal shot, he sent her back to the spring. Awesome! When the enemies saw how powerful the musket was, they all unplugged and quit the game. When Liu Xiong saw Huang Chenwei's shooting skills, he couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Wei Ji's operation is amazing. He can shoot to death from such a distance. Awesome! I hope you can use this shooting skill on the monitor's mother soon. He can think of that aspect just by playing a game. This fat guy is really good at fantasizing. Just then, Huang Chenwei's cell phone rang. He took out the phone and saw that it was Li Wenqi calling, which made him feel very disgusted. Although Huang Chenwei didn't want to waste time chatting with her, for now, he did not fall out with Li Wenqi. It would be weird to just block her, as it might affect the relationship with her mother. Huang Chenwei hesitated for a while and decided to answer the phone. Hello Tilda. Chenwei, are you still alive? You didn't reply to my QQ, so I thought you were dead. Li Wenqi's first words were irritating to Huang Chenwei. I'm sorry, I'm playing games. What do you want to talk to me about? Please explain briefly. Li Wenqi sneered twice. Hee, you got a job at a big company, I want to congratulate you, but why did you hide it from me and ignore me? Are you trying to give me a surprise? It turned out that Li Shiqi told her that Huang Chenwei went to work at Green Apple Company. You misunderstood. I just want to concentrate and work hard now, so I won't go to dinner with you in the future, and you don't have to invite me in the future. Huang Chenwei's cold words surprised Li Wenqi, and she asked in confusion. Did I do something to upset you? What are you angry about? Huang Chenwei fell silent when he heard this question. In elementary and junior high school, Li Wenqi was pretty good to him. They had a very close relationship and often played together. We even did things like sleeping together in a quilt in the winter, sleeping together on a straw mat in the summer, swimming together in the spring, and taking a bath together in the autumn. Li Wenqi gradually became a bad person after she entered high school and was influenced by stupid TV dramas. At that time, Li Wenqi liked to watch TV series such as The Domineering President Falls in Love with Me the most. The heroines in those TV dramas are always kind shrews who can only cry, make a fuss, and even hang themselves. Although the male protagonist is known as a domineering boss, he is fussy in front of the female protagonist and is always led by the nose by her. After being influenced by these TV dramas, Li Wenqi naturally became a green tea girl. She thought Huang Chenwei was from a poor family and was not worthy of him, but she kept him hanging and treated him like a beast of burden and a wallet. Are you asking what Li Wenqi did to make Huang Chenwei angry? The answer is that all of Li Wenqi's current actions make Huang Chenwei angry. This kind of thing cannot be explained clearly. Even if you explain it, Li Wenqi will not accept it, and it will definitely turn into a quarrel. Instead of arguing with her, it's better to just ignore her. So Huang Chenwei didn't want to have anything to do with her anymore and wanted to get out of sight. You didn't make me angry, it's just that I'm no longer a student. I have to concentrate on my work and I don't have time to accompany you anymore. Huang Chenwei spoke very tactfully and did not mean to blame Li Wenqi. However, Li Wenqi knew that Huang Chenwei liked her, so she thought Huang Chenwei must be angry. Are you angry because I didn't accept your confession last time? I'm not angry, it's just that you're right. I only have a high school education, and I'm not on the same level as you, so I won't bother you anymore. Li Wenqi felt very unhappy when she heard this. I said that to you because I wanted you to work hard and to give you motivation. Why are you giving up pursuing me now? Don't you have any perseverance at all? Huang Chenwei couldn't help laughing when he heard such shameless remarks. Yes, I know I don't have the perseverance and I don't want to drag you down, so I won't bother you anymore in the future. Goodbye. Etc. Huang Chenwei hung up the phone without waiting for Li Wenqi's reply. If I say this, she won't bother me anymore. Huang Chenwei turned on the voice chat again and continued to play duo with Fatty. Li Wenqi widened her eyes and looked at the hung up phone with disbelief. She couldn't understand why Huang Chenwei would never hang up on her in the past. Huang Chenwei has changed. Why? Li Wenqi felt a little uneasy in her heart, as if she was being crushed by a huge rock. She felt very uncomfortable. As a cultivator, Huang Chenwei had enhanced spiritual energy and did not have to worry about staying up late, so he played games with Liu Xiong until 3 a.m. before turning off the computer and going to bed. The next morning, he slept until he was woken by the ringing of his cell phone. Huang Chenwei was in a daze. He picked up his phone and took a look. He found that it was Liang Qingru calling. His sleepiness was instantly dispelled. Why did that school beauty call me? Huang Chenwei stretched and slowly answered the phone. Hello Tilder. Chenwei, I'm Qing, are you? What can I do for you? For some reason, Liang Qingru remained silent and did not answer. Huang Chenwei felt very confused. She called me herself, why is she not talking? Are you in trouble and want my help? No, I just, are you free now? Liang Qingru didn't know what she was worried about and spoke hesitantly. When you are free, if you need my help, please don't be shy, just ask. Huang Chenwei has a system. As long as he helps women, he can gain magic, cultivation and money. He really hoped that Liang Qingru would ask him for help when she encountered difficulties. Liang Qingru hesitated for a while and said in a shy tone. You saved me in the car yesterday, and helped me at work, so, I. Fish Liang kept saying I, and couldn't he go on? Huang Chenwei didn't know what she was shy about, so he asked directly in a joking tone. Are you in love with me? Huang Chenwei won't hesitate when facing a girl like Liang Qingru. If Liang Qingru is really interested in him, Huang Chenwei would take her to a hotel right now. Chapter 37 Liang Qingru's first gift. Liang Qingru roared loudly. Who likes you? You are so shameless. Huang Chenwei was just asking casually and jokingly. He didn't think that a proud girl like Fish Liang would fall in love with him so easily. But I didn't expect Liang Qingru's reaction to be so intense, which is very suspicious. Generally speaking, if Liang Qingru didn't like him, she wouldn't feel excited after being misunderstood. A proud woman like her would most likely sneer in a disdainful tone. Probably saying things like, you deserve it, you're killing me with laughter, you're too confident. Liang Qingru's excited denial was actually a sign that she didn't want to reveal her inner thoughts. It may be a bit arbitrary to say that Liang Qingru has fallen in love with him, but at least in Liang Qingru's heart, she has a strong liking for Huang Chenwei. Sorry, I was just joking, what did you mean? HMPH tilde, I just wanted to thank you and give you a gift. This snort made Huang Chenwei smell a hint of arrogance. Could it be that this proud school beauty is a Sunder girl? However, Sunder has long since retired, and Huang Chenwei has no particular interest in it. What gift do you want to give? I'll go to your house and talk about it. She actually wants to come to my house? This time Huang Chenwei was really surprised. Although Liang Qingru has broken up with Wang Darhu now, it is only temporary. They will get back together after the college entrance examination. During that time, Liang Qingru came to my house alone. Didn't she feel that it was inappropriate? You have to know that when a man and a woman are alone in the same room, they will either commit adultery or steal. If something happened, how would she explain it to Wang Darhu? No, Liang Qingru didn't know that I lived alone. She must have thought that my mother was there too. When Huang Chenwei thought about this, the corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously, revealing an evil smile. Har, Liang Qingru is walking into a trap. If you are free, come over. My home is at XXXX, no. XX. Oh, so that's where you live. I'll come right over here. Judging from her tone, Liang Qingru's home seemed to be nearby. Huang Chenwei had guessed it when she was standing at the entrance of the alley waiting. After knowing that Liang Qingru was coming, Huang Chenwei first glanced at the clock hanging on the wall, found that the current time was 10 o'clock in the morning, and then immediately went to wash up. Brush your teeth, wash your face, and then change your sweat-soaked pants. 5 minutes later, he heard a knock on the door. As expected, Liang Qingru lived very nearby and it only took her 5 minutes to walk over. Huang Chenwei walked quickly to open the door. After the door opened, a breeze blew in and Huang Chenwei smelled a fresh and attractive fragrance. Few tilder. Today, Fish Liang is wearing her signature long ponytail as usual. That swaying single ponytail is really charming. Considering that ponytail is a standard feature of tsundere, Huang Chenwei felt that her tsundere vibe became even stronger. Huang Chenwei looked down and saw that Liang Qingru was wearing a snow-white casual t-shirt on her upper body and navy blue skinny jeans on her lower body. Jeans that fit perfectly. The trouser legs of these pants are very short, almost to the point of being non-existent. Their thighs, as round as snow-white lotus roots, were completely exposed in front of Huang Chenwei without any cover. Since Liang Qingru was only 18 years old, the skin on her legs was very white and tender. She is 176 centimeters tall and has perfect model-like long legs. Such flawless, snow-white, slender thighs are so charming. That kind of sexiness filled with youthful vitality instantly raised the evil dragon in Huang Chenwei's heart. Huang Chenwei coughed lightly, suppressed his inner impulsive desire, and moved aside to make room. Qingru, good morning, please come in. Fish Liang stepped into Huang Chenwei's home wearing cute women's sneakers. Huang Chenwei then closed the door and turned to look at her hands. Liang Qingru was holding a black briefcase in her hand, which was covered with a layer of transparent wrapping paper. It was obviously newly bought. Is this the gift she was talking about? This gift is weird. Perhaps influenced by Japanese TV dramas, Huang Chenwei believes that generally only wives would give men briefcases for work. Because briefcases are associated with men's work, men carry them every day when they go to work. If it is not a close woman, I will not give it as a gift. After Liang Qingru walked into Huang Chenwei's house, she looked left and right. Huang Chenwei lives in an old and dilapidated house that was built in the 1980s. It covers an area of only 20 square meters, has 2 floors and a total area of 40 square meters. Because there is little space in the house, the furniture and sundries are placed very crowded. Liang Qingru came to their hall immediately after walking in. There was a wooden sofa on the left side of the hall, a folded table on the right side, and a storage cabinet in the middle with an old TV on it. Liang Qingru glanced at it and thought secretly in her heart. Huang Chenwei lived in a small house, used an unknown brand TV, and his family was very poor. She secretly kept all of this in mind. Huang Chenwei walked to her side and picked up the glass of water. Please sit down first. I'll pour you a glass of water. Okay, it's so hot today. I just walked on the street for a while and I'm sweating all over. Liang Qingru sat down on the wooden sofa, put her briefcase on the sofa, loosened her collar, and fanned herself with her cute little hands, constantly fanning the air inside. Because Huang Chenwei was standing in front of Liang Qingru, he could clearly see the erotic scenery inside her collar from his high vantage point. Black. And the scale is really terrifying. But what was most eye-catching were the tiny beads of sweat shining on the delicate collarbones. This slightly wet feeling reminded Huang Chenwei of an idiom, tender and juicy. At this moment, Liang Qingru is like a red rose covered with morning dew, very sexy. This unconscious temptation is so tempting. Huang Chenwei felt the air in the room becoming hotter. After he handed a glass of water to Liang Qingru, he picked up another cup and drank it in big gulps. After taking a sip of water, Liang Qingru handed the briefcase to Huang Chenwei. This is my thank you gift. Although your shoulder bag is very cool, it is a bit inappropriate to carry it to work. Take this with you next time. It turned out that Liang Qingru noticed that point and bought a briefcase for Huang Chenwei. This proud woman unexpectedly has a virtuous side. After Huang Chenwei took the briefcase, Liang Qingru stretched out her green index finger like a teacher and explained to him. The company is a concentrated society. Everyone judges people by their first impression. That's why successful men wear expensive watches and high-end suits, and package themselves to give others a good impression. While listening, Huang Chenwei unwrapped the wrapping paper and examined it carefully. The workmanship and materials of this briefcase are very good. It seems to be made of cowhide, with a delicate texture and comfortable touch. The brand symbol seems to be from Septwolves. Huang Chenwei didn't know much about briefcases, but he estimated that one with such exquisite workmanship would cost at least 500 yuan. Is it appropriate to give such an expensive gift to ordinary friends? The gifts Liang Qingru gave to ordinary male friends were worth more than 500 yuan, so the gift she gave to Wang Dahu must have been over 1,000 yuan, right? Wang Qinwei's guess was completely wrong. Because after Liang Qingru started dating Wang Dahu, she was just the one who received gifts and asked for money, and she never gave Wang Dahu any gifts. At this moment, Liang Qingru gave a gift to a boy for the first time in her life. Liang Qingru actually felt very guilty. Because the first person she gave a gift to was not her ex-boyfriend Wang Dahu, but Wang Qianwei. If Wang Dahu knew about this, he would be furious. At this point, Liang Qingru felt deeply guilty. But that's not even the worst. It turned out that Liang Qingru spent 888 yuan to buy this briefcase, and all of this money was given to her by Wang Dahu. Using the money given by my boyfriend to buy gifts for other men. This really seems a bit unreasonable. Liang Qingru felt very sorry for Wang Dahu. However, she asked Wang Meifeng last night. Wang Meifeng also felt that Wang Qinwei's shoulder bag was inappropriate, so she nodded in agreement. Also, because Wang Meifeng loved Wang Qianwei, she hoped that he could use a better briefcase. So I specifically remind Liang Qingru not to buy cheap and inferior goods. Since Wang Dahu's mother said so, even though Liang Qingru felt guilty, she still did it. So Liang Qingru thought that this couldn't be blamed on her. Chapter 38. Liang Qingru was amused. Liang Qingru comforted herself in her heart. Wang Dahu didn't know about this, so he didn't feel sad. Just don't let him know. While watching Wang Qianwei checking the briefcase, Liang Qingru's apology was quickly overshadowed by another emotion. It's tense and uneasy. Liang Qingru didn't know whether Wang Qianwei liked this gift or not, and she felt very nervous. It turned out that her long speech was just to cover up her inner anxiety. Since Wang Qianwei had not yet expressed any comments or ideas, Liang Qingru could not help but ask. How do you like this briefcase? Wang Qianwei doesn't really want to be an office worker. He has decided to lie down and live off rich women for the rest of his life. So he didn't care about the briefcase at all. I like it very much. Thank you for this gift. I will definitely cherish it. When Liang Qingru heard this answer, she finally felt relieved. She let out a breath and felt a sweetness in her heart. As long as you like it, Tilda. After Liang Qingru relaxed, she subconsciously rubbed her legs and took off her women's sneakers. While shouting, "It's so hot," she lifted her feet, hooked her fingers around the white boat socks at her ankles and took them off. With the enhancement of spiritual energy, Wang Qinwei's sense of smell is extremely sensitive. When Liang Qingru took off her socks, a rich and sweet smell instantly hit her nose. Smells so good. The fragrance is just like the orange blossoms in the fields after a spring rain, so sweet. Hiss. Wang Qianwei took a deep breath of the fragrance and felt refreshed instantly. After Liang Qingru took off one sock, she lifted up her other foot, grabbed the heel of the sock with her small hands, and took off the other boat sock as if peeling skin. Liang Qingru took the initiative to show her bare feet to Wang Qianwei, and Wang Qinwei's attention was instantly attracted. Her feet were as delicate as jade, her skin was as white as snow, and her texture looked soft and plump. The 10 toes are slender and cute, and the slightly curled look is as tempting as pastries. Wang Qianwei only reacted at this time. Is she seducing me? It is said that women will only take off their shoes and socks and expose their feet in front of men they like, and the reason they do this is to seduce the other person. Wang Qinwei's guess was correct. Liang Qingru came today with Wang Meifeng's commission. She wants to investigate Wang Qinwei's family situation. To this end, Liang Qingru deliberately wore shorts that covered her chest and took off her shoes and socks. This was her beauty trap. In fact, this was the first time that Liang Qingru wore crotch-length shorts and the first time she exposed her bare feet in front of a man. So she is now feeling very nervous and panicked. Especially after feeling Wang Qinwei's lustful and burning gaze, Liang Qingru's heart was completely confused. After all, bare feet are a relatively private part and cannot be seen by others casually. Even Wang Dahu hadn't seen it, but he showed it to Wang Qianwei directly. This is really a bit unreasonable. Liang Qingru regretted that she had gone too far and apologized to Wang Dahu again. But she had already taken off her socks and Wang Qianwei had seen them, so it was too late to put them on now. So she had no intention of putting her socks back on. Liang Qingru simply put her feet together and curled up her toes, trying to cover as much as possible. She asked in a fake natural tone. Where are your parents? Are they at work? My parents divorced very early, and my mother, who raised me, went to work in a garment factory owned by a close friend. She has been living in her close friend's house recently. Liang Qingru seemed very surprised. Do you live alone now? Yes. Liang Qingru became even more panicked. She knew that Wang Qinwei's parents were divorced and thought that his mother was at home, so she felt comfortable wearing such short pants and taking off her shoes and socks. But it turned out that Wang Qinwei's mother was not at home, and now there were only her and Wang Qinwei at home, which was dangerous. Liang Qingru subconsciously clamped her legs together, appearing even more flustered. Wait, that's not right. He seemed to say that he likes mature women and has no interest in me. Why should I be so nervous? Liang Qingru asked tentatively. Were you serious when you confessed to Sister Wang yesterday? Do you really like her, or do you like her money? Faced with this direct question, Wang Qinwei did not hide his answer and gave a direct answer. Of course I like her. Liang Qingru showed an expression of disbelief. Really? What do you like about Sister Wang? Wang Qinwei thought for a moment and said seriously. I like Sister Wang's mature figure and the charm of a mature woman. After realizing that Wang Qinwei really likes mature women, Liang Qingru's uneasy feeling disappeared. What a mature charm. She is 22 years older than you and old enough to be your mother. Wang Qinwei chuckled. Some beautiful college students also like uncles who are old enough to be their fathers. They like the taste of maturity, which is normal. Wang Qinwei has reasons to say this. The 21-year-old beautiful college student he married in his previous life told him in person that she liked the maturity of middle-aged men. Will only marry men over 35 years old. After Liang Qingru thought about it from a woman's perspective, she felt that it made sense. After she remembered something, she suddenly spoke in a tone of listening to melons. Do you still remember Wang Ping from our class? Of course I remember. She was the class monitor's desk mate. What's wrong? She went to the same university as me, and it turns out she's also into older men, but the point is, she's pregnant. She got pregnant with a son of a man in his 40s last month and applied for leave of absence from school. Liang Qingru seemed very excited and seemed to be telling some very strange story. But after Wang Qinwei heard it, he felt no ripples in his heart. Because this kind of thing is actually very common. In 2015, there were still many young women who did not know the knowledge about preparing for pregnancy, so various accidents would occur, which was not uncommon. But this is a good opportunity to chat. Wang Qinwei once again told Fish Liang a joke about sex. Really? Although it's a bit pitiful that she has to drop out of school, she is already happier than many women. Liang Qingru tilted her head in confusion. What did you say? How could she be happy? For example, my cousin has been married to his wife for 6 years, and although he has been trying hard to get pregnant, he still can't get his wife pregnant. Upon hearing this story, Liang Qingru burst out laughing. Har, is there really such a person? Why doesn't he go to the hospital? No, my cousin went to the hospital for many checkups and was confirmed to be fine. Liang Qingru asked doubtfully. Is that the woman's fault? Not really. The reason is actually that. Never mind. Let's not talk about it. Wang Qinwei pretended to be mysterious and didn't say anything else. Liang Qingru suddenly became easy to ride. What's the reason? Tell me now. That kind of thing is a little embarrassing. Do you really want to know? Of course, if you don't tell me half of it, I'll be itching to death. Wang Qinwei leaned over and whispered in her ear. It turns out that my cousin has been looking in the wrong place for so many years. After Liang Qingru understood, she covered her mouth with her 2 little hands and couldn't stop laughing. It's impossible. How could someone make such a mistake? There are all kinds of strange things in the world, of course there are. Wang Qinwei paused and said seriously. In order not to make that mistake, I often watch Japanese movies to learn. Liang Qingru laughed even more happily. No way, you actually went to watch Japanese movies just to learn that kind of thing, that's too funny. Wang Qinwei smiled imaginatively and said stupidly. Har tilde, I don't mind if you laugh at me, as long as I don't get laughed at by my wife on our wedding night. Liang Qingru thought that if that scene happened on the wedding night, it would be really funny. The proud goddess was so amused that she bent over with laughter. Her body was shaking, and the 2 huge fruits were shaking as if the earth was shaking. Wang Qinwei was dazzled by the shocking scene. Unknowingly, Liang Qingru shed her disguise and revealed her true side. I saw her spread her tightly closed legs and placed them horizontally on the wooden sofa. This proud goddess actually crossed her legs and sat up. Chapter 39: The True Face of the Cold Goddess. After Liang Qingru laughed so hard that she fell over, she opened her heart and showed her true side to Huang Chenwei. This goddess, who was as proud and sacred as a saint, was sitting cross-legged in an indecent manner. Her beautiful hands even touched her jade feet. The proud goddess turned into a toe-picking girl. Huang Chenwei was stunned. Liang Qingru noticed Huang Chenwei's shocked expression and winked at him with a smile. "What are you surprised about? Are your fantasies shattered?" Huang Chenwei replied with a smile. "I just can't imagine that you are such a carefree woman. Har har, you don't really think that such a goddess who is not interested in worldly things really exists, do you? Women are all actors. Their usual appearance is just acting." Liang Qingru used her beautiful hands that had just touched her feet to lift up the hair that was scattered around her cheek and smiled sweetly. "It's actually very tiring to control my emotions and actions and maintain the image of a cool goddess, so I always act like this at home. What do you think? Are you disappointed?" "No, I like this real feeling." Huang Chenwei spoke the truth. Liang Qingru's cool and aloof look before really gave her a goddess vibe. But that kind of dull expression like a dead fish, and the feeling that it can't even scream loudly, really makes people lose interest. And now this carefree and lively side really makes Huang Chenwei's heart moved. Huang Chenwei is experienced. She knows that this kind of lively woman can scream very loudly and move very vigorously. Moreover, this contrast in the goddess' private life, which only she knows, is unexpectedly intoxicating. "This is the legendary contrast," Huang Chenwei said seriously. "If you behave like this in your daily life, you'll be more popular with boys." Liang Qingru raised her finger and shook her head proudly. "No, it's meaningless to just be popular with boys. I have to make boys feel my sacred and noble side, so that they will be willing to kneel down and be my licker." This woman looked stupid, but I didn't expect her to be so smart in this regard. "It turns out that you can't underestimate women." Liang Qingru changed the subject and returned to the previous topic. "So after you graduated from high school, you watched Japanese movies every day to study?" Huang Chenwei didn't know why she brought up this topic. "Yeah, I don't have a girlfriend, so I can only watch." Liang Qingru lowered her head and blushed, not knowing what she was shy about. Huang Chenwei thought of something and asked in an incredulous tone. "Why, do you want to see it too?" Liang Qingru instantly showed a panic expression and quickly shook her head to refute. "How is that possible? I don't want to see that kind of thing." Huang Chenwei sneered. "There's nothing to be shy about. If you want to see it, just say so openly. I'm not afraid to tell you, I watch it every day." Liang Qingru lowered her head and thought for a while, then asked in a barely audible voice. "Can you promise not to tell anyone else? Of course, this is a secret between the two of us." "Oh well." Liang Qingru hesitated for a while and then made up her mind. "Please give me some movies to watch. I don't know where to download those movies, so I have never watched them. But don't get me wrong, I don't like that kind of movie. I just want to watch it because I want to learn something." This proud goddess actually wants to watch Japanese porn movies. She is really sexy. But you can't watch that kind of movie just because you want to. You need to pay a price. Huang Chenwei thought for a moment and then gave an evil smile. "The island movie you want to watch is not so easy to download. If you want to watch it, do me a favor first." "What do you want me to do for you?" Huang Chenwei said with a smile. "Kiss me." "What?" Huang Chenwei repeated. "You're going to kiss me?" Because this request was too outrageous, Liang Qingru's body trembled in shock, and then she rebuked excitedly. "Do you know what you are saying? This request is too shameless." Huang Chenwei pleaded in a pretending pitiful manner. "Please, it's just a kiss. I'm 18 years old and I've never kissed a girl before. I'm very curious about that feeling, just for a moment." Hearing this, Liang Qingru felt so angry that she laughed out of anger. "I'm 18 too, and I've never been kissed. Isn't this normal? What's so strange about this?" Huang Chenwei asked in surprise. "You and the monitor have been together for so long, and you've never kissed. Don't lie to me, okay?" Liang Qingru blushed and snorted. "Why would I lie to you? We haven't kissed. This is normal. Since Liang Qingru has never kissed the class monitor, Huang Chenwei can receive her first kiss. Huang Chenwei showed an overjoyed expression and shook his head with a smile. You know, young people in island countries can get married at the age of 16. People of our age now basically have had further experience. If at the end of the summer when they turn 18 they don't have that experience, it's very shameful, very embarrassing, and they will regret it for the rest of their lives. When Liang Qingru heard about the 18-year-old summer, her heart was filled with love. As a young woman, she actually has a strong desire for that kind of experience deep in her heart. She just wanted to maintain her goddess image in front of Wang Dahu, so she kept putting on airs and was unwilling to have close contact with him. But it's different now. She has revealed her true self to Huang Chenwei and she doesn't need to hide herself in front of Huang Chenwei. She can release all the desire suppressed in her heart. But is this really good? Liang Qingru said in an inaudible voice. No, if Dahu knew about this, I would be finished. Huang Chenwei held Liang Qingru's small hand tightly and persuaded her forcefully. You just broke up with the monitor and are single now. Why do you want to consider his thoughts? Liang Qingru was stunned when she heard this. After thinking about it carefully, she felt that this sentence made sense. Huang Chenwei continued to persuade. As a woman, you cannot be constrained by feudal ideas. Women in the new era should liberate their minds and do whatever they want. You only need to consider your own feelings, not other people's thoughts. Besides, only you and I know what's happening now. Wang Dahu has no way of knowing, so you really don't have to worry. Thinking that Wang Dahu wouldn't know, Liang Qingru felt itchy. Of course she wants to enjoy it. But the person to be kissed is not Wang Dahu, but Huang Chenwei. Is this really okay? Due to the experience of these 2 days, Liang Qingru's favorability towards Huang Chenwei increased significantly. After all, they had touched each other, and more than once. Even yesterday, Liang Qingru's lips brushed Huang Chenwei's face. Even though it was an accident, it was still a kiss. So theoretically speaking, Liang Qingru had already kissed him, and Liang Qingru did not feel any resistance at that time. But she is going to officially kiss Huang Chenwei so soon, this development is too fast. Fish Liang felt very shy. Her body and mind were overwhelmed by the shame that surged like a tide. Liang Qingru's face turned red and her breathing became rapid. The huge mountain trembled with her breathing, and seemed to be shaky and would fall down if pushed. Huang Chenwei knew that Liang Qingru's mood had been shaken and only the final push was needed. With just a little more effort, I can snatch the first kiss of this proud goddess.